Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Everyone, do I need to stand up? Thank you, though. I appreciate it. No, that's council. Yes. Yeah. All right, welcome, everybody. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the November 12th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to the lands of and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration might be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations might be attending the meeting today by teleconference and to address the committee on various items in the agenda. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at this meeting is scheduled for November 19th at 12 p.m. on Monday, November 17th. All right. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To add Mandla Matambo as a delegation to item EX 25-103, 2026-2027 budget submission, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, and the registered list of delegations. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Oh, sorry. Could I have a mover for that? We have a mover for Councilor Radens. Thank you. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Carried. All right, on to the adoption of our minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the October 29, 2025 Executive Committee meeting? Councilor Radens? Superstar mover? All right, any errors or omissions? None, all right. I will call the question. Anyone opposed? Perfect, carried. All right, now we are going to consider item EX 25-102, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2025 Semi-Annual Report. I would like to call upon Delegation Ryan Johnson of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, Emusha. All right. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city of town you reside in. You have 10 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that committee of members might have for you. Correction there, you will have 5 minutes.
Good morning, I am Ryan Johnson, President and CEO of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, and I reside in Moose Jaw. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor Brzezinski, members of City Council, City Administration, and members of the general public. To start, I acknowledge that our facility and operations are located on Treaty 4 lands. I'm very pleased to report on the highlights of the corporation's operations for the first half of 2025, its 70th year of operations. The corporation met all regulatory requirements and criteria for the production of safe drinking water and met its obligations under the unanimous membership agreement with the cities. We did not have any taste or odor issues during the year, which is great news. Unfortunately, we did have to rely on Regina's emergency backup wells during the year due to temporary limitations on the plant's capacity from construction activities and problems encountered during commissioning. Financially, on a cash basis, the corporation is forecasting an operating surplus of about $1.2 million. Water sales were basically on target. Most of the savings is from managing the processed wastewater sludge on site without disposing of it at a landfill. We had reduced chemical usage as some of the treatment processes were not yet commissioned, and the carbon tax pause on utilities. The year-end operating reserve is to cover shortfalls in years with lower than budgeted water sales and or unexpected expenditures. The capital reserve is forecast to decrease by $39.2 million as planned to cover the cash flow for the plant renewal project. The capital water rate was developed to be sustainably cover all our capital costs for the plant. The expenses are estimated about $62 million this year, and the capital reserve is estimated to be about $17.8 million at year end. The corporation is following both its environmental and corporation strategic plans. Our 1.8 megawatt AC solar system has been operating for 1 year. We can say we've generated about 2.1 gigawatts of electrical power, and all our electrical power is either green from on-site generation or through partnership with SAS Power off-site. The plant renewal project will reduce our carbon footprint. The 2026-2027 operating budgets were developed as a status quo budget with adjustments due to the plant renewal project and include inflationary impacts. The water sales are remaining stable. The capital budget was increased slightly to cover inflationary costs for 2026. There is one new major capital project for 2026. The corporation is planning to construct a monofill on the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant site for sludge management. This project will commence in 26 and be completed by 2027 at an estimated cost of $2 million. Once completed, we anticipate a large operating savings by no longer sending sludge off-site for disposal. The total cost of water in 2025 is about 83 cents a cubic meter. For 26, a total increase is 4 cents a cubic meter and 2 cents in 27. This represents an annual increase of about $14.49 per household in 26 and $8.70 in 27. 2026 should be the last year that we see increases above CPI. The increase had been known and planned for many years with conjunction with the plant renewal project, but with many of the new processes coming online, we should be stabling at CPI or below. The construction of the plant renewal project commenced in July 2022. At the end of August 25, the project's nearing completion for the process work. Currently, we're 39 months in, 90% complete. The budgeted contingency allowances have been exhausted, but the project still remains on budget. The remaining work includes sludge thickening, commissioning, stress testing, final configuration, deficiencies, and phase 2 of the administration building. With the bulk of the work completed by year end, only the phase 2 of the administration building will be completed by the end of 26. The remaining work is only a fraction of the project's cost. While there still remains some commercially sensitive items of dispute, which will not be addressed until after substantial completion, and will definitely have to go through some form of dispute resolution process. The project should be sustainably complete or substantially completed by January 27, and the process validation period will start for 2 years after that. The project, once completed, will address the current risks, ensure the sustainability of the water treatment plant, provide resiliency to climate change, and be more environmentally sustainable, operate more efficiently, and meet the growth demands in the region to the year 2050. There are time-lapse and drone videos on our website. I'd encourage people to visit. The plant tours are always available for City Council and administration. Our 70th anniversary event is next week on November 18th.
20 seconds left.
And I hope to see many of the councilors there. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And are there any questions?
All right. Thank you so much for your presentations. Do any members of council have questions? Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Ryan, thanks as always for the really important work that you do. Perhaps nothing's more important actually than providing our citizens safe water. I do have some questions and a little bit of a concern as well. Just so as I prepared, for this meeting, maybe a 208-page package, I started to go in your report, and I think 75 pages is in my package of your report. And there's a report where my question is going here from Jacobs, I guess, and it's a report to council. I don't really know what that means, but I did my diligence and I read that report because it was titled to council. I read all 50 pages, but But I'm going to pull a couple items out here, which are my questions. If you could tell me what these mean, and then I'll tell you where I'm going with this. On the morning of September 12th, an incident occurred in which there was overheating and combustion of 250 kVA transformer located in the ozone electrical room. What does that mean? Or admin asbestos containing material remover continued with the final installation of short post of the existing plant and recarb room. I guess my question is, what do you want us to know about that report? And why was it addressed to council? Because I read it and I had no idea what it meant. And in preparing for a very long meeting today, I'm wondering if you can walk me through what we should know in that report and why that report was addressed to council without an overview of what we should know. Thanks.
Thank you, through the Madam Chair, to Councillor. So I guess this is a legacy. We're required in meeting with the two cities that we would provide biannual reports on the process or what's going on with the project. I generally come to council, I'll give, I only get 5 minutes to speak, so I'll give a quick overview. This is more a detailed report that we've been doing since the beginning of the project. It's more for general information, and I appreciate that you took the time to read it. We will definitely change that to be more of a general overview for councilors that want it. We could also provide maybe a 2-page summary, and then the details are there for the councilors that want to get into it. But yes, sorry, it's just a legacy of how we've been reporting it since 2022.
No, I appreciate that. That would be great. Connection to the balanced scorecard, executive summary, and that would be fine. Highly technical. I guess some things that did jump out for me that I will ask is when I went down to the cost section. So my first question would be, how many people currently work at the treatment plant?
The Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation has a total of 37 staff, including myself, and basically that's all we do is treat water. We don't do the distribution of that. That's done by the cities. That's why we don't have as much staff as the other water treatment plants would have. Okay, thank you. Could you walk me through the budget line items? $369,000 for office furniture, another $160,000 for something called FFE furniture, so roughly $420,000 for furniture. I guess that equates to around $11,000 a staff person. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, through the councillor. So when we did the project, we were going to a new facility and we required all new furniture, hardware, benches, tables, things like that. Yep. So it was part of the project. It was done as an allowance because at the time we weren't sure what it would cost, so we just did it as an allowance item, and that's where it came in. And so that's for the whole facility. So it's not just for the work cubicles where the staff are working. It's for everything in the plant that could be furniture related. So it would also include fridges, microwave, stove, those kinds of things as well, but sure. Not just not just desks. $131,000 for lockers. Am I correct? Did I read that correct? Yes, 139,000. So that would be for the lockers for the staff. But again, it's when you're doing it through a general contractor, these are burden costs. And if we, we'd love to do it ourselves, but these were within the scope of the project for the contractor. So yeah, it was $139,000 for all the lockers, and there'd be probably in the neighborhood of 50. But this would also be other hardened equipment in the building, so it's not just like lockers, but it'd be things related to lockers like benches and things like that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess my last question is, we're going into budget season and we're being asked by residents and ourselves to be mindful of every dollar we spend. And when I read this report, one, I found it very hard to understand, but I read it because it was addressed to me. So I guess my last question would be, does it seem reasonable in your professional opinion, based on the amount of staff you have and the renovation out there? And I'll certainly take you at your word. I've not been out there to spend $600,000 on furniture and lockers for the staff that we have. Would that be common with renovations of that type? Thank you, Madam Chair, through the councillor. It would be common. I don't necessarily agree with the price either. We've been fighting with our contractor on a lot of the cost items, but it is not uncommon. And are those actuals or are those estimates at this point? Those would be actuals. Okay. And what remedies, if any, do we have, given that I think you and I feel those costs might be high given the fiscal environment we're in? We have the dispute resolution process, which we're taking a lot of the larger items to dispute because there are things that are clearly against the contract where this was within the scope of the contract. Yeah, well, thank you very much to the chair. I mean, I see costs that I don't know what they mean, but
I trust that things like firewall tank piling and cell A, F floor addition, whatever those mean, are likely important. And I think that your staff most certainly deserve a safe and welcoming place to work. But I did want to ask you on those because they stood out for me. So just in closing, thank you again for the work that you do. And I certainly will appreciate that executive summary next time. Thanks, Ryan.
Councillor Burton.
Thank you through the chair for your report there. First, I guess congratulations on being relatively on budget for the project. Some people suggest that government has a monopoly on over budget and private sector on budget, but I think you're a nice case to showcase that things can be successful. I did note a couple things that seemed to had a little bit of an increase here, and that was first, was a site survey undertaken for asbestos? Because that popped up here as unexpected.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, to the councillor. So we had an inspection done years ago where all the asbestos that we were aware was abated at the time. So we thought we were asbestos free at the time the project started. They did do a survey of the asbestos, didn't find any. Where they found this asbestos was between a structural brick and a veneer brick on the main tower. They decided to use vermiculite in the 50s, and that vermiculite did actually contain asbestos, but it wasn't something that was checked for in the 80s and the 90s when they were looking at the asbestos of the facility when they did the abatement. So this was a surprise to us, and hence we had to address it because it is a liability that we have to address.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I work in IT and not an industrial setting, but it was notable that it said 6 recordable safety incidents, and as just was wondering if you could comment on if that's above, below, at average for a construction project of this nature.
Thank you, through the Madam Chair. Any incident is something that's unacceptable. Unfortunately, we've had the 6. Based on the 1.3 million man hours of work, they will argue that that is within acceptable tolerances. But unfortunately, these were fires, there was an injury, electrocution, things like that. So we're not happy with any of those numbers, but unfortunately, based on a large project, they would, the contractor argued that was within norms.
Thank you. Last question here. I understand, we can have problems in any project. We had a few outages where we went to wells. And I just want to ask the question about the facility that as we've been doing improvements, are we simply architecting for increases in capacity, or are we architecting to provide resiliency, such as having various processes and components split into A, B sides so that the sides can be taken down for maintenance or be more resilient in case of there being a problem?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To the councillor, it's actually all that. So the last time the facility had some major work done was in 1989, so we're over 30 years. So we were updating technology, and so a lot of our treatment processes were being updated so that gives us more resiliency. The lake has changed. We have seen instances now where the lower Capel Moose Jaw River will have backed up into Buffalo Pound Lake, and that changes the whole chemistry of the lake. The new plant can handle those types of changes. It also provides for growth in the Regina, Moose Jaw, and the economic corridor, and as well as the region to the year 2050. So there's capacity in that. And we never had redundancy. The old plant was built with just what they thought was necessary at the time. But today, when the plant goes down, the city of Regina has limited time. Moose Jaw has also limited time. So the plant has to be up and running. And now we do have some redundancy now where if a process goes down, we had N+1 in most areas, unless it was an area that won't fail. So we didn't put extra channels in, but we have, if we need 5 pumps to run the plant full out, we'll have a 6th pump in case one's down.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, Councillor Froh, thanks for bringing up the furniture. I know I've brought that up before, but is that something that we're stuck with, or is there not possible furniture or pieces of equipment that can be reused? I guess we talk about emissions and greenhouse gases and all these things all the time, and I think being able to reuse things is kind of important. I tell my wife that all the time at home too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the councillor. We are going for LEED certification on our project, which requires us to reuse as much material as we can, both in construction and office. So we did reuse what we could. As far as the furniture goes, you know, it's been purchased by the contractor, so we're stuck with it. Yeah, so we're just going, in the future, we just won't be doing procurement through the contractor. We'll just do it ourselves.
Okay, so I guess we've learned something, I suppose. In the future, we can do better. I guess my other question, so you mentioned $2 million, I guess, cost for the, the facility or the equipment for the sludge. So once we have that built, that's $2 million, how much is that going to save us in terms of not having to, I guess, because the sludge typically got transported to the dump? So how much will that save us ongoing?
Thank you, Madam Chair, as a councillor. So typically our sludge disposal costs would be in the neighborhood of about $1.3 million a year. With having our own site, we won't pay the tipping fees, so we should save somewhere in the neighborhood of about $500,000 to $700,000 a year, which will pay for the monofill very quickly. But it's also that we can keep the material on site and not have to haul it. So there could be additional savings, but there'll be additional costs that we'll now be managing a site that we never had to manage in the past.
Okay, so there'll be additional costs once we have a site closer to location, there will be additional costs there.
But we're anticipating about $500,000 a year savings in that area.
Okay. Okay, so is there the potential to run out of room to put this sludge?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So we will have to procure additional land around the site to do it. So because we're in a rural area, land is available, and we just have to purchase to do it. But we have enough for phase 1. But phase 2 would be something that would happen in the future where we'd require more land.
How long would phase 1 last?
I don't have this study on me, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, like
it'd be years. A few years.
Oh, just a few years?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so.
Well, sorry, for $2 million, that includes phase 2, that would give us probably a 15, 20-year lifespan.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, appreciate the report. When we're engaging in large projects, there's always different ways of getting the costing done, design, build ahead. What was the name of this particular process again?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. We went through progressive design build. Mm-hmm. So we ended up awarding it as a lump sum, but the intent was to go to a GMP or guaranteed maximum price where all this was included as, basically it was hand the keys over at the end. Okay.
And just looking at some of the report included, I guess that speaks to the process that we've been through or you've been through. Any recommendations to the council on the viability of this process for future projects if we ever encounter it again? Would this be a good way of engaging for outcomes, or has this been it looks like it's very muddled to me?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the councillor. We're doing a lessons learned right now. We have City of Calgary, City of Vancouver, City of Saskatoon, and City of Winnipeg asking us the same questions, and we're going to put together our lessons learned to work with the cities of what we liked and what we didn't like about this process. Had it been a true progressive design build with a GMP, where it was a completely open book process, so we saw every one of their bills, we would have been maybe better off for it. Where we took the lump sum, they knocked, I think, $15 million off the price of the project, but they got to close their books, so we don't get to see the details on the inside. So we have to take these bills whether we like them or not. So there's definitely things about it we do like. There's things about it we don't like, and we'll put together a comprehensive lessons learned for the next one. But it's not for small projects. Like, you wouldn't do this process for projects, and I'm guessing under 100 million wouldn't be worth it. Yeah. There's more value the bigger the project.
Okay, understood. Thanks for that. We updated our water meters. It's supposed to monitor our consumption, help us out. You just look what comes to Regina. Did you read a change from that water meter update on your side of the plant? Was that relevant in your sales through the chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. We use the industrial mag meters, and we do balances with Regina every month to make sure that it gives an idea what the water loss or usage is on the pipeline from Regina to the plant, or from the plant to the city. We didn't see any significant difference.
No, no consumption changes reported? people's habits or anything they're from?
When you're,
Sure.
when you're talking about a bulk of, say, 300,000 people in the two cities that come from the plant, we're not seeing much difference there.
Appreciate that. I think I had one more question. Are there any deficiencies in the plant as designed? Talking to the trade routes, I've heard a couple of urban myths, maybe about flooding in control rooms leading to problems, poor design. Us trade guys like to look at engineers in winter sometimes, through the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the councillor. I definitely would love to talk about that one. We did have an issue in September where we had a power outage and a valve had closed, and then during the startup we basically flooded out a pump room. So all water treatment plants have a fail-safe. The fail-safe is if you ever have a flooding event, it goes to emergency overflow, and the overflow then takes the water away so that you don't damage pumps and motors. In this case, the project was still under commissioning, so the sumps weren't installed yet. The control system alarms weren't installed yet, and we hadn't done this plant stress test where we should have identified the problem. There's also some changes just recently before that where it was a manual system, then went to automated, and the operators, for some reason, weren't aware that the valve would close during a power blip. We've now fixed that, so it won't. But fundamentally what happened was because we built the facility with the intent that there could be expansion in the next 25 years, we could add another dissolved air flotation unit. So they put a temporary knockout wall in. That temporary knockout wall was 90 mils too low. So what happened is when it started flooding out when the valve was closed, it was too short to force the water to go to the emergency overflow, which is our fail-safe. So what happened was instead the route was it overtopped that wall that was temporary, flooded out the dissolved air flotation vessel. When it flooded, it basically went down the stairs on the other side, and that's how we ended up getting water, 2 feet of water in our pump room, which ended up getting 7 electrical motors wet. And so that's where we had the problem in September, where the cities did voluntary reductions in water usage. So the fail-safe failed is basically a Swiss cheese failure model. The operators weren't aware that the valve closed when they were doing their startup procedure. The fail-safe wasn't there. We weren't aware that it wasn't going to work as it was designed to do. And it was just timing with the commissioning wasn't quite done.
I get you. A lot of things coming together to cause a problem there. Through the chair, when an occurrence like this happens, I'm imagining those pumps and the electrical damage wasn't cheap. Is this an insurance claim? Is this something that Buffalo Pound Water Treatment has to encompass as part of the build? How do you cover from this, through the chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So in this case, we were very lucky. Between some of my contacts with other cities, we were able to find replacement motors. Once we got the replacement motors, they were only about $75,000 for the 5 that had to be replaced. So we were very fortunate that it was not a large ticket item. And because it was under Air Care Control, the joint venture, we ended up paying for that. It wasn't worth an insurance claim. If it exceeded $100,000, which is our deductible, then we would have considered it. But in this case, it was under the deductible.
I appreciate you clearing up that legend. Just taking input from someone who doesn't want to hit their mic quite yet, but do you have the controls in place now to prevent this from happening again?
Thank you, Madam Chair, the councillor. So we changed the SCADA. We updated the training with the operators. The fail-safe is still at risk, but we have other means that should mitigate that. However, the contractor is looking at raising that wall at least 100 mils so that we can ensure that the fail-safe works.
Thank you very much for clearing that up for me, and I'm glad to hear that it's been addressed. Well done, thanks.
And Councillor Turnbull.
Thanks for being here, and the chair. I was just looking at the furniture came up, and I have a little bit of specialty in there, so I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you know if they went through the request for proposals for the furniture process?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So because of the lump sum pricing, this was up to the general contractor to obtain the materials. And we didn't have a lot of say in that, other than at the RFP stage, it said we had this many rooms, we have a lab, we have this equipment that we need. So it was itemized of what we felt we needed, but it was up to them to procure it. And because of the lump sum arrangement in the contract, they just purchased it.
So in their procurement, and with this, did they have certain standards they had to follow for the furniture, or like our procurement standards where you actually had to go and talk to 3 different vendors? Did they follow those proper procedures?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So it's really up to the contractor how they do their procurement. They generally will do quotes, but because it's a closed book process, we didn't get to see the quotes. Had we done an actual GMP and not taken the $14 million savings at the beginning of the project, we would have seen all their quotes and all the details.
And the contractor would have worked with the primary consultant or architect to pick out the furniture and make sure it met a certain standard?
That's correct.
Okay. Typically, you may or may not know this, a project of the size, it's about 5 or 10% of the capital cost for the FF&E. I tried to do a little quick math here, and it looks like this is less than 5% of the total capital cost. So I think that would be a line, do you think?
Absolutely. The project's construction project's about 270 million, so 10% would be 27 million. And again,
Yeah, I'm not quick with the calculator on these things, but I think this is somewhere, it's under 12, so it would be less than 5% of the total capital cost.
Far less than that.
So if you were to look at the standards developed by Saskatchewan Associations of Architects or otherwise, this would actually be below the usual cost for FF&E. So I don't think cost-wise, but maybe it's the itemization which is throwing people off.
Councillor Turnbull, do you have a question?
Okay, would you agree that maybe it's just the itemized?
It could be how it's listed, but in our project, we wanted to be very transparent, so we had everything listed. So
Yeah.
we show all our allowance items, all our change orders.
Okay, well, thanks so much. I think with the furniture, the concern would just basically be what you're getting. I don't think the cost is that out of whack for the project.
Thank you. And Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. So you've touched on the monofill project a bit, and I just thought it might be useful to back up a bit in terms of to give a definition of what is a monofill for those who do not know, through the chair, please. And to be clear, I can't give you a definition of monofill. However, based on the context of what we're discussing, I'm getting an understanding, but let's just define it clearly for everyone, please.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, to Councillor. So monofill is a single source material that will be disposed of on the site. So we'll basically be building a hill, if you say dirt. And it's dirt which is actually processed sludge, where for us, we can manage on site. It's one single material, so it's not multi-material, it's not a landfill. It's just for dirt that we'll be stockpiling. At this point in time, there is no value in that dirt because we use a lot of aluminum in our treatment processes, so the aluminum binds. But we are working with the University of Regina on a process of SRAM site where we may be able to turn that into some kind of value add. So at least this way we'll have a stockpile material in case there becomes value in it, as opposed to being disposed of.
Okay, thank you. And you also mentioned the operational savings from doing this project and having this on site, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in terms of the taste and odor issues, you mentioned that there were none from the water from the plant. So does that mean anytime that residents experienced or perceived there to be taste and odor issues, if there were any, that's perhaps because we were using city wells at that time?
Thank you, Madam, through the chair to the councillor. So when Regina was using their wells, that does have an inherent taste and odor to it. So it wasn't coming from the plant specifically, but it was because we were having commissioning difficulties where the city of Regina had to turn their emergency wells on.
Okay, I just wanted that clarity. Now, the report mentions that all the plant's energy is now sourced from green power, and you talked about the solar panels that you've installed. One thing I'm curious about is you've put in some measures in terms of energy efficiency or other environmental measures at the plant as part of the upgrade or just as part of your general processes. are you noticing general operational savings from these environmental measures that you're putting in, that you're that you're embarking on at the plant?
Thanks, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So we saved about 10% of our electrical power by on-site generation, which was excellent news. We generated about 2.1 gigawatts of power last year, or over the 24 month or 12 months, sorry. We also have, like with the chillers, so during this early or late spring, early fall, we're using the water of the lake to cool off some of the plant so that the air conditioners don't need to run as hard, or we don't need to turn on the natural gas as quickly. So those are some of the things that we're changing. The pumps being new or more efficient, so we're not utilizing as much power. We have soft starts in VFDs on most of our pumps now, which again helps reduce power usage. Those kinds of things. And also being built to a LEED standard is, we had to recover and reuse a certain amount of material, but we're also using the sun for part of the heating as well, and shading for some of the cooling. So it's part of the whole system is where we're seeing it. So we are definitely seeing on electrical power, but the other ones will be harder to identify because we're going from an old inefficient building that was built in the 50s to a new one that's basically standard, modern building. So there are new costs, but there's also savings, and it's all sort of blended together.
Do you think you'll be able to quantify those savings in time specific to, I guess, the cost benefit of some of these environmental measures that you put in, or do you not necessarily have access to that level of detail?
Through the chair, when it comes to the big power consumption, obviously that's a real savings. That's a couple $100,000 worth of savings just on the power. With the other efficiencies, I think once we are done the project, we can measure year over year to see as we start doing actual targeted efficiencies. Because again, we went from a plant that had been run with very little changes from '89 to pretty well 2022, where it was very efficient. Like when we did energy audits and had third parties come in there to find savings, there was no savings to be found. We had that plant dialed in. The problems right now is we've been running for 3 years in a hybrid of 10 different plant configurations, and now we're nearly done to the last final configuration. Once we run that for a year, we can use that as a benchmark and then compare our changes after that to see where our savings are. So we should be able to measure something in the future.
Okay, that sounds good. And maybe this sort of leads to the next question. The environmental strategic plan review is postponed until the completion of the plant renewal project, which is in 2027. Is that correct? And when in 2027 is the completion planned?
The processes should be completed at the end of this year. The phase 2 of the administration bill will be end of next year, but we are going to start the strategic plan renewal refresh next year. It's just right now, with all the process and commissioning, it just, we didn't have time to really give it the due diligence it needed.
Okay. Environmental strategic plan review. Okay, and if I missed this, my apologies. Does that, in terms of the environmental strategic plan, is I would think an important component of that for your plant would be, climate resilience and just the impact of climate change on our water system. Is that a focus of the strategic plan? Is that a large focus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is something that will be considered. I'm not sure if it's going to be one of the measurable outcomes because it's one that we can't control, but it does impact us. So it will feed into it, but it may not be something that we're going to be measuring that we can manage.
Right, but just not that you can stop it, but how you, I would assume like what the plant needs to do as a result of it is sort of what I was thinking. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, that'd be correct.
Yeah. Okay. And then in terms of resiliency to climate change, your upgrades are focused on improving that. Can you just give a bit more information? And I'm sure I've asked you this before, but just about how your upgrades to the plant will assist with additional resiliency to climate change.
Through the chair, so in the past, 2015 being the most notable, we basically lost the ability to produce water for a period of about 2 weeks. We were able to run the plant between 25 and 50% capacity for majority of that time, and what happened was the lake, we always have wind in the lake which stirs it up, and except for the point where we had a 2-week period where we had very hot days, nearly in the high 20s, and freezing nights. So the lake stratified and didn't mix. So we had a top layer of the water, and again, the lake's only 3 meters deep. Top layer of the water would be about 9 degrees different between that and 3 meters below. And when that water came into the plant, the old plant was designed for everything to sink. And the problem was when you have warmer water, it tends to float. Well, it didn't have a chance to treat out the particles, and what was happening is it was bypassing our primary treatment, and our filters, which are really for polishing, were taking the bulk of the water. Long story short, that was an effect of climate change and the type of water we're getting. So in the past, we'd always get water that would come from Lake Diefenbaker, goes through the channel, some local runoff would get in our lake. In 2011, 13, 15, and 17, the Moose Jaw River would back up into our lake, overtopping the dam, and that changed the entire chemistry of the lake. And the old treatment processes work very well based on having Diefenbaker type water, which really originates from the South Saskatchewan River. When we're getting Moose Jaw River water, it's completely different type of water, and it was completely reactive to a lot of our treatment processes. So now it doesn't matter whether it's Moose Jaw River water backs up into our lake or not, or it's heavy runoff that it enters the lake, or just Diefenbaker water, the plant can handle all those types of treatment processes. So we have a bigger set of tools that we can use to treat the water to ensure that we do have water and continue running.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I have asked you that before because I don't remember hearing that before. I think the last piece I wanted to touch on is in the balanced scorecard. I see, there's different colors indicating if you've met a leader meeting, or I'm focused on the red area, which I think means that it hasn't been met yet. Is that accurate, just to start?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just give a little bit of clarification on that. So we started reporting our environment, governance, and social sustainability outcomes last year. So this is the first, I guess the second time council would have seen this. And what we're doing, this is a measure of where we think we are as best practices. And we have a couple areas that we're working on that need to be improved, but we're also doing well in other areas. But this is just us being upfront, saying here's where we think we're at, and here's stuff for us to work on.
Okay, thank you. And so the only ones that I see, because I see now that there's a section that says status red means, for the sake of simplicity, not met. There's only 2 that I see that are red. And so I just thought you could give a bit more information about that, because it actually looks to me like you're doing some work. So perhaps, so this is reducing waste at the plant and contributing to economic reconciliation and engagement. So if you can just clarify, is the case that while you're doing some work, you haven't completely met your objective, or just give some more information on that?
Thank you, through the Madam Chair. So there's 2 that are identified, as you mentioned. So reduce waste at the plant. In our new processes, we'll be recycling a certain percentage of water into our process, so we don't have to pump the water up the hill. It has energy efficiency savings. We had to stop that process during the construction of the project because there's too much risk that the contractor could impact the system, so we paused that. So as a result, it's red because we're not recycling the water as much as we would typically, and we're running inefficiently right now. Again, the plant went from being exceptionally efficient to it's a hybrid system. As a result, that's why it's red. It won't be red in the future. Once we get the plant under care and control, we can start working on efficiencies on it, and we'll start recycling the water as it was intended, and that will become neutral. The second one is contribute to economic reconciliation and engagement. We just updated our procurement policy to have to consider Indigenous and social economics into our scoring criteria. So that has been done, but we haven't actually reached out to work with First Nations communities yet, and that is something that's on my list to do. And again, in the new year, we're going to start trying to get more Indigenous communities to bid on our projects. Just as a side example, our solar was done by First Nations community, so our solar system, about $4 million was done, but it wasn't something that we were looking for in the scoring criteria, just happened to be. So this is something that we're doing with the new procurement policy. So again, this will be addressed shortly.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time and all your work. And hopefully myself and others can make it on November 18th to actually come visit the plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Biza.
Thank you. I'd like to call for just in-camera discussion pertaining around the contract and some points raised on EX 25-102.
Is anyone opposed to going in camera? We will be right back. the meeting back to order. Just to note that we went in camera to receive confidential information on the contract and no decisions were made. Councilor Visa, do you have any further questions?
I do, thank you. Thank you very much through the chair. I noted that in your report this year that you presented to council, you noted about cost savings due to the solar farm that you created out there. Last year there was some issues. You had some maintenance issues, some operational issues. You had no parts and no support, and how all of a sudden you're actually generating all this power, and last year was minimal to no power and the thing was broken. What happened and at what cost?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. So last year when we were reporting, we were still in the last stages of commissioning, and the contractor had went into receivership, or the contractor supplier had went into receivership at that time. So we did have a bunch of problems that were outstanding at that time. Since then, we've resolved most of it, but there's still a dispute where we ended up keeping the holdback for warranty, and of course the receiver for the defunct company wants the holdback money. So there is a dispute right now that we went to mediation on, and we're still working to resolve. But that is slightly aside from this. That was just to basically wrap up the project. But the project itself is working for the most part. You know, we have a couple minor things, but it's not unusual at this stage. But where we were concerned a year ago was, you know, the contractor went in receivership, things weren't working the way it was supposed to, and we ended up having to just do it ourselves.
What was the cost to doing it yourself?
I'd have to double check, but it wasn't high, maybe $50,000. It was more minor fixes. Some of the efficiencies we have today that we're using that money for is a couple $100,000, but we're using the holdback for that as warranty.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sickles.
Thank you. Through the chair. Good morning, Ryan. Just a couple of quick questions relating to governance and your board. I see that 5 of 8 of them are going to be up this coming year. 2 of those 5 are not renewable, so you're looking for 3 new directors. Do I have that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, the Councillor. Actually, we can have a max of 9 members on the board. We're only looking at replacing the 2 with 2 board members, so we're not going to 9. We're still going to remain at 8.
Okay. How many of the directors are on the Capital Projects Committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 4.
And they met 3 times, as it says here, in this year, up till year-to-date to Q3, up to the end of Q3, it says they met 3 times.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They generally meet every 2 months, and then if we have special meetings, they'll be in as well. But okay. We cover capital items at the board meetings as well.
Okay. Can you give us an indication what type of experience they have with respect to capital projects?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councillor. So one of them is the Senior VP with Mosaic, involved in capital projects. Another one had been a City of Regina director involved in water wastewater. He's done projects with that group, both senior level. We have my predecessor who had been at the plant for about 25 years and dealt with the last major upgrades back in the 80s. He's a board member and on that committee. And then we have another one that was a retired VP of Sask Energy who also was involved in capital construction projects. Also on our Finance and Audit Committee, we also have another retired Sask Power VP who worked on billion-dollar projects on a regular basis. So our board definitely has people that have seen capital projects and have been involved at different levels.
Well, excellent. You just got to watch those Crown Corp guys. It sounds like a good group. I think we're in good hands. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
All right. If there are any more questions, if there are no more questions, thank you for addressing Executive Committee.
Thank you.
I ask that you please return to the gallery now. Okay, all right. We will now consider item EX 25-102, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2025 Semi-Annual Report. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation is jointly owned by the cities of Regina at 74% and Moose Jaw at 26%, and provides both cities with a reliable and affordable supply of safe, high-quality drinking water. They are managed by an independent board of directors to carry out their mandate. The purpose of this report is to provide City Council with a semi-annual report describing the water treatment plant's activities in 2025 as outlined in Section 7.1 of the unanimous membership agreement. We submit this report for your review and are open for questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Sickles, do you wish to speak on the report? Any questions from the committee on the report? All right. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor President.
Okay, through the chair.
Nope, sorry. My apologies. Councillor Turnbull is ahead of you. Councillor Turnbull, please.
Thank you, and to the chair. I did have some questions. So this is a progressive design build, is that correct? Is there a reason it was a progressive design build versus other models of construction?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson would have more details on this, but I know that the team went through a review of all the different service delivery models, and they decided to go with progressive design build for a few different factors, but I don't have the details on that. But they definitely looked at all the different versions from a traditional design bid build to a P3.
Okay, and one of the benefits about doing a progressive design build would be sort of the open book cost estimates and being able to collaborate, is that correct?
Through the chair, for a traditional design build, that's one of the benefits, yes. This is a progressive design build, so it has a little bit different factors, but I would ask, Mr. Johnson would have to provide details on that next time.
Sorry, maybe I should have asked him the questions. I'm still going to try to ask you, and if you can't answer them, I'm sorry. So I guess when we were talking about the furniture, that sort of led to my concerns. If this is a progressive design build, how come there wasn't any open book cost estimates or anything with the furniture? That seems kind of contradictory.
Through the chair, I'm going to have to defer that to next time when Mr. Johnson's here to answer those questions.
Sorry. Yeah, so I guess that's my question, and I guess just as other things to say, I did do a little bit of math since I asked the questions before, and it looks like the FF&E was about 3% of cost, which is very in range. So I don't have any concerns about the cost of the furniture and FF&E at all in comparative to the project cost. I do have some questions, which I guess I forgot to ask the wrong person about the progressive design build compared to design build and where these missing steps are. I guess on that note, when we are doing it through the city and we're looking at our different procurement methods for projects, with the progressive design build, do we ask our contractors to follow our procurement methods and all of our, like, I know we have things like you have to ask for 3 bids, and does that all go through in a progressive design build usually?
Through the chair, yes. So back in probably about 10 years ago, we did our procurement bylaw, which allowed us to do alternative service delivery, which includes the P3, the wastewater treatment plant, and the stadium. And so, yes, when we go through that, different models have different pros and cons, but we would have the ability to engage with them and get more details. It really starts with the contract to ensure that you've got a sound contract, and either you're specifying end results, which is what we did in some of our P3 agreements, or you're in the details working with the contractor on a regular basis.
Okay, and so was it the water plant board that pretty much was responsible for choosing the procurement method and everything like that? It wasn't with us, the city?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Turnbull. Next, Councilor Rasevich.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this question, but I should have asked earlier. I guess I should have asked Brian. When is the fluoride construction going to start happening? Do we know?
Through the chair, they are finishing design as we speak, and they look to tender it in early 2026 for commissioning in 2027.
Okay. I just want to know so people can know when this is going to start. And I'll probably ask that question again, when they know it's going to be added in their water.
Yeah, through the chair. So the projection right now is mid-2027, and I think it'd be reasonable for the city of Regina to communicate when that is going to be added to the water so people are aware.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no more questions, Councillor Sickley, do you wish to close debate? All right. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right, now we will move on to our mandatory 50-minute recess. We will see you in 10:30, 10:40, 10:41. Math. All right, see you at 10:41. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. Okay. Thank you. We will get started with a PowerPoint presentation from administration respecting item EX 25-103, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness, after which we will hear from delegations. Mr. Slater?
Mr. Slater will.
Yep.
Okay, good morning to members of the Executive Committee. My name is Dave Slater and I manage the Community Wellbeing Branch here at the City. Our team is here today to present a summary of the report that is before you, the City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness. We acknowledge the complexity of this report and the issues that are discussed within the report as well, and look forward to discussing with you today. As part of this report, we're addressing 3 council directives, which include MN 25-6, the Houselessness Crisis Motion, CR 25-11, the dissolution of Community and Social Impact Regina, and the steps that the city is proposing to advance this work, and CR 25-102, encampment response protocols. More specifically, the report includes the proposed role for the City of Regina in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, the Plan to End Homelessness, and the Enhanced Encampment Response Plan as requested by City Council. The 3 council directives as introduced are very much aligned and were purposely brought together in one report to demonstrate the intersection of the work, the issues, and the opportunities that exist for a balanced municipal approach and enhanced system coordination. The image that you see on the screen is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework, which shows 4 areas in the circle that need to be considered when undertaking safety and well-being planning for a community. What this illustrates is the importance of both short-term and long-term planning for communities in relation to safety and well-being. However, the point that needs to be made is if we intentionally keep particular emphasis on the outer 3 layers, which are more upstream in nature, and by upstream I mean more preventative, the number of incidents and critical response needed will be reduced over time. So we're suggesting a balanced approach with upstream meaning preventative and downstream meaning the responses, more crisis response initiatives. The proposed approach in administration's report would increase the city's capacity to deliver both upstream and preventative initiatives through leadership of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and downstream and responsive services that respond to homelessness and encampments in a coordinated way. The following 3 slides list the recommendations that are relevant to each of the 3 directives and plans, starting with the Plan to End Homelessness. Administration first recognizes the complexity of homelessness and the many variables that need to be considered when looking at our local picture in Regina. Similar to other cities in Canada and Saskatchewan, we have a local action plan that was developed by our community entity for reaching home. In Regina, this is Namarind Housing. In this plan, we see an emphasis on collaboration, coordination, and investments from all levels of government. While the asks are less complex at a municipal level versus a provincial or federal level, the plan does ask the city for direct investment to support governance and coordination of the plan, purposeful policy alignment, and the strengthening of future strategic plans to align with the calls to action that are laid out within the Plan to End Homelessness. As asked in the plan, we are recommending a yearly contribution to Namarind Housing of $30,000 to support coordination and governance with the plan's implementation. We see this as a first step in establishing a formal partnership with our local community entity that will allow for closer collaboration and data sharing. This will especially be important given our proposed role in encampment response and coordination, and the need to work hand in hand with Coordinated Access Regina to support folks living in encampments and their journey to safe and supportive housing. Appendix E outlines several other areas where the city has and can align further with the plan to end homelessness and the actions that are specific to policy development and alignment to our future plans. With respect to the dissolution of Community and Social Impact Regina, administration has presented a plan on how the Community Wellbeing Branch can utilize the CSIR funding of $1.6 million moving forward if approved by Council. As the CSWB plan reaffirms, a dedicated and committed governance structure is crucial to advancing this plan. The issues and priorities in the safety and well-being plans are too complex and require multiple sectors to be at the table to address these issues. With that, our governance model suggests that the city will lead implementation moving forward with permanent staffing that will focus on coordination, community engagement, data collection, analysis, and sharing, including an emphasis on measuring progress and collective community impact. Staff will be vital in building and coordinating the new system leadership group, as referred to in the report, which should entail sector leaders such as the mayor, chief of police, government ministries representing key areas such as social services and mental health and addictions, school board leads, and Indigenous leaders. Further, the team will pull together community action tables, which are the on-the-ground committees that will be taking collective action on the plan's priorities. In addition, administration is recommending that CSIR funding be directed to enhance our community investment grant program by $500,000. Approval of this recommendation will allow administration to begin to properly fund community organizations to action the items that are outlined in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. In response to the direction that Council gave to administration for developing an enhanced encampment response strategy, administration put significant time into understanding local perspectives through various consultation methods. Further, admin discussed encampments with a range of municipalities to better understand other jurisdictional approaches. The report in front of Council today recommends purposeful enhancements to current practice to ensure a response is collaborative, coordinated, documented, and of course dignified, and will prioritize relationship building, enhanced supports, and a goal of connection to housing and services. If Council approves the recommended model that appears in the report, administration's next step will be developing new operational policy and protocols, which will include a comprehensive risk and vulnerability matrix as discussed in the report. Key pieces to this enhanced approach will be a permanent encampment response coordinator that will be leading this work out of the Community Wellbeing Branch. Further, and in line with actions in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, is utilizing previous CSIR funding to permanently fund street and encampment outreach. The new encampment response plan is taking a person-first approach and therefore will always lead with outreach services. While approaches across Canada are extremely nuanced and ever-changing, a key takeaway was the importance of continuous and consistent outreach to support residents as they navigate supports and services. As noted when addressing the plan to end homelessness, this approach will also prioritize collaboration and data sharing alongside Namarin Housing and Coordinated Access Regina, which will be key to measuring impact and success of the approach. Administration acknowledges that while this approach will lead to more consistent service and support directly in community, it does not solve the issue of housing. While the report emphasizes creating more emergency warming spaces for encampment residents, housing and supportive housing will be needed to truly undertake a housing-first philosophy. In addition to this work before you, administration is also updating its comprehensive housing strategy which will identify roles and responsibilities at each level on the housing spectrum. This will be presented to Council in spring of 2026. In closing, the report before Executive Committee is recommending balanced investments that will ensure strong governance, critical outreach and response services, and new funding to support upstream and preventative initiatives in addressing long-term root issues that impact overall community safety and well-being. Once we have heard from the delegations, administration will be happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Now I would like to call upon delegation Judith Versuk from Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Thank you. I would like to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city of town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions we may have.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Report EX 25-103, City of Regina's Role in Wellbeing and Homelessness. My name is Judith Versuk, Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. With me today is Terry Klein, Vice Chair of our Board of Directors. We both reside in the City of Regina. The Community Support Program, which has since been renamed the Regina Street Team, was started by the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District in 2021. It was originally funded by the City of Regina and the Regina Police Service. This program was intended to address business owner concerns post-pandemic regarding community members in need. The team started out with 3 team members who patrolled downtown on foot, performing wellness checks and de-escalation where needed. In 2024, the Community and Social Impact Regina organization provided funding for the CSP program. As part of this partnership, the CSP was rebranded as Regina Street Team, which was relaunched May 2024, last year. Funding for the program was also secured from Sask Housing in August of 2024. Both of these funding agreements, along with the Emergency Treatment Fund grant and the Unsheltered Homelessness and Encampment Initiative grant, were critical to the growth and stability of the Regina Street Team program. Since 2021, both the team and the extent of the work performed by the team has expanded tremendously. We now provide service beyond the downtown boundary. We now provide case management and clinical support for our community members. We now provide transportation for our community members to various service providers throughout the city. This is indicative of the number of community members in need, the complexity of the system navigation, and the growing number of deliverables required by the funding agencies we work with. The work that the street team does is needed now more than ever. Their philosophy of meeting people where they are at is critical to building relationships and trust with our community members. It is our hope that the Regina Street Team will continue to play a key role in addressing well-being in our community. The street team continues to have a strong impact, connecting people with support services, engaging with the community, and helping to identify gaps within our support systems. They divert many wellness checks, public disturbances, and basic call needs from the police or paramedics to a specialized civilian team. Focused on de-escalation and immediate aid, RST provides appropriate, human-centered responses while preventing unnecessary involvement from traditional emergency services. At the core of its mission is the commitment to engage with and empower vulnerable community members, addressing challenges related to substance use and other priorities listed in the City of Regina's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Some key metrics from January to June of 2025 include over 3,300 street-level connections with our community members, over 100 service requests, 122 de-escalations were performed, over 99% of the calls were handled without having to escalate to emergency services, over 2,300 meals were distributed, and they attended 8 potentially life-saving medical interventions. At this time, the Regina Street Team is a program within the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District organization. We are proud to have built this program, secured startup funding, and incubated the program as the team built relationships within the community. However, the scope of work that the team undertakes and the future vision of this program is now beyond the mandate of Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. For this reason, we are in support of recommendations 6 and 7 in the report before you. These recommendations pertain to the appointment of a third-party managing organization for the program, as well as the future funding for the program. The Regina Street Team is an integral program to address community well-being in Regina. RDBID is supportive of the program continuing under a more adequately resourced entity with the proven expertise that can help grow the program into the future. RDBID trusts that the city administration will complete its due diligence in identifying an external third-party organization whose mandate is better aligned with the community well-being portfolio and that is better suited to administer the Regina Street Team program in the future. We are committed to working with the city administration to ensure the transition of the RST program is smooth, respectful of our team members, and without a break in service to the community. Further, we urge you to continue funding the RST program as well as other programs and initiatives identified in the council report before you. The challenges facing our community are complex, and no single organization is the solution. It will take the collective will of many to begin moving the needle on addressing community well-being in Regina. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judith. Any questions from members of council? Councilor Razovich.
Through the chair. So how many people are part of the street team now? How many?
Throughout the year, we fluctuated between 10 and 14 members. Currently, we have 10 members. What we did have funding to hire more. Part of the challenge is finding people to do the work that they do. It is quite challenging, and it takes some really special people to be able to do that work.
So initially, in 2021, so the funding was coming from the city, and I guess you mentioned the police?
Through the chair, that's right. The first year, I believe the funding was about $250,000. We were able to hire 3 team members. A portion of that did come from the police. I believe it was close to $75,000 from the police, and the remainder from the city of Regina. And this was before Community and Social Impact Regina was in existence.
So currently, we got 10, I guess, full-time members right now?
Correct.
Where's that funding coming from exactly? Is it still coming from the city?
Through the chair, the fund, so 2025 funding, a portion of it would have come from Community and Social Impact Regina. That agreement was in place prior to its dissolution. The Regina Police Services provided funding. Sask Housing Corporation provided some funding. And then we received grants from the city through the federal government, so it was passed through. The UHE, I forgot what the acronym stands for. UHE and the Emergency Treatment Fund and Harm Reduction. So there's, I guess, grants stacked in there.
So you have multiple sources.
Correct.
Sounds like the city, sounds like money from the federal government.
Correct.
Sask Housing, provincial. So there's multiple sources of, revenue, I guess, income or money coming to support the 10.
That is correct.
Okay. Is that ongoing? Do you know? Is that ongoing? Like, so for 2026, 2027, are there commitments from, I guess, Sask Housing, the federal government? Do you know that?
Through the chair, all of that funding is through grant agreements. So depending on the organization, the grant funding will either conclude at the end of December 31st, 2025, or March 31st, 2026, depending on the fiscal of the organization. So provincial and federal those agreements end March 31st, and the CSER funding would end at the end of this year.
So to your knowledge, are there any commitments for 2026 from any of these groups? Or I guess feds or Sask Housing or?
I believe the UHE grant is 2 years, so we would have to re-up that grant. But I will defer to administration to provide more information about that grant.
Okay.
The Sask Housing, typically that is a verbal commitment, and I believe city administration has been having conversations with the provincial government about that. And the CSER grant is kind of why we're here today.
Right.
Yeah.
What was the cost to have those 10? What's the cost? Do you know what the cost was? Do you know how much
So,
it was to keep to 10?
through the chair, the overall program funding for this year would be in the range of $1.7 million. And it's not specific just for the payroll, if you will. We are anticipating $400,000 being carried over into 2026, so we will not be using all of it by the end of December 31st. But that is aligned with the grant, the calendar year for the federal and the provincial grants. So we are allowed to spend some of that money into the new year. I believe payroll is $900,000.
Okay, so payroll.
Projected.
Projected
to the end of the year.
$900,000 for 10 people. And then, I guess you mentioned 1.7. I guess that's other.
There were some grants that allowed us to purchase vehicles. There's rent, there's overhead costs associated with that. But 1.7, we're only spending 1.3. So really there's $400,000, give or take, for all the overhead expenses for the program.
Okay, I'll try to get better breakdown from admin.
Yeah, and when you're saying 10, like we did operate with 14, so there's a good portion of the year that we were funding more people on the team. We're just at 10 at this point in time right now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So you were, in terms of recommendations 6 and 7, Judith, you had mentioned the appointment of a third party to manage the street team. I see in that recommendation, though, that it could be either a third party or it could be led within city administration. So I just wanted to make sure that's also your understanding, and then if there was a reason why you mentioned the third party, like if that's your recommendation, or just get some clarity on that.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, I understand that it could potentially go to city administration on behalf of our board. That is something that we would be supportive of. We trust, and we've had conversations with city administration. We appreciate the due diligence that they're undertaking. We are hoping to activate this transition before the end of the year, and depending on how decisions align with that timeline, if it ends up at the city while they sort out final details, I think that's something that we would be prepared to work with and support the city on ensuring that transition is smooth.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Judith, to you and your board for the important work that you do. This may be a non-traditional area, but I hope everyone feels proud of it. First question is a follow-up to Councillor Zakidniak's question. I'm not necessarily convinced that the best place for the street team is within the city, but can you tell me what benefits, if any, you've seen, understanding that you see it as not necessarily aligned with your mandate, but I'm wondering if you can walk me through what benefits, if any, you've seen of something like the street team being outside of formal governance structure, notwithstanding the fact that you're probably not the entity that's going to be running it in the future.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify, outside of a formal governance structure, what does that mean?
To sort of clarify my question further, there's an opportunity, as I understand it, for the street team perhaps to fall under the City of Regina. There's an opportunity, like we do today, to use our dollars to support a street team through a nonprofit entity outside of our municipal corporation. I'm wondering what benefits, if any, you might see of the street team remaining outside the city government.
Thank you for that. I think my first response was going to be, well, they're going to need governance if they're going to retain funding. So through the chair, remaining as through a third-party organization, I think it increases the nimbleness of the program. As we all know, no knock on you guys, City Hall is extremely bureaucratic and very risk adverse. And I think when we're looking for the right fit in terms of an organization, finding one that is nimble and being able to react to crisis that might come up that needs quick attention, I think that's the advantage of being within a third-party organization. Typically, the board of this third-party organization would understand the mandate of this team and be, I guess, accepting of the risk inherent in the work that they do. So I think it really is finding that right organization that allows the team to thrive. And I will say that I love our team. I think our team is, like I said earlier, they're very special people. But some of these folks are not the traditional employees of what the city might be. So again, having that risk and, making, being able to hire folks with lived experience is key to the success of this program. And I think that might be a little bit more flexible within a third-party organization.
Thank you very much. I agree. I understand you follow a lot of what other downtowns across the country do, and it's fine if you don't have the answer. But I'm wondering if you have looked into the funding of street tomb equivalents across the country, and if you see those dollars predominantly coming from municipalities or from the provincial government. I understand, and I'm looking to see if I'm correct or not, that many cities actually receive provincial funding through like a Ministry of Social Services. I'm wondering what you may have seen in other downtowns or other centers in the event that you've looked into that.
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. The program that we really explored was Winnipeg's. Winnipeg's is predominantly funded through provincial funding, through the different departments. So I think they're receiving funding from justice and maybe a little bit from health and housing and that sort of thing. So they've layered on different departments' sources of funding. They do operate as an independent organization. I believe their funding right now is 1.5 million, with the majority of that coming from the province. Other smaller outreach teams run by business improvement districts like ours, started out like ours, funded through the cities. And I think if those organizations stuck to their mandate, having the funding either through the city or through private donations, I think it works well. In this case, because we took on the deliverables from other entities, it has just outgrown what we typically did in year one, which was business intervention.
Thank you. Last question, Judith, through the chair, is why is it important for downtown businesses and more broadly for the business community to see us address houselessness in Regina?
like to take it?
No, I can absolutely take this one. So through the chair, I think it's incredibly important to be able to address this as a lot of the businesses are encountering folks, vulnerable folks that are looking for shelter. And typically they're finding it in stairwells of those businesses or lobbies or those kinds of things, which is impacting their ability to do business. So it's of benefit not only to the business, but also to the houseless individual to be able to find shelter somewhere other than in a place of business.
Councillor Turnbull?
Hi, thank you for being here. We've talked a lot about the street team and the police and fire and how it's related to our municipal services, but I haven't heard a lot how the street team is connected to the SHA and the mental health outreach there. How are those connected?
Through the chair, I'm just pulling up my agreement with the province. The program is funded through, or receives funding through Sask Housing. Excuse me. What they have included in their deliverables is basically, at its core, doing what we're already doing. So connecting clients, our community members, with community programs and services, coordinating with other community partners that are providing services to the homeless population in Regina, patrolling neighborhoods. So when we were sole funded through the city, without this funding, we were centered on downtown. The provincial funding has asked us to go beyond downtown into Heritage, North Central, Cathedral, and then even beyond. This funding also asks us to provide transportation services to individuals experiencing homelessness. So whether that's transporting folks to emergency or to case management, social worker, that sort of thing. And then providing access to culturally appropriate services. So there's what Sask Housing Corporation is saying is that what we're doing is aligned with what they're interested in. This is in the agreement that they've provided to us.
Okay, so the province is through the Housing Corporation, but what about the Saskatchewan Health Authority and Mental Health and Addiction Services? Where's that bridge?
Through the chair, we have not received any funding from those two ministries. However, I think that's a direction that the future organization that manages the program should explore.
And other than funding, what about the collaboration with mental health and addictions and the handoffs? So my understanding, this is sort of a coordinator position. So where does that bridge happen with the health authority and the mental health and addictions piece? Like, are they part of the team?
Through the chair, we do have members of the street team that sit on the CAR, Coordinated Access Regina. They do attend meetings that those two ministries are a part of, and sharing experience, sharing data, that sort of thing. So if there's a more, I guess, integrated partnership in the future, I think that's definitely something that should be explored.
So currently they operate separately, the Saskatchewan Health Authority, Mental Health and Addictions versus Street Team versus together? They sort of just separate entities right now?
Through the chair, correct. There's no, technically there is no line of funding there, and as such, technically there's no line of direct requirement that information is reported back to them. We report back to SHC. However, I do know in these meetings that regularly scheduled meetings, our team members are sharing the data that they have with the group.
Okay, and does your data that you collect, does that also go to the Canadian Institute of Health Information along with the health authorities, or is that separate? You just send it to the health authority?
Through the chair, we send it to Sask Housing Corporation.
Okay, so it goes to the Housing Corporation. Okay, so there's a bit of a disconnect there still. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'll ask you to. Oh. Uh-oh. We do have one more question. Councillor Mancinelli.
Just kind of looking over this, remembering the startup of it, the times during the pandemic and some of the business pressures on this matter. I just wanted to summarize it and see if my summary is correct through the RD bid's eyes as well. The RD bid is all about business. The downtown businesses that invest to fund the RD bid expect it to brighten and expand our downtown into a desirable location. We're looking at an investment on hundreds of thousands of dollars. The city funds itself on property taxes. The property taxes in the downtown are defined of tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. The businesses in the downtown feel without this investment of hundreds of thousands of dollars, they lose millions of dollars of revenue. That's because storefronts no longer become desirable for retail rental. Leases in office buildings are less desirable, so the real estate declines in value. And that decline in value is felt through our property taxes that we pay and then backfed by the residents who pay residential property taxes. So although we're talking of hundreds of thousands of dollars for this program, it's actually millions of dollars of investment we're protecting. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, I would agree with your analogy, Councillor Mancinelli. Since the pandemic, we as a business organization have faced numerous challenges in trying to keep storefronts open, office tenants within the downtown, encouraging office tenants to bring their staff back to work. And the impact that having houselessness folks within our community has been significant, in such that we've lost retail businesses, in that people are not wanting to come back to work because there's a perception of downtown not being safe. So it's very important to be able to make sure that we have an economically viable downtown that can support the tax base to be able to grow our downtown community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long explanation, but once again, Northwest Councillor, trying to speak towards the downtown and advocacy, it becomes very important for the money, and people have to understand that as well as for the humanity. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do have actually a question just based on what you just mentioned. You said perception of safety in downtown. I know that you guys work with police and with other entities that can quantify what that is looking like in terms of crime rate and all this. Could you, and recently you guys had a safety meeting, could you share a little bit about what safety is like downtown right now and the progress that has been made in terms of the perception versus reality?
Through the chair, I can take it then. Yeah. Through the chair, thank you for that question. I think there's, like you said, there's perception and there's reality. The RPS will provide you with the stats. I believe, according to the stats, downtown is consistent with previous years. So it's all about how people feel when they're downtown. Not knocking the construction, but having a lot of fencing up along 11th Avenue doesn't really create that feeling of safety when you feel like you're in a cage and you're walking down a chute, basically. But the fencing's down, so yay. But it's that vibe that people feel, and depending on I guess I don't have a great answer for you. I mean, we'll see how folks feel in the winter time. I know in past years there was a lot of concern around the park and FW Hill Mall. The RPS with the alternate resource officers coming into place, and then the downtown safety office in the Cornwall Center. I think that's going a long way to addressing some concerns. I mean, there's the visibility of the ARO program downtown is quite high. I see them all the time, and I know the businesses that we've talked to do get drop-in visits from the ARO program, which enhances the, their feeling of being heard, of showing that they're, or knowing that they're, someone's watching their space. But all it takes is one person having a bad experience, and that will forever taint their perception of downtown. So, Terry, I don't know if you have anything to kind of add to my non-answer.
Yeah, through the chair, we've seen progress. We absolutely have. The creation of the ARO program has been a significant bonus, and we'd like to see that program continue and continue to expand. But as Judith said, for folks who traditionally don't come downtown, if they have that one negative experience, it immediately taints their thought of downtown and, well, why I don't come here, right? So we are making progress. We're moving in the right direction, but I believe that there is more progress to be made, more visibility. We need to get more people into our downtown. And I'm not just talking Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, because we have that. We need Monday to Friday from 5 to 10, and then on the weekends as well, because there's safety in numbers. As long as we continue to work on a safe environment for those people to come into our downtown, they will continue to come. If they have those negative experiences, if we take away some of those measures, I think we're going to regress. So progress has been good, but we're looking forward to more.
Councillor Radens?
Maybe you've already said this, but how many people are currently on the street team?
Through the chair, there are 10.
Okay, thank you. I thought I heard that.
All right, I see no more questions. Thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I ask that you please return to the gallery. And now I'd like to call upon Delegation Wendy Miller from the Heritage Community Association. Same as before, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city of town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions Executive Committee may have for you.
Good morning, Chair, members of Council, and fellow community members. My name is Wendy Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Heritage Community Association, and I reside here in Regina, Saskatchewan. The existence of encampments in the heritage community is not something new. It is not a chosen lifestyle. It is a visible and serious failure of all levels of government on a collective responsibility to ensure the human right to adequate housing for all. For folks living in these conditions, every day presents risk, not only to their life, health, safety, and dignity, but also to our neighbors, businesses, and overall community safety and well-being. We are encouraged by this report as a step in the right direction with open-ended conversations which must continue to be a driving factor. We were happy to see folks' voices being heard during our Sunday Fun Days and included in this report, along with many others in various forums from our community, Ward 6. We currently are patiently awaiting funds to come through for the heritage community for our peer-led initiative for our work project to begin. And we are excited to see funds requested to support this pilot project ongoing. This is a project that will be from ground up with inflation and unique needs to be met to provide opportunity and hope. We are looking forward to having funds secured to stabilize this pilot. This won't be a normal pilot project as we look at our heritage work project. We look at it as an opportunity. But with opportunities comes a lot of work. And that's what we're realizing as even the thought of it mounds. For us, the heritage community is a community in transition and to this day ranks as the most disadvantaged. We believe in offering opportunities to the community in a flexible manner with an understanding where possible, accommodating the diverse needs of the people. We currently acknowledge and witness the following in our community: individuals who are on assistance and would like to work, individuals who are interested in work but are not ready to, unable to work, individuals who are interested in volunteer work and in training, individuals who can benefit from work specific to barriers that they face due to their houselessness. This is more than a work project of showing up and working 9 to 5. Potentially this is a work project of showing up, needing to shower, use the washroom, find some clothing and footwear, and then head out to do some work with us. So we definitely are in support of seeing some funds stabilized for this project once it gets going. We too believe that education and awareness training and skills opportunities are imperative in our community to support the reducing barriers and stigma. Prevention is key, and we do not encourage houselessness, as we know housing is the key. We agree with Regina Street Team being an essential piece of this report and potentially the restructuring to the care team. However, we are a little bit confused on whether these are two separate teams or this is just restructuring into one team. We realize the capacity and the ask of the whole city of Regina for this one team, and that is concerning to us because we know it will take more than 10 folk to help all the folks in need. We are also excited for Regina's newest strategic plan, where we've seen in it says to explore a heritage street team. To have this cited in your strategic plan is very helpful for the heritage community, and we hope that there will be more on that coming. We expect that when folks are living in encampments, they can live as much of a dignified life as possible while having minimal impact to their neighbors. We have a responsibility to the community as a whole for everyone's safety and well-being. This isn't normal, but it has become normal, and we need solidified messaging. We need to work on the root causes while creating permanent housing solutions within our community and the city of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Are there any questions from members of council? All right, I see no questions. Thank you for addressing executive.
Oh, sorry, I have a question.
Councillor Zakidiak.
Thank you. Sorry, that was my fault. I didn't click my button early enough. I wanted to, the pilot, the heritage, oh boy, sorry. The pilot that is being recommended in led by the Heritage Community Association. Wendy, I wonder if you could just give some more information about that. And while you do, I'm going to see if I can find that part of the report.
So this was actually already approved back in the spring, and Heritage Community Association is just waiting for the contract and the funds to come through with the City of Regina to initiate the planning. What would be in this report is additional funds that would be allocated so that we go past that first initiative of the 300 that we were already announced to receive. So the project itself will be peer-led, creating low barrier work employment opportunities within our community. And that can look like various things from potentially, we would call them more stewards of the community. What we realized when we were putting this together, the proposal, which was shared with Dave and his team, is that when we're looking at trying to provide opportunity and hope for folks that potentially are living in encampments, we have a lot of other things to consider, which could potentially be where will they keep their belongings while they come to work, because if they leave them unattended, they potentially will be not there when they return from work. The option to shower prior to starting work, the option of what to wear during work, that would be clean, to provide that employment with dignity. Looking at things such as having an elder on site to provide that opportunity for smudging and conversation prior to work. And then also considering what people are capable of working. So on our table that we had put together, we actually started at 0 minutes to 15 minutes of employment. Because we know if we're meeting people where they're at, potentially that might be where we're starting at. And it's a gradual incline. We also know that there's folks in our community that will be able to do potentially an hour or two to start. But if we're actually looking at it as an encampment response and how to get those folks coming out to start something, 0 to 15, no bank account, no ID, potentially, need of a shower, and need of some other supports. So to us, it's not just about picking up garbage and cleaning up our neighborhood, which it desperately needs, but also about lifting up the folks who are helping us to do it and that buy-in of a community effort.
Thank you. Excuse me. So what I now see, I found that piece of the report. So previously, the funding that you previously received was from, I think, the federal government, and now so you've noticed success with this pilot project, and the request is for us to fund a continuation of that funding. Does that match your understanding?
My understanding is that we are waiting for the contracted funds for the original 300 that we were promised in the spring.
Yeah.
So we have put the proposal together. This ask of the recommendation of the 200 is to then stabilize the project. For me, it's simply, I can see 300,000 in a pot, and if you start something and get it to a certain point and then you have no funding, then it's literally $300,000 down the drain. But we are a nonprofit, so everything we work on is grants funded. So this is very imperative to the planning process of moving forward and sustaining it.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, can you just, so in relation to this project, can you just reiterate some of the main successes you've seen so far then since you're, currently doing it and we're looking to stabilize it? What are some of the main achievements that you've noticed with this peer-led initiative in the heritage community?
So I'll reiterate, we have not started it. The money was given or was announced, however, we are yet to receive it. So unfortunately, with our capacity of very few staff as a community association that is funded by you, the City of Regina, at $66,000 a year, until we have money in our bank, we cannot take our proposal and move forward.
Okay, sorry.
We are anticipating though if you start something and then to move forward with it, it's either finding grants to fulfill it, or if you have something already in place, potentially it's easier to plan the longevity of that project.
Okay, sorry, I think I just misunderstood when you were talking about the various components of it, and at the same time I was looking for this piece in my report that these components, these are, you planned it out, just to clarify, but you haven't been able to enact your plan yet.
Yes, we haven't activated due to funding.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you. And now I would like to call upon Delegation James Elliott. Thank you. And again, this is for the process. Please introduce yourself. For the record, the organization you represent, if any, and what city of town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions council may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of the committee. My name is Jim Elliott. I live in Regina and happy to be present to provide my remarks. I guess I would like to also preface that with a fact that probably without the city of Regina and my sister, I may not have been able to be here today. So I guess going through the pile of information you've had, as well as the presentation by the city administration, a few things clearly jumped out to me. First of all, it's very top-heavy and administrative. It's also very prescriptive and directive rather than necessarily working at the other end of the spectrum, which is more collaborative and cooperative. So in that respect, I think it has the potential to seem like if you don't fit into what our plans are, then you're going to be dealt with in the same manner you've been dealt with before. So the other thing that popped out to me was the $30,000 for the systems coordinator. Now, my interpretation of that is if you were to provide a full-time person, that doesn't even cover minimum wage. So a minimum wage person, you need at least $38,000 to have them do the coordination. Even if you're to double that salary, you're looking at probably 10 hours a week, which to me doesn't seem like a lot of time to coordinate the program. So I think that's woefully under. I guess the other thing that also comes to mind with this is the attempt to bring people together. I'm not sure whether simply plunking down a 50-person tent with some heating, a little bit of food and security is really going to deal with the problem. I think we're likely looking at a very expensive Band-Aid. Now, Band-Aids do work sometimes, but I think if we look at this in a year from now, my suspicion is that you really won't have solved much by spending that money that way. I guess the thing that seems to be the end point that we're all wanting to do is to have people housed. We could readily be starting that next spring. A number of cities have done this through what are called small home encampments, where you could, in our case, put 6 houses on a 25-foot lot, hook that up to electricity, and you've basically got the beginnings of a new start for those 6 individuals, or in some cases even families or couples. I think we need to get to that step a lot faster than we're currently doing. And like I said, the proposal currently is very top-heavy and very administrative and doesn't necessarily get to deal with many of the other problems. And I guess the last part, which I think is a good step, but I don't think it's going to get to that point very soon, is the aspect of the community land trust, because we've got over potentially 150 lots, and if you were to put, in my example, 6 small houses on each of those lots, we basically got close to 800 homes almost immediately, and which would, in fact, I think in most cases, would end homelessness in the city forever. And so we need to get to that point, or at least get to a point where we start to build and take control of the housing issue, the homelessness issue in the city. And those are my comments at this point. I'll answer any questions you have. So.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Councillor Turnbull.
And to the chair, I just wondering which job you were talking about. I see 3 jobs here. Engagement Administration Coordinator, $100,000, Data Evaluation Research Advisor, $140,000, and a Homeless Coordinator at $120,000. So each of those are over $100,000 per job role. So which one are you talking about?
I was referring to the $30,000 that I think was being given to Namarand for the coordination role there. So that's, I think it was pointed out in the presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, I will find it. Just in the tables, there isn't a job under $100,000. Oh, the Namarand one. Okay, I will find that. Thank you for pointing it out for me. And yeah, thank you. I just was looking for that.
Thank you, Councilor Tarbell. Councilor Zakadiak.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Elliott. Just wanted to confirm, so for you, you're focused on, I guess what I'm hearing is you're seeing a gap in relation to housing, and and you spoke about small, I think you said small home encampments. That's what I wrote down. And so is your recommendation that we're getting another report in the spring about housing? Are you recommending that this gap is addressed now, or in the spring as they're preparing for this next report, that they being city staff really also focus on how quickly we can house people, including utilizing a small home encampment or community or that sort of thing, just to be clear?
I guess I think of this as being something that, because of the nature of planning, we would probably be best off to start planning for next summer or next spring right now, rather than necessarily waiting for reports to come in April. The other aspect of it too, I think, is that it will take a certain level of to collect materials, as well as put together the concept of a small house encampments and that type of thing, to at least, if nothing else, ensure that they're working. The other thing that is similar to some of what has been put forward by the community is the aspect of the wraparound services as well, because if you're looking at dispersing the population out into essentially 4 or 6 unit, I guess for lack of a better word, encampments, then your aspects of wraparound services would take a different model perhaps than what we currently have, either through the street teams or through other service providers at this point.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Zakadiak. Thank you for addressing the Executive Committee. I ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I will now call upon Delegation Melissa Cumber-Benton from the YWCA. And similar to all delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. And you have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Through the chair, my name is Melissa Cumber-Benson, and I have the honor of being the CEO of YWCA Regina. And I'm so grateful that I made it the cutoff before lunch break. I'm just saying, I'm more than excited about that. I wanted to talk today really generally just about the city's commitment and support to houselessness, addictions and mental health in general, and community well-being and safety. I think that you have heard, and I hear all the time about the problem that we have and the complexity of this problem and what it's and that it's growing. And I get asked all the time why. I get asked all the time what can be done about it. And I have to say that these are very difficult questions, and I don't have the answers for you today. But I will say that there are underlying issues around poverty, around a lack of truly affordable housing, a lack of treatment facilities that address addiction, a lack of mental health supports, facilities and supports which just lead to more addictions, and there's a deep need in our community for healing and healing services. These are massive system issues. So people are houseless from what I see and from the YWCA perspective, or need supportive housing for many different reasons, and they are all very complex. So I've brought 6 examples that came to the top of my head of situations currently at the YWCA to give you an idea of those complexities as you start to have to make a decision about the city's role in supporting these complex situations. We currently have a man living in his car in our parking lot, and his wife and newborn are in our shelter. We have a woman who's left her violent partner but has too many assets in her name to access any government supports or programs, and is afraid to pursue the assets but can't start over again. We have a woman who has charges against her for situations they faced while having a mental health crisis and now can't find work because of the complications of navigating court dates and pending charges, which takes years to navigate and work through those pieces to be able to actually attend work full time. We have a woman staying in our shelter who wants to go to treatment. There hasn't been a treatment bed. Every single time she has said, I'm ready to go, there has not been a treatment bed available to her. And so it becomes very difficult for us to stabilize her, and she ends up going back onto into the streets and then coming back into our shelter. We have seniors, many of them. Many of them were high earners when they worked. Many have lost a lot of their retirement, and most of them, because they've used that retirement to help support family members in need and through addiction issues, they now live off CPP, and they cannot afford any kind of market rent or even affordable housing, and so they live with us at the Y for a long time. We have a woman who was diagnosed, her diagnosis is her mental health diagnosis has progressed. It's unmedicated, and she often finds herself in psychosis. We have the ability to issue a mental health warrant to support her getting into a mental health bed at the hospital, and time again, she's returned to us within 3 hours of us sending that mental health warrant and getting her there. I give you these examples because our shelter system is backlogged, because our housing system is backlogged. So even when people are ready to come into our shelters, we don't have space. If we opened up more shelter spaces, they would still be backlogged because moving through those systems is nearly impossible. And so it's complex. That's a very complex problem, and being able to get rid of those backlogs takes massive system changes, which I would suggest is something that City Council can advocate for to other levels of government for support on. I will say, though, that I've witnessed the power of community throughout my career and believe strongly that the strength and vibrancy exists in the individual strength of everyone and its members. So I do believe that everybody is responsible for this crisis, and to look to the ways in which they can, based off of the power or the funding models they have. It is every level of government's responsibility, but I do think for different reasons it's their level of responsibility. So I think the city's reason is about community well-being and safety. It's about neighborhoods.
30 seconds left.
What's that?
Just about 30 seconds
Oh my
left.
goodness gracious, I went off. It's about community centers, it's about streets, and I think your superpower is that you can meet the direct and unique needs of our community that can be a Regina-based solution. So I am in support of administration's requirements, or report, I should say, and I'm open to you asking me questions about how I support that, because I've run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Melissa. I see some questions from council. I'll start with Councillor Fro.
Thank you, through the chair. Glad you made it before lunch, Melissa. Nice to see you again. First question, Melissa, is because social housing can often help address some of the challenges with market dysfunctions, right? The role of the market across Canada and Regina has exacerbated the challenge of affordability. I'm interested in how you see sort of the role of social housing in the nonprofit sector in Regina as part of a sort of a broader solution to what we're currently seeing.
Mm-hmm. I think there is a role for nonprofits to play in social housing for sure. I think we play a role in supporting the supportive aspect of social housing. We do have at the YWCA, we have numerous second stage or supportive housing units. It is nearly impossible from an operating pro forma for us to manage those because of income assistance rates. And so I think that there's a need, a recognition or a need that for some folks, those need to be higher so that more supports can be set there. And then also affordable housing and the gamut of what affordable housing needs to look at in Regina specifically needs to be evaluated based off of truly affordable, so not even just income assistance rates, but truly affordable rates. And we often talk about how it would be easier for some of our women to purchase their own home and pay for a mortgage than it would be to afford rent in the city. And so there's also this nuance between what I'd say is deeply affordable housing and a middle ground and then affordable housing. So I think the role of nonprofits really is about supporting that. And not necessarily having to actually create it.
Thank you. Because building housing and subsidizing rents, can be so expensive, it often requires that provincial and federal funds pay for most of the cost. Yet a lot of the delivery across Canada, including in Regina, is sort of done locally. So can you walk me through what you've seen work at the local level and what you see has not worked? And I think you're kind of getting at that in your last statement there a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm anxious to see how the Building Canada Homes program rolls itself out across the country, because I think that there's nuances to and cost efficiencies when we build large, huge complexes that I'm not entirely sure really fit our city or our province. We don't have massive high-rise of people living in spaces, but certainly other communities have been able to access more affordable housing because of the economy of scale of the type of units that they're building. So I'm interested to see how that rolls out across the country. I think ultimately at the end of the day, we need more housing solutions and different kinds of housing solutions. I think that multifamily dwellings, having spaces where numerous people can live in one space and, live more communally but also single family dwellings. I think we need to be a little bit more creative in the way in which we build houses. And I think the city's done a good job in allowing for that to happen from a zoning perspective. And I'm certainly interested to see what happens with the land bank and what potentials can come from that.
Thank you, Melissa. Understanding that cities across Canada are all different, right? There's been like a dissolution of responsibility. Other cities receive more or less support from provincial governments. In the context of Regina, my question is, when you look at things like land development, land assembly, zoning, maybe a convener, tax abatement, but also, potentially like the ownership or operation of housing. When you look at Regina, and I think you're in a unique position to provide some insight on this, what do you see the role as of the city in this specific example as it relates to housing those that are at risk of being unhoused or maybe currently unhoused?
Yeah, I think I've been very impressed with the decisions that the city has made around creating opportunities for housing development to happen, removing red tape, moving through different zoning, talking about densification, all these pieces. And I think when I talk to my colleagues across the country, it is not, my frustration with building housing is not the city. I'll say that. But I do think there is also a responsibility in terms of emergency response. So the city is responsible for policing, for example, for public safety. And that is where I see the nuances of this report being a responsibility of the city. The city has, what I can see from working with different levels of government, the city does have an opportunity to be more nimble. I mean, don't let that go to your head, but you do, compared to other levels of government, have the ability to be able to respond in a more timely and more direct kind of manner. And so if you think about things like the street team, if you think about things like the outreach team, about the program at Heritage, about the nuances of this report and where the money is going to, this to me is all about public safety. It is a similar line item to what I would think would follow why you would support a police budget. This is about public safety for all of our citizens. And so I think that is the responsibility of the city right there, is that emergency response, what's happening and how can we make sure our public is safe. And that can change over time as well, because you're going to meet the exact needs of what our city needs right now, and then work on that sort of housing portfolio and within the realm of what you have control over from a legislation perspective, make sure that you've removed those barriers that might be there.
Thank you. Can you remind those of us that are new to council what type of support the city provided you and your organization and beneficiaries with some of your most recent projects, please?
Yes, sure can. We, of course, on the building of the Kigashkita Noah Center for Women and Families, it was a gift of land, and also support with some servicing, underground servicing through a federal grant. The city also, we are a community partner of the city of Regina, and also do quite a bit of work on in the harm reduction realm of funding that falls under this funding pot. And then also through the encampment funds to the federal government, some renovations for when our enhanced emergency shelter Jones Place is moving to make sure that we have the appropriate space and the appropriate renovations as well.
Thank you very much. My last question is you know, sometimes it feels like we're addressing the symptoms of societal problems, right, which can be frustrating. So I'm wondering, with your experience, any advice for us on this file in terms of the powers that we have as, you know, relating to that sort of upstream solution. You talked a little bit about income supports, and Sisson said, and the operating versus capital challenge associated with what you do, but any advice for what we do here at the city as it relates to upstream? Any solutions that you may see within our purview that we could advance, perhaps that we're not doing today or that we're doing and we should continue to do? Thanks so much, Melissa.
Yeah, I think that one of the nuances of this is also about the city's ability to capture data. And I think that with these positions that you're putting forward and the thoughts around how this, the community well-being and safety work sort of will live in the control of the city, so therefore the data can also come here, you will receive a huge amount of data through that process, is my hope with this plan, that will allow you to be really strong voices for some of those system changes that are needed. So to my point before, I think, you know, addiction treatment beds in our community, and I know it's on the radar of provincial government, is something that is absolutely essential in moving forward. I think also programs that support healing, like the Heritage Community Program, peer program that was just talked about, part of the nuances of that is about being a member of your community and having a sense of belonging. This is an attribute of a healing process that I think is so foundationally important. When I review the community safety grant program, I'm going to say it wrong, so good luck trying to find that one, but I can't remember what it's called. The grant program that they're suggesting we put more money into, and I look at those programs that are funded under that and those organizations, these are all, many of them are upstream programs, many of them support young people. Like, this is where that funding goes to. I think they're all incredibly important to those sort of nuances. And then, of course, from an advocacy perspective, working with the province around some of those major system changes is really important. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Zakiniak. All right, We just have some technical difficulties with that. I will go to Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair. So obviously houselessness, hey Melissa. So do you think the province needs to reverse paying the rent and utilities for certain, I guess, segments of our houseless or our population? What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I think I'm not sure if I have necessarily thoughts on that as much as I would have thoughts on maybe adding more money to that pot. So I would say that we've seen examples certainly where rent wasn't paid or that utilities weren't paid potentially because in our case often it involves violence and sort of the coercion of a domestic violence situation. So we've seen those examples. The province has made changes where people can actually have their rates directly sent into us for that reason. I think the real issue or crux of the issue is that it's just not enough. You know, a single person I'm going to be wrong on this and my frontline staff are going to yell at me, but it's around $610, I think, a month for rent and utilities. So I challenge you to find an apartment that you can rent, even a studio for $650, including utilities in the city. Like that's it. Just to my mind, the buck just sort of stops there. And a family of more than 2 children, it's just over $1,000. So I also challenge you to think about, as a nonprofit organization who has lots of opportunity to build supportive housing. There's lots of opportunity for us to do that. How do we maintain that building? How do we pay for the mortgage on a building when the rent is only that much? The operating performance just do not work. And so, to my mind, there has to be nuances there, and potentially looking at market rent in the same building as social housing, as the same building as income assistance rent. But so to your point, I think the issue isn't about who pays it. I think it's that it's not enough.
Okay, so you think, I mean, I guess I've heard from houseless from groups who do homelessness. They're telling, in reports they've sent me, they've said the province needs to reverse that because there's certain people who can't manage money.
Yeah, I think there probably are certain people who can't manage money. There's also lots of people that have a lot more money that can't manage money. So I think the real issue isn't that. I think the real issue is that it's not enough to begin with.
So you don't think we should, I guess municipalities should advocate to the provincial government to reverse that?
I would say that it's not necessarily the most important thing to advocate for. I would encourage you rather to advocate that it needs to be more.
More to what? Like
more money.
More money to the individual paid directly?
More money to the individual, period, whether it's paid directly or paid, I wouldn't say that overwhelmingly. You know, we see a little bit of that happening. We have a fund, I'll give you an example. We have a fund that is a national fund, a pool of money where people can apply for first and last month's rent or rent arrears or utility arrears if they need. And the purpose of this is to keep people housed. So they're about to lose their housing if they don't pay for this month's rent. And we can try and keep people housed, or people are trapped in our shelters because they can't get their utilities hooked up. You know, so this kind of, I think it's up to $2,000 per person when they apply. It is very rare that the examples of why people have lost their housing or fallen back into homelessness is because they chose not to pay their rent. The more often scenario is the rent was never enough to begin with, or it was a choice between rent and food, or it was a choice between clothes for their kids or rent. And so I would argue, I wouldn't waste your time is what I'm saying on the reverse piece. Well, I'm sure that in some situations it would make a difference. I think I would focus more on the amount of money it is at the end of the day.
I just asked the question because I've heard from groups who deal with houselessness or homelessness telling me that needs to be reversed. And the other part would be I've spoken to people who had 40 houses, 20 houses, who've owned them and who've got rid of them because they weren't getting the rent, they weren't getting paid. So I guess I'd have to look into that further. So I guess that's only one question. I guess another question is, I guess when I was looking at our report, like in 2017, we had 200 people, I guess, that were houseless. And now, I guess in 2025, we're over 800. So all those people, I guess, I don't believe they're from within the city. I'm sure that they're coming from outside the city as well. I mean, so you know, it's not, I guess my point is it's not just a city problem.
Councillor
It is,
Rasmus, do you have a question?
yeah, it's a question. So it is a city problem, but we need supports to deal with this massive issue from outside the city. Like we just, as a city, we don't have the resources. So I guess that's my point. We're seeing a number from 200 to over 800.
Councillor Rasmus, could you please phrase it as a question?
Yeah, so the question is.
I got you.
Do you think that we need money and resources from other sources? We just cannot deal with that.
I understand what you're asking, and so I do think it's every level of government's responsibility, and I think the city of Regina certainly cannot solve homelessness. I don't think that to be true. I mean, I'm an idealist, and so certainly I would love for that to be true. But if I think about how to break it down a little bit, I think looking at what can be the key responsibilities of the city. So things like emergency response and safety, those immediate kind of needs, warming spaces, the street team and outreach and making sure that that is going, like those types of things that have to do with the safety of neighborhoods and the safety of the people that are living on the living houselessness or living on the streets. I think also the nuances around building and being able to build more housing and housing stock and the way in which that's done, I think that's also a city responsibility. And then in between all of that are meeting individual needs. So the justice system, the Ministry of Social Services, mental health and addiction, the health region, Sask Housing Corp. I mean, all of these ministries within those small space, within the middle of that, give direct individual kind of support. So I think, to my mind, I think of it as the city looks at neighborhoods, at communities, and the elements around safety, and also what is built and how it's built. There's another level of government sort of in the middle of that, it's not black and white. And then the federal government, of course, supports sort of on the bigger level of that. So it's not just a City of Regina issue, and it's not just, it is a provincial issue for sure, but people do come into the city for supports. This is where the supports are. And so you have to be able to respond in an appropriate way.
I guess that's, you've answered sort of my question, because the cities have services, whether it's food banks or a place to get clothes or whatever's needed, it's a place where people are going to come, right? And drugs. If there's more drugs here, probably in the city,
well,
I mean, they're going to come to where they know they're going to get what they need, right? And that will.
Councillor Rasmus, could you please phrase it as questions?
Yeah. So do you agree that, or do you think that that is also a reason why numbers are growing?
I think numbers are growing through the chair. I'm sorry. I think numbers are growing across the province. I don't think that it's just growing in Regina. I have numerous conversations with smaller cities, Yorkton, Fort Capel, areas like this that have services as well, and they have a growing need as well. So I don't think this is just a growing issue in Regina. I think it's a growing issue across the province, and I would say as well, like across the country, my colleagues also face the very same questions and understanding who's responsible and how people are responsible for these things. So I wouldn't say that there's, I have not experienced droves of people coming from outside into Regina who are using services. That has not been our experience.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just looking at the time, I am going to call in our lunch break for 45 minutes. We will be back at 1. Yeah. So please, Melissa, stick around and we'll see you at 1.
Thank you.
You jinxed it. right, could I have everyone back to our seats? Thank you. I'll call Melissa back to the delegate booth. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And next up for some questions, we had Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So when you were giving your delegation, Melissa, you briefly touched on the fact that you support the recommendations, but there wasn't sufficient time for you to outline why or expand on that. And that's the part that I'm most interested in. So if you could please let us know, give some more information about your support for the recommendations. And I'm also curious to know if that's support for all of them or if you had any hesitations about anything outlined in the report.
Thank you very much for letting me speak to that a little bit. My support is of the entire report. I think that there's some really great decisions in that report. I think that I'm not somebody who would support funding away from frontline day-to-day work into administration or data collection or those pieces, generally speaking, but I feel like city administration is in a place now where they have built a reputation of supporting and coordinating and all those things, and I see that work having an effect on the front line and having an effect on our ability to coordinate ourselves and the support, I think, of that coordination is very much appreciated. And I think it's well suited for work of the city. So the administration staffing and coordination, I think which is a relatively small amount of resources allocated to that in the grand scheme, I think is needed. And I think it will also allow for growth in that area. There's a lot of examples of where, data is incredibly powerful, and for the city to be able to get that data and information along with police reports and things like this, I just think that creates a much stronger messaging. So the administration piece of this, partnering with NAMRINT as the community entity in that sort of coordination, I think is important, and building off of that, I think that command center of crisis response is something that the city has kind of taken that role. I think they've worked at that role, and I think they're well respected in that role of command center. They bring people together and have the capacity to bring people together now, and so I think leveraging that with some resources is well suited. The warming spaces and the need for that, I think, is a need in our city, and I think it's a temporary need in our city, hopefully. So if we start to work on advocacy around some of the things I spoke about before, the treatment facilities, the long-term social housing, our housing market, then, ultimately there should be no need for warming centers because we have adequate shelter spaces for folks, potentially. And so I think that meets an immediate need to keep people safe in our community over the winter months. Increasing the social development funding, I think, is a huge asset to our team. When I reviewed the list of community organizations and programs that receive that funding and the community partners, the breadth of that really meets the needs of that circle graph that Mr. Slater showed during the presentation of being able to do crisis response work but also look upstream. And I think that lots of times that funding is just the extra that an organization needs to fulfill the full mandate, or it is seed funding to get something new and off the ground. And I think the city's well placed in that, and it can investing in that, I think, has huge community benefit to your social well-being and safety plan, and sort of goes through that gamut. And then a well-funded street team, adding funding into the street team, I think is incredibly crucial to an ability to do that sort of command crisis work. And I think the street team needs to be 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. The strength of that about people who fundamentally, their responsibility is about relationships. I can't express enough how much that has an impact over police attending or resource officers attending. I know if I respond to an escalation in our building, it is much different than one of our frontline staff responding to it who have incredibly strong relationships with the people that we serve. And so in that example, it is the same. Like if you don't have a strong team whose only job is that relationship building, or fundamental position is that relationship building. There are also people who know how to navigate the system. We need people who can navigate the system. It is complex and it is so difficult. You know, if anybody's changed addresses or moved, it's hard to navigate just getting all your addresses changed. Now times that by 20,000 and a whole bunch of other things on top of it, it is incredibly challenging. So having outreach teams and encampment response teams gives the city a capacity to support people in the navigation, and through those relationships, there's a trust there that doesn't exist in other institutional responses, including you know, some folks at the YW aren't comfortable coming into the YW, whereas the street team has the ability to meet them where they are, and that is foundationally important, I think. So I support the entire report in its fulsome. Oh, and the encampment part, I forgot that piece, sorry. The encampment strategy, I've met with this team several times, and I've also done a little bit of research on my own in terms of what other cities have done. I think this person-centered approach to the encampment strategy is an incredibly wise place to go. If you have a well-resourced street team, you have the ability to have this sort of notion of a command center so that when an encampment does happen, your best results will come from a person-centered approach from those relationships rather than a blanketed kind of policy about this is allowed, this isn't allowed. You can't have that if you don't have that strong outreach support group that has those relationships. You cannot manage encampments in a equitable way if you don't have that strong outreach team established.
Okay, thanks. You answered at least one of my follow-up questions. Another question for you is, there it talks about the CSIR funding. So on page 5 of the report, it talks about the enhancement of street and encampment outreach, currently the street team, especially as it supports the provision of expanded services surrounding the New Beginnings Emergency Shelter. So my question for you is, I'll have to ask administration about that, but I see a focus on New Beginnings. I understand why, because essentially that was directed. But I've also heard concerns about other places where folks are gathering, so that would include the Y. So my question is, are you also hoping to see, you know, that sort of assistance for community members gathering nearby other areas such as the Y, that there's like a street team type of component that can help ensure that folks are connected to services in other areas outside of the New Beginnings shelter? Hopefully that's a clear question.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think we sort of have directed where we think there might be a need for the street team. To my mind, an outreach or a street team shouldn't necessarily have boundaries, but maybe the direction is this is where we also want to see folks as well. I know in speaking with our outreach teams and our diversion teams, we work very closely with the street team, so they often are in our building or around our space. Jones Place, which is in downtown Regina, they are often supporting that as well. So I think we have these sort of focuses, but I'm not, I mean, I don't know the inner workings of the street team, but I would say that our organization feels supported by them regardless if we're in Heritage or in their specific district of downtown. I think our new building is off of that, but that doesn't mean that they're not coming. So I would say that resourcing the street team so that they have the capacity to be where they need to be is important.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Zakudniak. Next, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, and thank you for staying till after our lunch break. You addressed some of my questions a little bit, but as a nonprofit leader, I'm interested in your perspective of the amount of administrative costs versus getting stuff done. So I believe this has approximately $2.5 million in it, and there's about half to the warming, half to funding, and the rest of it's all like administrative support. So is that an appropriate distribution between admin costs and getting stuff done?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fine balance because it takes, you know, it's like saying let's have this all go forward, but let's not resource an ability to pull it all together. Because one of the things that as a nonprofit organization, we don't have the ability to sort of pull it all together, I would say. And I think there needs to be, when something happens, there needs to be a place and people who can pull it all together. So I know there's some funding around the nuances around the encampment. I know there's some an encampment position, some funding around sort of coordination and data. I would say to me, those are strategic positions that need to be in place if you want to move that strategy forward. And the proof is in the pudding, or whatever that piece is, that my expectation from this would be that a year from now, city administration would be able to provide data that tells us exactly what the landscape looks like with the intersectionality of who is going to warming centers, how are they diverting to other pieces, you know, who are living rough on our streets, and what are the barriers that are keeping them from going. Like, I would look to them to then intersect that information with police reports around what's happening with drug use with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and that kind of nuance of what they're seeing coming into emergencies, unfortunately with the coroner's office and what we're seeing in terms of deaths. So my expectation from those positions they would allow administration to be able to have that information, to be able to gather the data. We're all connected somehow to the city because of the funding. And so we all have a responsibility to the city to provide them with our data and our information. And I would love to see those roles be able to give us that information to do our work better. And then I think that makes a better informed decision about what are some of the new challenges that our city is facing that the city can respond to from a safety perspective. So I don't think it's too much, because I think there's a lot that can come from that.
So I'm glad you brought up the data, because the Saskatchewan Health Authority would be a big source of that. And I don't know if you know this or not. I'll ask you if you know this, but in order to get the federal funding, Saskatchewan has to put in the stuff to the Canadian Institution of Health Information, and that does have a big report with outcomes listed on their website. Mm-hmm. So that data is there. Mm-hmm. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I think the part is taking that data and then intersecting it with what we're seeing on the front line. I would argue that a good majority of the people we serve never actually hit the health system, quite honestly. They don't touch it because there's an institutional response that exists there. So I think, well, it's a good piece of data, it's not all of it. And same with the police. There's a certain amount of data that exists there, but it's not all of it. And it would be really helpful for us to have, I keep saying command center because it sounds so awesome. I think that might be what I'm going to keep calling it, but like a place where all of that intersects together and we get some really good information that helps inform future decisions.
Okay, and also as someone who has lots of experience in nonprofits, is it usual for all the job positions to be over $100,000 in salary?
I think that's a difficult question because we do lots of market scans and lots of research on what is happening in the community. I don't know the specific job responsibilities or requirements of these positions, but I would say that, total compensation packages also have an impact on that as well. And so this didn't, this did not concern me when I looked at it.
Okay, so I guess if the city had $2.5 million to put towards this, is this how you would spend it, or would you look at maybe increasing a warming space dollar amount or changing it? Like, is this how you think, if there was $2.5 million to spend on houselessness, this would be the way you'd recommend doing it?
I think the split between having some administrative support to bring it all together for good information, responding to immediate needs, which is what I see the warming center, the expansion of warming spaces to be immediate needs. I would love to see us not needing that much money in warming spaces. And then I would love to see more money go into the street outreach and diversion teams. I can't express enough how much support those teams bring to nonprofit organizations. We have a robust outreach housing funding through Reaching Homes and diversion team, but we do not have the ability to go out of our building and respond to crisis when it's absolutely necessary. And so in speaking with other nonprofit leaders, we all have incredibly strong relationships with the street team. And so to my mind, more investment into street teams once we have an ability to sort of understand the other nuances that are happening and some of the advocacy work that needs to happen would be nice down the road. But yes, to your point, I think the balance of this, if you want an encampment response plan and an ability to be able to act on that, you have to have the administrative support to do that. If you want to collect data and you want to be able to put all those pieces together, which I would say from my perspective, I would like to use from the city, you have to have administrative capacity to do that.
Okay, so using the term command crisis, I like it too.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think, how would that differ or be separate from like the SHA mental health team of like a nurse navigator or social worker? Do they provide different things, the SHA and this, or are they the same, just different? Like, how do they differ from each other?
To my knowledge, and I might be, I'm a little bit removed from the front line on this, but to my knowledge, those teams are response teams. So much like the street team would be a response team, one of the tools in their toolbox is the SHA mental health, but they don't come out all of the time unless there's a specific ask or reason, much like the police would be a tool in that sort of thing. So I think by command center, knowing what the resources are, pulling the data from all of those resources to be able to execute in ways is the piece I'm talking about. I don't think the city is well suited to be service delivery, to be the folks that are on the ground building relationships with the people that we serve. I don't mean that. I mean more the command center from a community organization institution basis. They're the people who can bring the institutions together.
Okay, and then one last question. You were talking about public safety. I was wondering, whose safety are you talking about when you're talking about public safety? Are you talking about the houseless persons themselves, or are you talking about the wider community? Who do you think the street team is protecting?
I think everybody is my answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you much. Through the chair, first of all, thanks for all you do. I noticed quite a few times you've said the recommendations in this report were very good and you're very much in support of them. Looking at your experience and what you've organized and implemented, I can only imagine how many asks you might have been part of hearing and the different parts of sharing of information you might have been a part of. When you look at these recommendations, was there anything there that you might have thought that too bad it got put to the side because that would have had a great effect instead of the recommendations here? Was there anything that kind of stuck out that maybe we can't act on anything, but from your experience you felt would have had a greater positive effect than some of the recommendations we're staring before right here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think, like as an idealist, if there was, are you saying that money's not an issue?
No, I'm saying money's an issue.
Okay.
A dollar for dollar from your experience, is there maybe a cut and copy? This might have been better than that, or better, yeah.
No, I don't think so, actually. I think I am very happy to see the governance of the community well-being and safety plan in the city, and you know, I supported CSER as an organization and really looked to them and watched what was happening. I think that maybe it was too much too soon in that plan, and so I know what is presented was the other option when that plan was first presented. I'm happy to see it come full circle and back to that again, because I think it is a more responsible governance piece given the amount of money that's there. So I feel like this model with this funding allows more money to go to the front line, which is what I would have chosen in the first place. There's more money now from that pot to be able to go to the community outreach team, to go into the funding pot, and that the governance and sort of structure, the responsibility of that community well-being and safety plan, I think it makes good sense. I think it's financially efficient for it to live in the city. The other pieces I think are nuanced in terms of maybe additional need to pull it forward. So the data pieces and these kinds of pieces are just additional needs to pull it forward. So I don't think there's other things I would put in given the amount of money there is, because it's not a lot. It is not a lot of money to do what this recommendation is proposing to do. So I'm not sure, yeah, I would say there's not other things I would put in its place.
Appreciate that. Like I said, I respect what you've done, so thank you for your insights.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Radens.
Thanks for being here and for presenting. I appreciate your comments regarding the different levels of government. And, you know, on occasion, I do have a question, and it is coming, that, you know, we are responsible. Okay, so all levels have a responsibility to help the unhoused. And I agree with you on the point. And the responsibility of municipality, as you stated, is public safety and well-being, and that falls on the city. And so on occasion, we're told to stay in our own lane. I mean, I received a report that basically was ultimately saying that. However, when people are struggling, it does fall on the municipalities. So do we then stay in our lanes and let people die? Because ultimately those numbers are increasing and it's unacceptable. So what are your thoughts about that, staying in our own lane, and how do we, I mean, because you've already kind of spoke to it. I'm just being the master of the obvious as usual, so, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really hard to understand what it means to stay in your lane if you don't know what your lane is. And I only say this because, again, having spoken with my colleagues across the country, I mean, the City of Toronto, for example, runs the majority of the homeless shelters. They are the service provider of homeless shelters in the City of Toronto. Like, it looks very different. So can you just say, this is what cities do, this is what provinces do, this is what the federal government does? It's so nuanced in that piece. I think given like our province and our specific needs in our province, I think it would be really important. And I think this report speaks to that. I mean, it doesn't just say this is what the administration is saying is the city lane. It's not that direct, but I think it really speaks to that. It speaks to this idea that we can respond in crisis situation because it's about public safety, and that is our responsibility. And then we can also support the development of really localized upstream kind of projects that are happening, that are benefiting the entire community. And we can also consolidate data. We have the ability to work with different organizations and institutions to consolidate that data. To me, that is what I would want as a city. The second piece of that is there's also, you are responsible for zoning and how neighborhoods are built out and land development and also all those pieces. And so your work around the land bank and your work around making sure that Regina is open to and has the ability to build more housing, recognizing that there is a need for housing, I think is a great place for you to be. To my mind, the work that you have done and supported in the past, New Beginnings, these things have all been crisis response. They haven't been long-term support programs for individuals and families. And which maybe I'm starting to define what the lanes are, and that's none of my business because I don't know legislation very well. But, I think you can start to pick those pieces out. If you look at the entire issue, it is so incredibly overwhelming to think of how can we solve this. And so I think you have to first know what your lane is to be able to even conceptualize what it might look like to stay in it.
Okay, thank you. So you did touch on the housing piece, which everyone across the country knows that is a huge issue, and we haven't kept up with that, obviously. And ultimately for Regina, 824 people in our city are unhoused. That is unacceptable. And so I think we're doing a good job as a city, addressing the essential and first level needs. And so the numbers are staggering. We cannot have people living on the streets and in inclement weather. I mean, we all know what Saskatchewan's weather. I do have a question. Okay, so my question is, do you think the 10 people on the Regina Street team is enough to address, and you did mention everybody as one of their, in your opinion, 10 people you think is enough?
With the additional funding, I'm hoping that number increases from 10 people to more people with the additional funding that's proposed here. I think that there's a nuance in terms of the street team's focus on vulnerable folks that are living on the street or who are having mental health crisis or who are suffering from addiction. Their focus on those folks supports everybody, because when everybody is strong and thriving, or when our most vulnerable, are strong and thriving, everybody thrives. That's my point about how I think that influences public safety. I don't think to any extent that the outreach team should be focused on helping me cross the street safely, for example. I just want to make that really clear. The philosophy here is that you support the most vulnerable and everybody thrives, and I have seen that over and over and over again. So I think it is an incredibly good goal of a city to make sure that there's adequate or some funding in the 2026 budget for the street team and look to build that. I think it will have a big impact on your crime rates. I think it'll have a big impact on the reduction of the need for warming spaces, on the reduction of the need hopefully for shelters down the road. And you combine that with supporting housing, and you combine that with advocacy around treatment facilities and healing spaces and this kind of work. And I think you are doing your work well to support solving the issue.
Thank you. So just in your opinion, and I think I already know the answer, but I want to make it clear that under the orders of government in Canada, the responsibilities of the different levels of government, provincial government is responsible for housing, mental health and addictions, and healthcare, which those two items fall under. So you do agree with that, obviously, after the lecture on, you know, different levels of government's responsibilities. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, I do. And I think that the nuance there is that all of those pieces they intersect with community well-being and safety. And so I think in considering this report, I thought about, you know, community versus individual. And if the city looks to community well-being as a whole, looks to how neighborhoods function, looks to how people navigate spaces, what they do in terms of recreation, all the rest of that, then they have to pay some attention to the pieces in healthcare and the justice system and all of these. They do intersect, but if there's good supports in both, then the crisis response that needs to happen over here, the amount of funding and resources that are needed there is lessened, for sure.
Great, thank you. So I like your idea about the command center. Kind of brings back some old Army days, you know, memories. So that's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, through the chair. I want to just focus on the social assistance payments here, and I understand what you said about the amount being a problem. But a point in the report, theme 7K, direct payments to landlords. The issue of direct payments to landlords for people receiving income assistance repeatedly came up in discussion. I know a landlord. The reliability of those payments are important. He doesn't want a revolving door of people coming through. Might some landlords be more willing to rent to an individual when the payment is coming from the province than rather from the individual?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure, absolutely. Although, if I could show you our funding arrears report, you may actually think that's not necessarily true, that funding source isn't always timely and on time. That's a joke. But yeah, absolutely. I think that there's no doubt that if it's a direct payment, the likelihood that it's going to arrive on time and all of the rest of it is that much higher. I think I was speaking from you know, reviewing the amount of funding that I see go out that is keeping people from losing their housing at that immediate moment. The reason is not because they chose not to pay their rent. The reason more often than not is because the rent was never enough and they chose, instead of paying their rent or their utilities, to buy groceries for their kids. I mean, I know that sounds dramatic, but it is very, very true. So potentially, if it was coming directly from the city, or from the province, sorry, to landlords, the landlords might be made whole, but potentially our food banks might see many more people, or you know, we may see many more children that are being apprehended because of lack of nutrition, which is a reality that we see all of the time. So I think it's nuanced, and you can't just say from a landlord perspective, I bet that is very true. But from health and well-being of vulnerable people who are on income assistance, I would say that the majority of them are not choosing not to pay their rent.
So if I get just you described that now they don't utilize the food bank as they spent their money on food, but they have no place to live. If they had the house and they use the food bank, they have a place to live and they have some food to eat. For years it was social assistance. They went to the landlords, no
Councillor
problem.
Burton.
Changed and now it's a problem. So,
Councillor Burton, you
yep,
have a question?
yep. So now I'm trying to understand why you would prefer to leave it status quo when there's been so many complaints because of this change.
Mhm.
It's only one small part.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
No,
and
I
I understand the
understand.
big picture, but I don't just say, I want to worry about A
Councillor Burton,
and not
please,
deal with
please
B.
let the delegate answer the
Yeah.
question.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't think to any extent do I think it should stay status quo. I just don't think it should be the priority advocacy move, is what I'm saying. And so I think that we would have better results if our primary advocacy move was increasing income assistance and SED rates. I think we would see better outcomes from that. We could also, at the same time, both can be true, advocate for those payments to go directly to landlords in the cases where somebody needs that kind of support. They do that when it comes to domestic violence. So as soon as that rolled out, the payments came directly from the person. The province did institute a piece where the YWCA could send a letter in, for example, for somebody who was experiencing violence, and those payments go directly to us rather than to the person. So the examples do exist. And so I'm not saying don't advocate for that. I'm just saying if I were in your spot, I would advocate for higher income assistance rates for a better outcome generally, maybe not for landlords, but generally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I see no more questions. Thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I will ask that you please return to the gallery. Next, I would like to call Delegation Florence Stratton. Thank you. As with other delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city or town you reside in, and you will have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which there will be an opportunity to respond to any questions Executive Committee members may have.
Thank you. Florence Stratton. I'm representing myself, and I live in Regina. I was distressed to see that administration does not recommend a sanctioned encampment site due to concerns and cost. Throughout the document, little or no concern is shown for the cost to unhoused people of being unhoused. That cost is sometimes fingers and toes lost to frostbite. All too often it is life itself. As for the money costs of a sanctioned encampment site, these are listed in the document as monthly costs to support 50 unhoused people, and they are outlandish. The grand total is over $180,000 a month for 50 people, or about $3,600 a month for each individual. Would make more sense to pay the rent for each of the 50 people. But most of the items are not needed. For example, fencing is listed at a cost of $200 per month. For an encampment isn't a prison. And what about waste removal, listed at a cost of $500 a month? Waste removal services go to every neighborhood in the city on a regular basis. That would be sufficient for an encampment. All that would be needed would be an extra set of disposal bins. To look at two of the most expensive items. First, 24-hour security at $40,000 a month. People living in encampments are their own security. That is why they are living in an encampment, because it is safer than living on the street on your own. Second, nurse on site at nearly $27,000 a month. Surely Sask Health could be asked to send a nurse over one morning a week. There are also nurses amongst those of us who do volunteer work with unhoused people who would be glad to help out. As I'm sure you know, what the Citizens Encampment Strategy calls for is bathrooms with hand washing capability. 2 porta potties with sinks would do. No need for a trailer listed at $1,000 a month or trailer servicing listed at $8,000 a month. Potable water. Some city parks already have access to potable water. Garbage disposal and collection. As I've already indicated, this service can be part of regular city service. The only real expense here would be renting or buying a couple of porta potties. Please, members of City Council, opt for an encampment policy along the lines we have suggested, and stop mandating the tearing down of encampments. Encampments are, however, as the document itself suggests, merely a temporary or stopgap measure. What Regina really needs to focus on is ending houselessness. This goal will only be achieved when there is a sufficient supply of affordable social housing units, that is, housing with rent calculated at not more than 30% of the renter's income. So what can the City of Regina do to end houselessness in our city? The document before us keeps recommending money for new staff positions. For example, $30,000 to fund a systems coordinator position for the plan to end homelessness. To repeat, what is needed is a sufficient supply of affordable social housing. Here are 4 suggestions for the city. There are over 400 vacant SASC housing units in Regina. City Council must put pressure on the province to make these units available for occupation. Or ask the province to hand the units over to the city, which will then make them available for occupation. Number 3, put money into the construction of affordable rental housing. Continue to put pressure on both the federal and provincial governments to provide additional funding for housing to end homelessness. One more thing, the document before us also includes the results of a public survey on encampments. As the document states, 3 common themes can be described based on these comments. 1, disruption to daily routines. 2, safety and crime concerns. And 3, impacts to property and neighborhood. All of the themes reveal a negative attitude toward unhoused people. The city should be countering such fear-mongering rather than enabling it. It should be reminding residents that it is, in fact, unhoused people who are unsafe, not those of us who have a roof over our heads. Indeed, in 2024, at least 118 people died in Regina because they were homeless. So this is another thing that the City of Regina must do. Mount a campaign to educate the public on the real situation of unhoused people, that they are living in mortal danger because they are unhoused. Please, City of Regina, work to change the attitude of citizens towards unhoused people. Also do everything in your power to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Zagidniak?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. First, I'm wondering, I know that there was engagement with folks who, across the spectrum, who wish to provide feedback in this process. Did you participate in some of that engagement? And I'm curious for more details on that. Were you involved multiple times in engagement? Just more details on that, if you were a part of it.
Yes, I was part of it, and I think I went to every session, and collectively we handed, everybody was there a sheet which said approximately what I just said in my presentation.
And so in your multiple engagement sessions, was this with specific, I'm just trying to understand it better. Was this with folks, essentially like grassroots folks working with those experiencing houselessness, or was it just engagement for anyone?
I think you'd be able to, council members would be able to better answer that, or maybe administration. There were a bunch of people around the table. Some of us were definitely grassroots, but not everybody.
Okay. And then did you, so this position about, because this was one of the questions, whether there should be a designated encampment space. In these engagement sessions, did you hear any sort of consensus on that topic? Or I know you said you were representing yourself, but I'm just wondering what else you heard from other folks during that engagement.
Well, again, from what I can remember, certainly all the grassroots folks were rooting for a sanctioned encampment site. I don't remember if there was any opposition to it. I don't think so. That seemed to me to be what those of us who had been asked to come were saying, but maybe somebody could correct me.
Okay, and then what I also hear you saying is the appendix with all the itemized costs. I mean, you clearly said that you don't think that it would cost those costs are maybe sorry, I'm missing my, well, it's too much. Like it doesn't need to cost that much. Do you have any clarity on where those numbers came from? Did anybody give that information to you at any point? Or have you seen that before? The itemized costs?
No, I don't think I'd seen them before. I was rather shocked when I saw that list.
Okay. And so I think I'll have to ask administration, but I think what they're saying is, well, I guess, do you see what they're proposing as meaningfully different from what is currently the plan, the encampment plan? And I know that there's an appendix with like 2 different charts, but do you think that it will, under the current recommendations, do you think that we will see different results? If the city puts in more resources to it, and let's say it goes well, even in that scenario, do you see the results being much different than what's currently happening?
Well, obviously, as I just said, I think encampments are, a short-term interim measure. The money should be put into ending houselessness. In the meantime, an encampment needs some sort of support. The city's policy so far has been take the encampment down. Well, my stance would be support the encampment, but you don't need a whole bunch of support. You need porta potties for sure. You need garbage collection, but presumably that's already available since it's available all over the city. Just provide a couple of bins, So supporting an encampment would not mean much expense.
Okay. And then what we've heard is, I'm just referring to my notes, there will be an updated housing strategy in the spring of 2026, presumably, I guess, to complement this. Was your engagement, was there any mention of that during the engagement, or was that something that you were just informed of today, and just any thoughts on that? It's 2 separate pieces, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite remember what was said at those meetings.
That's okay.
I didn't bring my notes with me. I mean, maybe I could just say, we have a safety and community well-being set up document, whatever, in the city. It is unhoused people who are unsafe. Their well-being is not being taken care of. And of course, the city can't do everything. But all of this jurisdictional squabbling just means more people dying out there. If we're concerned with community safety and well-being, then the city must do whatever it can to end houselessness. In the meantime, support an encampment, and obviously do the things I asked it to do in relation to the other levels of government. Regina did not have a homelessness crisis until about 2000. And it happened because in the mid-1980s, the federal government started to get out of social housing. In the mid-90s, they canceled the program altogether. That's when it happened to cities, small cities. Maybe Toronto and Vancouver had some houselessness, but we did not have a houselessness crisis in Regina, Saskatoon, Yorkton, Moose Jaw, wherever, until about 2000, when that program had been wound down. So, I mean, that's the history. So we need to get the federal government back into providing social housing. And we need the provincial government, I mean, it was downloaded onto the province, which has closed them all down. So let the province open up those 500 vacant ones. And if they won't do it, hand them over to the city and let the city do it. We can't, I just don't understand how we can live with ourselves. If democracy means anything, we are all responsible for people suffering and dying on our streets. We must do something about it and do whatever we possibly can, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Turnbull.
Hey, thank you for being here and being a continual voice on this subject matter. It's really meaningful. I did make it to a couple of the sessions, and something that I heard and I wanted to see if you could confirm was there's a lot of ask for infrastructure and resources, and probably less stress on the administrative work. Is that correct when you were in these sessions? Like more of the actual infrastructure?
The infrastructure, you mean like roads and stuff?
No, like washrooms and encampment, like.
Oh, okay.
Like resources, resources versus administration.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe I did hear that, but I mean, in my view, we need a very few resources and, not much administration.
Okay. And so I think it says 824 was the recent count, and this proposal has $2.5 million. Of that $2.5 million, there's about 500 for the warming space and 500 for grants. Do you think that's an appropriate spread of administration versus resources, or would you change that up? Like if you had $2.5 million to spend on homelessness, how would you spend it?
Well, winter is coming. There are, in fact, many more than 800 and whatever unhoused people. That just happens to be the count on a particular night of the year. The results of the new count will be out, I imagine, in the next couple of weeks. Will they be higher or lower? I don't know. But the results of the most recent count that Namarin did a few weeks ago will be out. Yes, we need warming spaces, but that's, again, interim measures. We need, ultimately, housing. And we all have got to, the fear that citizens are encouraged to feel, I mean, I'm not afraid of unhoused people. I'm an 80-year-old woman. I spend a lot of time with unhoused people. I have never once felt in danger. I go downtown, I don't feel in danger. I'm annoyed that 11th Avenue is constantly being torn up and downtown is being undermined, but I've never felt in danger because there's unhoused people there. I mean, if I see somebody panhandling, I say, hey, how are you? And give them a few loonies, engage with people. And I really, as I said in my presentation, I wish City Council would take it upon themselves to educate the public that it's not we who are housed who are in danger, it's those who are living on the streets.
Okay, so would you say housing and education would be top priorities for you?
Well, I would pay housing first. I mean, the education shouldn't cost anything. The city can just, you can speak to your constituents or, and not run questionnaires with the kinds of questions you did, which encourages people to express fear.
Okay, but that's where your prioritization would be.
My priority is end houselessness, and in the meantime, support encampments and educate the public. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I see no more questions from Council. Thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I ask that you please return to the gallery. Next, I would like to call Judith Langen from Namarin Housing. So similar to other delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city of town you reside in, and you will have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have.
Okay, my name is Judith Langen, and I reside in the city of Regina. First of all, I want to say thank you to Mayor and Council and City Administration for the invite here today and given the opportunity to speak to what we do in our sector. I'm actually representing Namarin Housing, who is the community entity, and our mandate is a requirement of the federal government to administer funds to reduce homelessness in Regina. Our primary role is to coordinate efforts, gather data, and ensure that federal investments are spent effectively to reduce homelessness. In essence, we look at what the needs are in the community and we disperse the funds to address the major concerns. Last year's point-in-time count identified 824 people experiencing chronic and episodic homelessness in our city. These numbers, with the visible encampments and high shelter turnover, did affect the community. It caused this council to declare a state of crisis, a houselessness crisis. Sorry, I'm accustomed to homelessness, but just to state that houselessness is in essence people not having homes. So I'd like to say on behalf of Namrand and myself, thank you to the City of Regina for raising awareness, because it only highlights that the City of Regina not only care about its citizens, but the homeless people in general, and to address the need for more housing, and not just more housing, but supportive housing. People that are on the street will require different types of housing, and to echo what Florence stated, that is the ultimate goal for us, being the community entity for the federal government. In April of 2025, we released the renewed plan to end homelessness in Regina. Everyone deserves a home. This plan is not just about reducing numbers today, it's about prevention, addressing root causes, and stopping the inflows into homelessness. From the data collected at the point-in-time count in 2024, it reflected 45% of people being exited from the foster care system, meaning that there is a strong correlation with people that are homeless and where they're coming from. Income insecurity, mental health challenges, addictions, and child welfare transitions are the leading causes of homelessness. 75% of Regina's homeless population is Indigenous. As an Indigenous organization, NAMRIN is uniquely positioned to respond to these realities. We advocate for system changes, and we ensure that Indigenous voices are heard, and we provide direct solutions for housing. We have affordable housing and real affordable housing, transitional house for women exiting homelessness, and housing for youth aging out of care, which is a program or a model that could be replicated, considering that 45% of the people that are exited homelessness, or pardon me, that are exited into homelessness are coming from the foster care system. That is something that should be looked at. I'm not saying that's the city's responsibility, but if the city is looking at root causes and where to invest, that is something that should be a priority. We operate the Coordinated Access Regina, which is a centralized system that matches people with the services they need. This system uses the Homeless Individuals and Families Information System, otherwise known as HIFIS. HIFIS tracks real-time shelter bed availability. It maintains a by names list to prioritize those that are in the greatest of need. And it also reduces duplication of services to the people they serve, meaning we have 15 agencies, 824 homeless people. We have to be using our resources adequately. So HIFIS reduces duplication of services. This data is critical. Without it, we're guessing. With it, we can measure progress, identify gaps, and direct resources where they will have the greatest impact. In speaking to the recommendation from city administration, having a centralized data system is important. If you don't know what you're collecting, just like the roads, if you don't know which road you're on, anyone will get you there. Collecting data is important because without it, we can't make recommendations. The plan to end homelessness outlines a role for everyone, including municipalities. The city's role is threefold. We're just asking for funding to have a coordinated position to implement the plan. We have to keep in mind, prior to our refresh plan in 2025, are you saying I'm
10 seconds remaining, yes.
Oh, okay, I'll speed it up. We need to make sure that this plan does not sit on a shelf. We need to have someone dedicated so that the plan is implemented. Housing supply, align policy to align affordable housing by fast-tracking permits, rezoning, tax breaks for Indigenous and non-profit housing providers, and as well align policy to ensure that land use policies meet and targets the plan. As a wrap up, I just want to say that homelessness is not a housing issue. It's a symptom of deeper systemic challenges. But with coordinated action, we can reduce inflows and support those in need and those that are having the challenges of having nowhere to live. The fact that I'm speaking to you today is a signal that we are making a positive shift forward. I believe that working together with the city and the province and the community, we can take shared action to reduce and ultimately one day end homelessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judith. I'll see if members of council have questions. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much for appearing today through the chair. I think you touched off it in your presentation. I just want to make sure I'm a little bit thick sometimes. So Namarind would take the grant money from the feds and how we congregated from the city and provide services for the people in need. But you don't necessarily have the manpower nor want to hire people to collect the data that you need so you can prove out your services for the people who have granted money. So you think this is a good plan because the city collects that and looks after the data portion, and you guys get stuff going where it needs to go. Is that kind of how you led that out through the chair?
I totally didn't hear everything that you said, but we do have the manpower. We collect the data right now. Okay. We're looking to hire someone that will be responsible for implementing the plan to end homelessness.
Okay. So in your submission, you were saying that you appreciate the positions in administration that would be looking at data and collecting data, or did I mishear you? And can you hear me?
Okay. What I'm saying is to put the plan forward because we have 800, the city of Regina declared houselessness a crisis. And we're saying we agree, we thank you because it highlights the need for the community. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a plan and we've had a plan since 2019. What has come of that? We need a dedicated person to work with collecting. There may be other data. We had the Y that says they would like to know more, and of course you should know more. How would you know where your investments are going if you don't know where the needs are? So I'm just saying, and 30,000 to clarify the gentleman that left earlier, he says, how can you hire someone for $30,000? We're just saying a part of it. We don't want you to fund everything. We would prefer that you invest your time and energy into zoning and bylaws and land development so that people can build places. Houselessness means you don't have a home. So the city is responsible for housing or helping to create housing so that those people have a place to live. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I'm just saying we have the ability to collect the data because we are already collecting the data, but we work with the city to strengthen our partnership and work towards reduction and be able to have people walk downtown and feel safe because it's the optics, right?
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zagidniak.
Thank you. The money, so just to clarify, so what, there's the $30,000 identified that would be the city's contribution is what you were saying to the to Namarind in support of the plan to end homelessness. And so that's what you're saying. That's the clarification. It's not the entire position. It's just the city's contribution. Is that correct?
Correct.
And and that is outlined in the plan and outlined in the previous plan that existed before the refresh was that the city had this, there was like the recommendation for the city's contribution. My recollection is in the previous plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I joined council in 2020. I don't recall us actually following through with that commitment previously during my term on council. Did the city previously contribute that money and then it stopped, or would this be a new investment from the city that has not happened before?
Actually, I really love your question. That's the best one today. Exactly. The city did not invest, therefore, the plan did not go ahead. The reason we're asking for this commitment is to ensure that the plan does go ahead. We need to do something different.
Okay, thank you. And then, so just wanted to hear in terms of all the recommendations outlined in the report, did you, is your stance that you are in support of all of them, the other ones as well, or was there any additional feedback in relation to the city's recommendations for how to move forward?
Well, it seems it's favorable to all based on the panel discussion that all the presenters that came forward. And of course, our goal is to end homelessness, and nothing in the plan says it would not. So I'm in favor, and I have no objections to what has been brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakadniak. Councillor Fro.
The chair, Judith, welcome back. I guess my first question through the chair is as it relates to that plan. I've read it. I've read the previous one. I think I've read all the plans going back to 2013. Can you tell me, in the most recent plan, what does success look like? What are the goals and measures in the plan? What are we trying to achieve? And how will we know whether we've achieved it, particularly as it relates perhaps to the role of the city of Regina? Paint a picture for me if you would.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm not aware of another plan prior to 2019. I'm only familiar with the plan of 2019, which one of the major requirements would be to coordinate efforts to end homelessness. And in order, we keep going back, in order for us to make a change, we need data. So if the city has monies to spend, where should they spend it? Guessing won't help. So we are simply asking to have a dedicated person to review the plan. It does have the pillars, and that's what we're asking for as well, to make sure those pillars are part of the revised housing strategy coming in the spring. And look, you know, it hasn't changed so dramatically. I think one of the biggest or newest portion would be prevention and diversion. Because if you keep pushing people into homelessness, then we're never going to solve the problem. So, you know, the question was asked by Councillor Turnbull to Florence. Is it education or security? It is both. I feel like we need to look at how do people get into homelessness? And if we have stats, like we have stats, I don't have them all in front of me, but I could always get them for you. 45% of people exiting child welfare goes into homelessness. 25% of those people say they are homeless after exiting for 3 months. Go to the beginning. Find out what is causing this problem. I'm not saying it's the city's problem, but the city can help us with developments. It could be a federal requirement. I'm not sure, but for sure, 100% we looked at different cities across Canada, and one of the main things that they do for homelessness crisis is they work together with different levels of government.
Thank you.
That is, sorry.
No, I
have a
apologize.
tendency to go on,
No,
so
please
I apologize.
finish your thought if you sorry if I cut you off, Judith. Through the chair, understanding that there's an ask and a priority for the city to help with coordination, the collection of data to facilitate partnerships. I guess I'm just wondering, the new plan, what is the outcome you're trying to achieve? Is it goal functional zero? What should our goal as it relates to houselessness in Regina be as it relates to the plan to end homelessness?
If I answered that question, I'd be rich, because no one truly knows. We want to see a reduction.
Okay.
We just finished our point-in-time count here just over a month ago. I can't share the numbers as yet because I don't have them. But what I can share is that we had 50% increase in volunteers. And thank you for coming out, and the city councilors that came out to partake in that event. The citizens themselves, at a 50% increase in participation for volunteer for the pit count, it speaks volume. It's not just us sitting in this room, but it's the community. The community recognized that we must make a change.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to participate. I appreciate your presentation and for the work that you do every day.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Turnbull?
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I have the plan up in front of me. I think I'm a little bit confused and just like some little clarification on the 30,000 per year, which goes to your organization, is to collect the data, and you're sort of the command center with connecting all the different levels of government. Is that correct?
We would work together. Currently, we fund 15 agencies that are already using the platform HIFIS to collect those data. I know you referenced like the health system and you could already get that data, but there's things that you won't get from talking with homeless people because they don't access healthcare services. So that would be primarily for a position that would be shared expense. We're hoping that the province will chip in, but if they don't, it's still something that we want to move forward with. We have a bigger ask, and that is for the city to look at their zoning and policies around development.
Perfect. Yes, I have that in front of me. So just to understand the role here, it feels like your organization is sort of the larger umbrella coordinating all of the different levels of umbrella. And it says, I think the ask of our city is that we align with and prioritize that initiatives that support the plan to end homelessness. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I guess where I'm finding a little bit of, I guess what you could help me clarify is this city plan put forward sort of has them as the command center, where I feel like maybe your organization is the command center and your organization is the one gathering data. Is that correct?
Well, we would like to say yes, because we are the homelessness serving system planner for this area, so logically it makes sense.
Yes. And then so then you're the sort of the communication between the different levels of government to help us coordinate.
I would say that it would be a shared responsibility. We should work together.
Okay, so our plan should reflect that when we look at having this resource already here, and $30,000 per year for 5 years is much better than $140,000 a year, which is listed as the position up there. So it's kind of a duplication of services there. So I just think that.
Well, I can't speak to and tell the city what to do. I just know what we are doing and what we're mandated to do by the federal government.
So representing your mandate from the federal government is to really coordinate with all the different levels of government to get us on the same page and use our funds correctly.
It is to coordinate with our province. Hopefully, it's not. I say the province, or pardon me, the federal government have a bigger position to do that. However, when we look at things like inflows into homelessness, what causes that? That's something that the province should look at. Housing development, that's the city. Community services, that's us. There's 3 parts to it that each group must accommodate and coordinate. So it makes sense that we would work together. I can't say that it is just solely our work. I think we have to work together. It just emphasizes how important working together is, because we alone cannot do this, right? It just highlights that even more when you look at the statistics.
So absolutely. So you're really asking for the city to work with you versus setting up their own thing.
That's right.
Yeah. So to work with you. And then as the author, your organization as a plan to end homelessness, I think it makes sense that it rests on kind of your shoulders for us to coordinate back and forth. If we're working on the plan and the plan is
Councillor Turnbull, could you phrase some of his questions?
Sorry.
Please?
Sorry for thinking out loud. I guess with the plan to end homelessness, how do you see our role in that?
Again,
the city of Regina.
Again, the role of the city could be funding, like allowing, given the $30,000 to hire a person to be solely responsible for the plan going forward, because the plan, as we know, sat on the side of someone's desk and never got looked at. So here with the city, we plan, we set milestone, we ensure that the plan is implemented. Like I said before, zoning, land acquisition, those types of things. Those are things that the city has power, to do, and we don't.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the clarification and the plan.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I do have one question. Through this report, we learned that the city consulted with a number of entities, grassroots community organizations. What was the consultation like with Namarand, and do you see any of the feedback, if any, that you've provided reflected in this report?
Well, we've met with administrations a few times and, just talked about what it would look like in terms of us being the person or the group that would facilitate the person to implement the plan in the context of the state of homelessness in the community. I've been to a few of the meetings with other organizations and the city, and we have no issues because we all have a shared and common goal, and that is to reduce homelessness. So we support the plan and administration moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I see no more questions from members of council, so I will ask for you to return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I would like to call Mandla Matembu. All right, similar to other delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and what city of town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions committee members may have for you. I will also give you a 30-second warning, just in case.
Hi, my name is Mandla Matembu. I'm a resident of Ward 6 in the Heritage neighborhood of Regina. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Hampton Project and as a worker for the Anti-Poverty Ministry. Firstly, just after reading this and talking with a lot of people in the community and reading the report over, I thought some positive takeaways is that it's moving away from dismantling encampments as the primary strategy. So this offers options that you can actually support encampments and have kind of a collaborated support, coordinated support, rather than just taking them down when they're in the city. Investments in community initiatives like warming centers and the HCA peer-led initiative. I think investing in community is important, especially because a lot of the things that we see with houselessness is to do from like poverty and abject poverty. So if we're investing in the community, hopefully that has better results and outcomes for our community. And the period of consultation that spanned months, talking to business owners, service providers, community advocates, and those living in encampments, was nice to see, just because it allowed a lot of people to have their voices at least somewhat heard. And in the reports, I could see that some of the stuff that was found was reflective of that consultation period. So it's good to see that in action. Kind of considerations or things that I had issues with and the people I was talking to had issues with. There is so much administrative and staffing costs that are part of this this plan. There's over $2 million of funding and reallocation in this recommendation on staffing new positions, coordination of different like services and teams, data collection, internal communications, etc. This leaves less for things like housing people, building housing and shelter spaces, sourcing safe spaces and supports and infrastructure for encampments like washrooms, storage, designated encampment zones, etc. With so much service providers and existing outreach centers and organizations inside Regina, expanding the city-operated outreach hours or outreach staff through the $800,000 they're talking about doesn't seem nearly as essential as housing, finding safe spaces, and having gap-filling services for the people that are on the streets that need services. Another major thing that kept coming up in people, and you've heard from multiple people today, is housing. So obviously the city often talks about how it's provincial responsibility for housing, but things like capital investments, acquiring land, remodeling homes, exploring different housing strategies like modular homes and land trusts, and managing affordability, the accessibility, and the operation of supports of homes in Regina are things that I think the city of Regina often takes part in, deliberates on at different city council meetings, and it's something that I think is within this jurisdiction of trying to create a safe and kind of good community here in Regina, especially considering with capital investment, we have the kind of things that were listed in the report as nice to haves, and a lot of people took issue with that. So the aquatic center, Mosaic Stadium, this proposed arena downtown that was talked about last administration, the police budget obviously is a massive thing that we fund in the city that takes up over $100 million. If we're considering this a crisis and something that we need to act on with urgency, then I think we have the money in the city or the conversation to be spending that money where it matters. And if it's not the city's responsibility, then advocating assertively and critically for other levels of government to fulfill their responsibilities to eliminate the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis in Regina. Not so much soft language, not behind the scenes negotiations that's often talked about, not the idea of this promise of working with other levels of government to get to it, saying that you're doing your best. But real public demands, real criticisms, real condemnations of the provincial government's failure and responsibility to fund and legislate initiatives that will get us out of this mess, that will help us save money as a city and as a province, and most importantly, save people's lives and save people's livelihoods. So I think all of us as city councillors, the same way all of us came out today to share our voices and advocate for what we believe in and fight for what we believe in, it would mean a lot to us here. It would mean a lot to the people on the streets and the people that are struggling to see you as leaders speak up for us as a city. And if it's out of your jurisdiction, out of your hands, then I think you should be advocating like it's out of your hands and advocating for the people that have the capital and the funding to put that capital and funding forward for good projects in the city that you guys are talking about. Dismantling encampments is another thing that came up multiple times. This recommendation still allows for encampments to be dismantled at the discretion of a care team's risk assessment. This plan doesn't ensure that there will be additional housing available, shelter, or safe spaces, or designated encampment zones for those who have their encampments dismantled to go to when they are forcibly removed.
Seconds.
So the idea is that obviously it's not de facto or kind of like mandatory that every encampment is going to be dismantled now. But if we don't have infrastructure for people to go to and safe place for people to go to, then we are still forcibly removing people with no plan to put them in somewhere safer and more stable. The risk assessment is really confusing, and a lot of people I talk to are really confused by the idea of assessing risk and what that means and what's going to differ from last time. The sanctioned encampment zones and no removal of encampments, and the idea that they're still going to remove people from encampments, the costs that are affiliated with that just didn't make sense to a lot of people and weren't consistent. It seemed like it was just very dismissive in the file and the plan, and didn't really have like good reasons that we can't fund or like take away some of the funding that's listed.
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll just sorry.
Sure, yeah, if you want to close.
Yeah, I'll just say one last thing real quick is obviously things like poverty are major contributors of this, and we know that that's sometimes outside the city scope, but same way for advocating for housing, advocating for services and things for our people in our community would go a long way and would mean a lot to people that need help.
Thank you so much for that. I will look to see if there are any questions. Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. So you were talking, you mentioned that you spoke to other folks to get their feedback on this report. Can you give a sense of like who you spoke with? I guess maybe not an exact number, but approximately how many folks, who these people are, just to help understand, like, because you were also giving the feedback that you heard from other people.
Yeah, it just spans from either people I was seeing in my day-to-day life that have an investment or an interest in this municipal politics. So that ranges from people in my community that are living on the streets that went and did work in the community with people that were trying into shelter spaces earlier this week, and talked to them about this kind of thing coming up, because I usually, especially if it's coming up in the agenda or a city council meeting is on the agenda, I'll talk to people that I know are kind of directly affected by it. And yeah, the main thing that's just being echoed from folks that are on the street is just housing, spaces. And I was trying to, it's really difficult document for a lot of people to understand. Even I talk to people that are really in the know, people that are really politically savvy. This plan was very confusing for people to understand, kind of the whole, like, if city approves third party organization, if not, this means this, and where all the funding is going to. So I was trying to simplify for people that don't really have that kind of academic language or political kind of savviness, and try to talk about, like, kind of where this money is going and things like that. And there's kind of like, we don't really need more positions in the city, or it seems like the city has a lot of inner workings and mechanisms, and have had this plan and recommendation applies to 3 different motions that have been in motion for some time now, some dating back to over 5 years, obviously. And just funding for more positions and funding more for the plan doesn't really, I know how it read to a lot of people that are politically understood this and I talked to, so maybe some more people that are in the activist and advocate realm, or people that are volunteers or on nonprofits and such, is that this kind of is postured as a encampment strategy, as an ending homelessness plan, as a community well-being plan. But in practice of reading it, it is basically a way for the city to secure funds from Caesar dissolving and make sure that it can go into the community in different forms of ways. But it's not necessarily like going to start new things or start new initiatives as much as it is just going to continue the plans that we've been talking about for a long time. And a lot of people, especially on the streets, have only seen their issues get worse and have seen the services not necessarily serve them that they've been told how they're going to serve. So I just think the adding of $2 million plus into different programs and stuff like that is obviously a good start. But the idea of, say, an outreach initiative to people is they're not that excited about it if the outreach that's going to be given to them is going to be, there's no homes to connect them to, and there's no services that are different than the services they're already reaching out to that are outside of the city scope that aren't going to meet their needs already. So a major component of outreach in the past, especially with street team, has been system navigation. But if you're navigating to systems that don't work, then it doesn't really serve you. If you're getting connected to homes that don't exist, it doesn't really serve you. So that's just to answer your question. People on the street, people kind of in my area of like kind of what they'd like to talk about or some of the work they're doing, that's kind of what I'm getting back.
Sure. Okay, so I think what I heard then from you is an overarching concern that, just putting more money into our existing structure, existing processes, or also even just more connecting with community, if we don't have the housing to send people to. Let me know if this is accurate, that you're saying, is this just going to lead to the end result still of just displacing people from encampments? Because if we as a last resort, but if there is no other resort, will all of these efforts just result in the same outcome? Is that one of the overarching concerns that you're bringing forward?
Yes, for sure. That's definitely a concern from people. And maybe just to liken it to the kind of how the report or the plan talks about designated encampment zones. And that's kind of, I try to allude to in there a little bit, but it's a lot to cover in 5 minutes. But it's alluded to is this like idea of costing so much, and a lot of people even just talking today when we're on lunch break and stuff, if you do that cost breakdown like Florence said, I mean, it would be more efficient just to house people and pay their rent than to cost what they're talking about. But the idea is, I know people often don't like when we bring it up because it's looked at with like kind of a level of people not really like think it's politically strategic to bring up the city encampment as city hall encampment is something that's like a good thing for the city. But just looking at costs specifically, the cost of that, Good Trouble and some other organizations I was working with at that time were taking in a lot of donations that were not even close to $100,000, much below that, and that was over 50 people staying on City Hall's lawn, which is not really like the most formal place for a city for an encampment to be. So the idea of cost being that high, factoring in security and all this infrastructure, all people are really asking for is not to be displaced, not to be forced to leave, not to be forced to be removed without a place to go, not to have their possessions slashed apart by police officers and put in the garbage, or have all their belongings in shopping carts and all this kind of stuff like disposed of and stuff. That's the main thing people are asking for. I don't think they're asking for security at all times. I don't think they're asking for special kind of bathrooms and special services provided to them. They just don't want to be forcibly removed. And also to talk about that with the emergency side of it and the community safety side of it is there was a study that came out, or news reports that came out that just, I'm not sure if it was planned that way or not, but that was around the same time as Craven that year in 2023. There was as many emergency calls to Craven weekend out at Lumsden as there was over about a 5 or 6 week span at the City Hall encampment. So this idea of city as safety is most people, like Florence alluded to, most people that are affected by safety issues with encampments are the kind of people that have to live in encampments, the kind of people that don't have homes, that don't have necessary supports that all of us take for granted every day. As far as the wider public, you should be more afraid of going up to Lumsden on Craven than you should about walking past an encampment in the city. So I think that's the side of things, is if it's not going to change, then obviously our mindset has to change around this, because if we're going to put money into the programs that have existed for a while now and we haven't seen a lot of developments, then we have to start thinking bigger, and we have to start thinking more pragmatically about what can we do different, what are the contributing factors, and what are the outcomes that we want to get. The outcomes are to get people housed, and the outcomes are to get people off the streets. Then I don't think just throwing money into staff positions and extended outreach is really going to get us out of this problem as much as it's going to treat it.
Okay, and so just looking for a quick verification of this. So then are you also advocating sort of along the lines of what Florence was saying, that you're suggesting more like whether it's a designated encampment site or just supports for encampments as needed? Yes, outreach to folks, but that we're supporting encampments in a better way while we're outreaching folks and not dismantling them. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's dependent on in this report's talk of risk assessment is one that was, like I said, very confusing for a lot of people to understand, along with the care team. Just because if you look at the two charts side by side, they're pretty much the same, except one says unless the risk isn't too high, then it's going to be allowed to be there. In conversations, the worry is that the idea of NIMBYism and people not being scared of folks in the streets, the systemic racism of the idea of having a lot of Indigenous people on the street and having a lot of homeowners and property owners have negative depictions and understandings of Indigenous people and Indigenous people's existences on the streets in Regina. The idea of fire safety has been one that we've seen a lot, and that's what shut down the encampment here when there was no people that died or no people that were at great risk of fires, especially in the greater public, even though it was framed that way. And the idea of drug addiction and drug use at encampments is one thing that is a risk that's often assumed with risk assessment. The idea is if we take down encampments because there's needles around, we take down encampments whatever, we should think of this more pragmatically and, I don't know, constructively or productively of saying we need to have more places for needles to go, more harm reduction spaces in the city, and more initiatives to make sure it's safe that way and all those things. So I think it comes down to that risk assessments. If we're not going to take down encampments willy-nilly like crazy, then I don't know if we need a designated encampment zone. But the experience I've had from talking to politicians, the experience I've had from talking to in those session meetings and having some people from service providers and other people weigh in, it doesn't seem like there was a great interest at times for the encampment zones. And reading this report, they don't seem like they want encampment zones, or they very much dismiss it as being too expensive. If that's going to be the case, we're not going to have places that people can set up camp. At the same time, we're going to be taking down encampments and force people to go places without new housing. It's just going to be a lot of the same things. And one thing to mention on that was funny, and I'm sure other people realized when reading the report, but if you read through the actionable items or the kind of conclusions from the surveys done, the business owners, it's just funny because they often get a bad name in activist circles for being NIMBYs or different ways or whatever, but they had the business owners had way more actionable items. They were in favor of encampment zones. They were in favor of mill rate increase if it meant that the money was going to go towards actually getting this crisis figured out. They were in favor of providing cleaning services and things like that in our downtown neighborhoods and stuff around their businesses. So it's not just the bleeding heart activists or the people on the street. It's a lot of people that have capital and have businesses and own property in this city that recognize that if something's going to be done about this, it has to be done differently. It's going to cost money, but it's going to save money and, more importantly, lives in the long run. So all that to say, if I'm pro encampment zones or some kind of place for people to be safe, if that just means that in the meantime, while they're being as safe as possible on the streets, we're putting capital and money and political will into creating housing and affordable and accessible resources and spaces for them to access so that they're not going to stay on the streets and stay in encampments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zikaniak. It is 2:33, so we're just going to go towards our mandatory 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:48. please ask everyone to return to your seats. We'll be getting started right away. All right, 30 seconds, everybody. We have quorum. All right, I will call this meeting back to order. Councillor Turnbull, you're up next for questions to our delegate.
Thank you for being here, and to the chair. I guess we can agree on the core issues and everything. So of the, there's 2.5 proposed here, and there's about $500,000 towards the warming shelter and $500,000 towards grants, and the rest of it seemed a little more administrative. So my question to you would be, if you had $2.5 million to work on the houselessness crisis, what would you prioritize and what would you spend it on?
It's a good question. I mean, I can show my inexperience when it comes to managing what you guys manage through the city here. But I would probably pair it with some other people have talked about today and some of the things I've been talking to with other folks in the community, that just the need for housing, the need for non-market housing, affordable housing, and the need for spaces that are welcoming and accessible as resources for those in the streets are the main things I hear from folks. So if you talk to people on the streets, you'll obviously get different things, but the folks in my neighborhood in Heritage, a lot of people talk about the need for bathrooms and accessible bathrooms, the need for things like laundry, showering, and all that kind of stuff. Just things that are amenities that, like I say, we take for granted, but if there was publicly available spaces or programs that made it very simple and accessible, then a lot of the things that put people in really tough places, put extra costs, financial and just kind of physical and mental, on people's plates that they have to deal with already living a pretty tough existence on the streets. Those would help. So those are the kind of the ways to alleviate it, is to provide services and provide space for people that are on the streets. But the main thing is housing. It is, I think the one thing I can level or agree with a lot of city councilors today that are talking is that there is a jurisdictional side of things. Obviously, you guys are a city. You only have so much money you can draw from folks through property taxes and through different things, and reallocating through different projects. You don't have the federal purse that comes to the provincial government. So I definitely understand like the frustration or sometimes the difficulty that comes into spreading the limited amount of money that cities have. Even though it's a lot of money to me, I know it has to go to a lot of different things, and not have people dying on your watch or whatever with that existing money. But it's really simple, I think, is it's not just this $2.4 million, I guess is the way to put it too, is what I'm trying to say. Is I know you guys don't have as much as the provincial or federal government, but I think it is really worth mentioning that even in the report it mentions nice to haves, things that involve a lot of capital investment and capital that are not necessities for people to exist in Regina. An example even just coming up after this meeting is the real budget and the real talks. We spend a lot of money, raising their debt ceiling or a lot of them more debt to the city, paying for different things, doing major large like acquisitions for celebrities and people to come here, or big things like say like Frostfest and stuff like that. I want this to be a fun city. I want people to be able to raise their kids in a place there's lots of fun things to do and cool shows and all that kind of stuff, but it can't come at the expense of a very large and growing population of people in Regina that are living paycheck to paycheck, and beneath that, living without the things that we deem as human rights. So while you're not responsible for, I would say if I would do that $2.4 million, use it in a way that hopefully can serve to create more housing, create more stability and stable living conditions for people in our city. Talk and consult with them like you guys have done and truly try to find the root of those things and create infrastructure that if you're living on the streets, you have as much as you can through that. So storage, laundry, showering, washrooms, all of those things. I think that's what I would do with that 2.4 million, but expanding upon it, I think we're talking about a lot more than just this specific recommendation that we can start kind of funding and putting forward.
Okay, so amenity is like services probably be near the top?
Yeah, infrastructure, services, and housing, but mainly housing.
Okay.
Some ways to contribute to that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Rusevich.
Chair, so what do you think, just your thoughts about, you know, offering some economic opportunities, like, you know, some, just to get going, you know, like I heard from some other delegates that, from Melissa, she was saying, you know, it's difficult for a lot of people to kind of get working and just get into the workforce, et cetera. Do you think that would be something helpful too?
Yeah, it's an interesting investment idea. If there's to liken it to Councillor Turnbull's question before, I'm not sure if I would put towards this like investment that towards strictly like working stuff like that, just I think there's such a huge crisis that we're managing across different fronts that maybe employment and accessible employment isn't on the top of my list. But I think for sure, if we're gonna be contributing to this crisis and trying to alleviate, eradicate the houselessness and the kind of symptoms of poverty and the root causes of poverty that we see, a major part of that is people having money, people being able to maintain money, having purpose and stability in their lives that are provided by jobs, having the security not just only financially, but within the community that you're providing for something in the community, you're valued by the community outside just your existence. That's often what work does for people too. So I definitely think those are things that are exciting for people to look into. And I think it seems like from what I've seen from city councillor talk around providing jobs through the city, is often kind of likened to like, you often look for grants at the provincial and federal level as well. So I mean, if there's funds at the city level that you can put towards those things, that's awesome. But I do think just to maintain I don't know, the severity of the crisis that we're facing, those are things that are definitely necessary for a long-term plan. Maybe in the short term, alleviating the crisis and the state of the crisis, I would put housing and kind of immediate survival of people above employment kind of opportunities.
Okay. I just was asking because I have some ideas. You know, it's not a question, but I used to manage a staffing labor, which is low level.
Councillor Rasevich,
I
would
knew
love
you were
to
going to stop
listen
me.
to
Don't worry.
that.
That's why I got it in anyway.
Can we please bring that forward? Your statements, I think, is something very valuable, but we'll bring that forward when you have time for speaking.
I was done.
All right.
Have to reprimand me.
Thank you. Councillor Radens.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate listening to you every time you appear before us. So a good heart there. And so I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge that there are jurisdictional constraints as well as the dollars. And it's admirable the work that you are also doing in the community. That's appreciated. And so my question would be there that you're advocating at the city on a regular basis in around homelessness, and it is an important issue that we need to deal with. So my question then would be, are you also equally advocating for through the provincial government on the same level?
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways to respond to that, but I'll definitely answer that question. Because one, I would say I definitely am engaging with municipal politics and these kind of like city council meetings or actions, say on City Hall. You guys have seen me in some of the groups that I've been a part of and stuff here at City Hall. So I think I definitely work that way. I mean, a lot of great people as activists and advocates. I think UP Newton had talked about thinking globally but acting locally. And that's the idea that obviously I want a better world, a better Canada, a better Saskatchewan, but the immediate impact or the way that we can affect the most change at times, especially as civilians, with limited funds and limited power and all those kind of things, is at the municipal level. Also, another thing that's important to realize with that, and I think maybe why I act more municipally, is because, to be honest, living in Regina, as someone who identifies progressive, we live in a province that has Sask Party leadership, but also have a weird kind of contradiction because in Regina and Saskatoon, there's not really any sitting Sask Party members. So we will exist under this provincial rule of Sask Party, the Conservative Party, but if I want to do local actions against the local provincial government, the NDP is the people that we often have to work with, and that doesn't really show up in the provincial government because they're the opposition. So I think like it just makes sense without you guys having party alliances and with you guys hopefully having connections to specific parts of the city that I call home. I hope that we can provide as much as we can for the city, but if that's a challenge to act more provincially or to just say, hey, look, I see you guys a lot here, can you also demand more from the province? I think I can fill you with some hope in that some of the people we're working with in my community and with larger organizing in Regina, outside of Regina in this province, I think you're going to see a lot more action around some of the policies that are coming out of the Sask Party and the provincial government right now. So I think that kind of answers it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. And so keep on doing what you're doing because there are people that do need the supports that and the advocacy work that you're doing in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. Councillor Mancinelli? Never mind. All right. I see no more questions. I'll ask you to please return to the gallery.
And real quick, I was signed up as a delegate for the real thing, but this was very time consuming and I won't be speaking on real as a delegate. Right. I'll be leaving. Just so if you want to call me for intercom or whatever, I won't be there.
Thank you for the update. All right, next I would like to call Dana Wilkins from Mobile Crisis. Thank you. And as previous delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city of town you reside in. And you'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that members might have for you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm Dana Wilkins, the Executive Director of Mobile Crisis Services, Inc. In Regina here. I am a resident of Regina, Parliament Place area. And I won't take all the time, but just briefly, Mobile Crisis Services has been a nonprofit CBO in Regina for the last 51 years, provided crisis intervention services to people in distress in our city and area. We take roughly 30,000 calls for service a year. We're trending to be 35,000 this year. And I think that we serve the city of Regina by, specifically the city, by attending domestic violence calls with city police where there's children involved, because we do child protection for the Ministry of Social Services after hours and on weekends for that ministry. And we also attend with fire when asked, when there's been a death in the home or families are displaced, in order to deal with the families so that fire can do their job and clean up and leave. And we've done that for the last 50 years, proudly, and we appreciate the funding that the city does give us. Out of the fund, I'll get it wrong as well, it's grant funding from the city. And I'm here to say that we appreciate the plan that administration has put forward. We support the plan as an organization, because that's where we also apply for money to maybe get an increase. And it seems to be well thought out. So I'm not here to criticize that at all. And I am interested in sort of the number 6 recommendation around looking at whether the street team, our outreach team, fits with the city or under a third party for administration of that program. And just, I guess, for the record, would say that Mobile would apply for any RFP or any related services to support the city in moving to that, if it makes sense in whatever way. I had brief conversations with Jason, the manager of the street, previous manager of the street team, and we had actually gone as a delegation to Winnipeg and looked at the downtown community safety partnership that they had struck up there. And we're working on some things on how the street team and mobile crisis could work together potentially in the future. So I'll continue those conversations with Dave Slater with the city and see where that goes. But yeah, just nothing but support for the city.
Thank you for that. I will see if any of my colleagues have questions for you. Councillor Burton?
I think that's me.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fripp.
No, thank you to the chair. Dana, thanks for coming today. I'm wondering, for those of us that are new to council, if you could outline briefly the relationship between mobile crisis and the city, how long that's existed, and what in fact you currently do to support vulnerable people and or other citizens in our community experiencing challenges.
I guess from the inception in 1974, mobile crisis was struck up as a CBO with NDP Broadbent at the time. Was his vision to have a mobile crisis service to provide emergency services, crisis services after hours and on weekends, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here. We originally got funded through the city police. Back when the city police budget was $9 million, we were at 90,000. Now the budget is 100 million and we're at 139,000. So we were supposed to stay lockstep. Our budget was supposed to, follow with the police budget, lockstep as they grew, to grow our services, and the funding for that had switched from the police service to the city. I believe probably 10 years after that, in the 80s, and then it had a slow sort of growth over year. But we respond to roughly 3,500 calls with police to domestic violence cases, and also cases where we're called out where there's children that are in neglect or abusive type situations, to apply the Child and Family Services Act and Child Protection Act to see whether we can find a place for them, place them with a person of safety, family member, or whether they need to be apprehended. And social services then looks after them for 5 days to assess the situation. We keep almost as many children through safety planning with family members and persons of safety than we do take. So that's proud work that we do, because had we not been there to make that assessment, the kids would have most definitely been taken into care, and that is traumatic for the family, the child, and everyone involved. So we're proud of that work, and proud of supporting the fire and protective services for all these years. We're there to sort the family out in their time of need and deal with that. As mobile crisis services, under the community safety umbrella, we are to help and serve domestic violence victims, children, people experiencing mental health addictions. That's all within the mandate of that 139,000, and it gets eaten up pretty quick if you realize that we send 2 workers out with every time we're called with police, and it takes roughly at least an hour to 2 hours to clear a call like that, a child protection call, if not more sometimes. So, that's where it eats up resources with travel time, and for us, operating expenses is always a pressure these days. Rent, leases, operating expenses, salaries. It's all ever increasing, and our financing and our funding is on a slower, sort of a stagnant, flat line. But we appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thanks, Dana. Through the chair, I certainly was at your 50th anniversary gala. Just last question. If I understand correctly, outside of child protection, farm stress line, gambling stress line, what supports, if any, do you have or are looking to establish then related to helping folks that may be unhoused or folks that might be vulnerable in the community, and appreciate the context that you provide, that you're interested in partnering with the street team and or other agencies. But I think Mobile Crisis Clear is quite known for your work on child protection. Just lastly, maybe outline the work that you might do to support those that might be unhoused or some in our community experiencing a crisis. Thanks.
Yeah, so those numbers are increasing too, the houseless people that we serve. It used to be 50 a month, went up to 100, now it's close to 150 people a month that call in for services. We can provide shelter, potentially at a hotel, if short-term shelter. At a hotel, we can, because we have emergency financial assistance voucher books through the Ministry of Social Services to be able to provide that for them. Shelter, food, clothing, things like that we can support them with, and sometimes transportation if they need to get to a place that has shelter, or if they get to need a counseling appointment, things like that, we provide that. Our workers provide that. So that's kind of what we deal with. We don't go out and patrol encampments or get involved in any of that. We do respond to calls for service when a client or citizen calls and they're in distress and they need help. We will go to that individual and assist them, or get them sorted out in another way, connected to another service. We're mainly looking at stabilizing someone for 48 hours and passing them with a warm handoff to another agency that can do the longer term case management with them. Kind of a safety net, I guess, at the very bottom of the system.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Siklis.
Okay.
We met at the Glen Elm Information Night. Gosh, I don't know how many months ago that was. A bunch of us were there, and you had a table, and boy, did you tell me some stories.
Yeah.
And I asked you a lot of questions. I have one with respect to the 988 line. Are you associated with that in any way, helping them?
Yeah, Mobile Crisis we have a contract with CAMH, Canadian Association of Mental Health. They contract our service to answer that call in a call center kind of approach. And so that we have the national call line for 988 that comes into the province. We're set up to deal with local calls in Regina, and then any provincial calls that come into the province of Saskatchewan. We are moving to cover the calls nationally, so that if Calgary is busy, calls from all across the nation can actually come into our center, and we can assist people that are suicidal or have suicidal ideation and are calling in on the line to keep them safe.
Yeah. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Siklis. Councillor Zagidniak.
Thank you. So I think what I heard you say that you're supportive of the report, and also that you were interested if the city wishes to partner with an agency to oversee the street team, that you folks would be interested in putting your names forward or applying for that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it would be part of probably a thorough proposal that would be developed on what we could provide and what's needed.
Right.
Yep.
So based on your understanding of what the street team currently does, would you be able to accommodate in that scenario? Would you be looking to do all of those things, or are you only able to do some of them?
Well, in relation to the Winnipeg downtown community safety type model, there's a couple different stream of workers that work. We wouldn't necessarily want to take over the street team staff, because they're different than our staff, different qualifications, credentials, and experience. So, but what we could do is provide that administrative support, sort of overarching. And what we thought of doing was, if we were implementing what Winnipeg has done, is have a team of longer-term case managers that could help assist people transitioning out of shelter and into affordable housing. That's kind of a handoff from the street team. Do that portion of the work. Mobile Crisis could do that. And then there's also a portion that kind of fits along with what Heritage, Wendy at Heritage had talked about, which is the social impact work program thing. It's not that we would do that or recreate that. Since that could potentially already be going, it's maybe we could make referrals to that sort of stream of activity, to get people to see a light from being in a shelter to actually having meaningful employment, to then maybe becoming a street team member themselves and providing that support. That's
So
kind
then,
of the model in Winnipeg.
okay, so I think then that I initially misunderstood that you would want to, so you're not saying you would not want to oversee or take over the entire operations or management of the street team, but you think that you could assist with some of that work.
It's something that we could do around leadership or administration. We have a director of clinical services that's a trained social worker that has 15 years of experience in. So some of the clinical oversight or case management conversations we could provide some oversight that way, if that's required. We also have a manager of data and statistics. He's a data scientist on staff that we could fold in whatever statistics and data street team was collecting into our database or vice versa, and get a fantastic result that way without creating a number of positions that have high salary dollars attached to them. There might be efficiencies there, business efficiencies in doing that. We have some space. We have more space than we currently need right now at our current mobile crisis office. So we might be able to house a number of people or teams or dispatch or different things to have business efficiencies.
Okay, so then, you're offering that you could partner with the city to help us, like you're willing to explore ways to find efficiencies in this work that we're doing. You're not suggesting that mobile crisis oversees the street team, but you think there may be some efficiencies by working with us. Is that accurate?
I think exploring efficiencies first. If it's deemed that it needs to be totally out of the city, I've talked to our board and they're open to have conversations about having a joint board, one for the street team, one for us, that's kind of made up of, like, if we need to provide oversight, we'd also have to have some of the authority and some of the accountability addressed in there around, if the street team can't be funded unless they're a CBO that has 4 years of audited financial statements, we could provide something to them for 4 years until they get all of their audited financial statements to either break free and become their own entity, or if it makes sense, stay with us in a joint venture or something like that.
Okay, but more interested in the efficiencies. Like, let's find some efficiencies first, is what I'm hearing you as a starting point.
Find some efficiencies first, whatever makes sense.
Sure. And so does that mean then, based on what you were mentioning about, some of your space and the staffing that you have available and supports that you could offer, that some of the things outlined in that report, are you seeing that some of those recommendations as possible duplication or things that may not be needed? Or so I'm just trying to understand if you're also saying that, or just offering over and above to support this work.
Well, it depends. If it's not staying with the city, if the street team's not staying with the city and they're looking at a third party, we'd look at what we'd put a proposal in to try and meet what the city's needs are. If the city's keeping it, then that's a different level of support, and we could potentially have different teams sort of working to support what the street team and shelters and other agencies that are providing support already need. Try to fill some gaps.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that's helpful for me. I think that's I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Zakudniak. Councillor Siklis.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I forgot to ask you, Dana, and you brought it up with the warm handoff from emergency shelter to a more permanent or temporary living arrangement that's better than that. What's your sense of how that's done now? Pros, cons, and what are you bringing to the table to improve that?
I think I need more time with Natasha and some of the people that run the shelters to see if they're experiencing gaps, but I know that the current system is working fairly smoothly. I think it boils down to the placements. It's hard to get the placements for the people, is what I'm hearing from my staff. Right. And so, you know, you can have the best system in the world of outreach, but if you're outreaching to not place anybody anywhere, much like a number of delegates have said, we need the resources to place the people in as well, in addition to the outreach.
Okay, we got some work to do, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Siklis. And I just have one question. First of all, thank you for all the great work that you do. I hear nothing but, you know, great things from other folks that work with you. I understand that many years ago there was a similar initiative, kind of like the street team, that was managed by Mobile Crisis, like many, many years ago. Is that something that you're familiar with? And if so, could you speak to that?
Yeah, I've only been with Mobile Crisis as a board member 4 years ago, and then the last 2 years as the executive director. But it was my understanding was it was called like I think it was Community Safety or Safer Communities Division or something. We were funded for a project, but it was more to do with I believe it was more to do with prostitution problem that was in Regina, and it ran out of funding, and it was ran out of Regina Mobile Crisis, but it was a separate agreement in CBO that was a program that was struck up. They were housed with us.
All right. Thank you so much for that. That is all for me. I see no other questions from members of council. Also, please ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you so much.
Presentation.
Take care.
All right. Next, I will call on Delegation Tyler Gelsinger. Gelsinger? And similar to other delegates, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, and after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions people may have.
Perfect. Hello, I'm Tyler Gelsinger, Executive Director with Carmichael Outreach. I reside in Regina in the transitional area. I appreciate your ongoing support for our after-hour services, formerly known as our warming center, and the peer outreach worker and other initiatives. Between November 2024 and 2025, our facility recorded 21,059 guest interactions, averaging more than 120 individuals per night. This data shows the nature of the challenges faced. Staff engaged in emergency services on multiple occasions, 38 calls to Regina Police Services, 29 to EMS, and 5 to Regina Fire. Naloxone was administered 19 times. There were 87 other incidents, and that includes medical emergencies, assaults, and disturbances. There have been an increase in encampments, with 4 active sites observed across 4 separate lots this year on 12th Avenue. These conclude with the encampment usually burning down if left unsupervised and without proper supports. While our organization is dedicated to collaborative services with those in need, we acknowledge the meaningful advancements extends beyond offering shelter and safety. Upon departing at closing time, many guests require stable housing and continuous supports. including healthcare, assistance with identification and benefits, access to mental health and addiction services. Regrettably, such services are frequently faced with backlogs and are typically accessible only during weekday hours, thereby heightening the risk of the vulnerable individuals returning to the streets and encampments. Community partnerships and donations have been vital to our operations, yet significant strain persists. To continue providing these vital after-services hours, ongoing funding is essential to cover all staff wages, supplies, emergency response resources, and operational costs. Without sustained financial support, our ability to serve Regina's most vulnerable populations would be compromised. I respectfully request the committee's consideration for sustainable funding, coordinated outreach initiatives, and adoption of an in-person central approach to addressing encampment issues. Should the elimination of encampments remain a goal, maintaining after-hour services until comprehensive supports are established is important. This will allow us and our partners not only to provide immediate emergency space, but also facilitate sustainable for Regina's most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will check if any members of council have any questions. All right. Okay. I have a question. What are your current hours of operation in terms of folks accessing the warming center, and what are the plans for the rest of winter?
Yeah, so as of October 23rd, the center has been open from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. We are looking at extending the hours in the next week or two. We had some delays given that we were doing renovations on the building. Those have since completed, so we are now just doing some hardware installments, and then pretty much when that's done, we'll be fully operational for the nights.
All right.
Because we have changed some operational procedures.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the stats that you provided as well. You mentioned there's roughly about 120 individuals that access the services per night. What does that look like for folks that come in to the center in terms of what they're able to do when they're there? Is it mainly just a warm space to sit? Is there any programming available? And how can that support them kind of stay in a warm space for the night as opposed to going in and out?
Right. So right now, individuals have access to food, water, and washrooms between those hours. And we have a television in there. And then our staff are trained in de-escalation, addictions, naloxone to help with the more immediate risk. As for actual supports like an outreach worker or an addictions worker, we do not have that at this time, as funding is the main one for that.
All right. And in terms of, through the report, we saw that the city did consultation with a number of agencies and community partners. In the consultation that was done with your organization, do you see any of the feedback reflected in the report?
That's a good question. Can you rephrase that? Or,
So like, did the city work with you as they were putting together this report for us?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. The city and I, mostly Dave, have been in talks of money and all that and what we're kind of working with. We have also been working with NAMRIN, so we're implementing HIFIS into our check-in process at night so we can better capture what's happening and why people are there, and then we can better support them.
And then one last question is related to the residents around the center. What efforts are being put forward to work with residents that perhaps may have some concerns, as you mentioned, with some of the encampments or the things that are happening outside of the center?
Yeah, so we've made some operational changes. So essentially, right now we've had problems with encampments outside our building, so we have hired security to help with that. We work with a security company that's very well trained, and they work with the guests. They have good relationships with the clientele. We've never had to use force or anything, and now that people are kind of used to that, we see less encampments on the property from starting. So essentially they just go off property now. So around, as you can see in all the empty lots, that there's at least one tent, if not more, in each empty lot.
And so I understand that when Carmichael was initially set up, there was a good neighbor agreement that you guys had. Given that there might be additional funding coming to ideally extend those hours because it's cold all day, not just for the night, would there be any revisions of that good neighbor agreement, or working with both businesses and residents living in the area as we expand those hours?
Yes, so we get complaints all the time from neighbors about, the police being called, trash, the drug use, all of that. So we have put extra procedures and policies in place to help prevent that. We've also, again, done major renovations outside, anything from like adding an extra light. So we are trying to work with them on that. As in regards to the good community plan, we were part of the initial setup and all of that in part of those meetings, and we are trying our best to work with that.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I see that Councillor Rasovich has a question. Yep.
Through the chair, I was wondering, you said you had some encampments, I guess, outside, and now you don't have as many?
Yeah.
So why do you think you were getting encampments outside and not, I guess, residents or individuals not wanting to come inside?
So essentially what it was when we would close our doors, and then people would come, and then the encampments would start, and then our staff come, and then the encampment's already built, and then it's harder for us to, get them out of it. Because essentially that is our whole thing, is like, we don't want the encampments on the property because they should be inside accessing the service with the warm space and shelter and the food and the beverage and all that.
Okay. Timing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much for that. I see no other questions from members of council. So you can return to the gallery.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now I would like to call on Delegation Lori Dietz. All right. As with every other delegate, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Executive Committee members might have for you.
Hello, my name is Lori Dietz, and I am representing myself. I was worried about getting up in here for 9 this morning, and here I am. I am a community member with lived experience of homelessness. I'm also a community advocate, and most recently had to fight my own eviction through Glenelm Trailer Court, where I still reside in a mobile home. I chose to come and speak today for a few different reasons. I've done a lot of advocacy and a lot of education around homelessness, addiction, and poverty. And I have been reading and watching everything here really closely. And when the encampment come up, it was really defeating, because it's like last effort. Like, there's nowhere for these people to go. And I have been at many times in my life at the end of the rope with nowhere to go, because I'd exhausted all options. And it's not a great place to be. A couple years ago, when I was living in Moose Jaw, I spent one full summer driving around tents and looking for people to stay, and just to get some stability. And it started with just helping an old friend of mine who I found on the street. And I said to him, hey, I'm gonna help you. And that was in early April of the year. He moved into his home on October 30th, even though he remained clean that whole summer and he worked hard. That's how long it took him to get safe and stable housing. In the Namarin 5-year report to housing, it's a great report. All of them have been. It talks about the 4 reasons why people go into homelessness the most. And those are inadequate housing, rent increases, family conflict, and addiction and substance use. Before I moved into my trailer, I was also at near risk of homelessness. I had enough money to pay my full rent and full deposit, and I probably messaged 35 people before any one of them would even respond to me. And when I did get responded, it's immediately, where do you work? How much money do you make? And when they notice I'm First Nations, I'm lucky enough that I don't have a First Nations name, but the conversation usually stops there. So when we're talking about 75% of the people on our streets are Indigenous, their chances of finding any sort of secure housing is, it's non-existent. And it's been like this for quite some time for Indigenous. Yes, we've increased by so much. But even back 15 years ago, you know, for First Nations, it was still really, really hard. Nothing has changed in that because that's racism. And we've made no strides in that whatsoever. So, houseless crisis, affordability crisis, and racism, and you've got 75% Indigenous homeless on your streets. And when we have 75% and we're talking about housing, I see less than a handful of Indigenous people in this room. And all the reports I've seen say nothing about us without us. And I know you can't drag us in. I kind of try to do that. Part of my advocacy is working with people to share their voice, to share their experiences, so we can get to some answers. And I'm gonna keep doing that. A lot of what I've had to say, a lot of other people have said, but I also do want to talk more about modular housing. I know it's coming up tomorrow, and unfortunately, I cannot spend 2 days with you guys. I would love to, but tomorrow I'm convocating, so I'm going to be busy. And but modular housing citywide is coming up, and this is a really, really good answer to the problem we have here. It saved my. I'm not going to say, well. It probably has saved my life, you know? It kind of makes me shake to think where I would be if I didn't get that. And I had to go through 2 of them. I had to go through so much instability to get where I am. And where I am now was worth that. But it sure would have been, could have been a lot easier. I should have had that safe and affordable housing when me and my son first went on my own in 2010, and I spent 2.5 months in the transition house until I could get into housing. That was in 2010. I spent 2.5 months. I worked for 1 year at the YWCA. Women in there are months and months.
Sorry, Laura, you are out of time.
I understand.
If you wanna just wrap up, please.
Houses. If I had $2.5 million, I would buy all the trailers I could, and I would just start saying, come in, you have a home.
Thank you for that, Lori. I will look around to see if there's any questions. Councillor Turnbull.
Here speaking up and representing. I wanted to give you, ask the question which you started to answer, and give you a little more space to it. If you had 2.5 million, what would you spend it on for houselessness? I know you started to answer it, but I'll give you more time to answer it fully.
Mass affordable housing. If not modular housing, something else to help people get to where they choose to be. The most people that are unhoused are single mothers, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and newcomers to Canada. So those are the people that we need to find housing for, and we need to find housing that works for them.
And you noted your Indigenous background and the lack of diversity. So I was wondering, would you like to speak on your Indigenous viewpoint on this as well?
Yes, I would. I read the report quite thoroughly, and like, we've done a really good job at least, you've done the Indigenous framework. We're using it. Now there's going to be those, like, this is why it's really important to have Indigenous people in the room, because they live those worldviews and they do it intuitively because, they grew up in it and it's part of who we are. So we don't have to refer to the calls to action, all those reports. We just go in and we do all that stuff. So in this kind of a situation, we go in and say, this checks this, it becomes the check mark. And then it kind of loses its meaning. Does that answer the question?
To speak to it if you wanted to. Okay. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time. Your prioritization would be affordable housing, I believe. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Any other questions? Okay, I see no other questions from members of council. Thank you for joining us today, and big congratulations on your convocation. You can return to the gallery.
I'm just going to show you all this book if anybody wants to pick one up, because I forgot to talk about Home Truths. Caroline Witzman. She was here in September with Nammer and Hausen. I'd give you mine, but I'm not going to. Get your own.
Thank you, Lori. All right, that is the last of our delegations. We also have communications on item EX 25-103, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness. Can I have a motion to move the following communications? EX 25-105, Randy Golden, Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association. EX 25-106, Audrey Monette, Canadian Centre for Safer Communities in Gatineau, Quebec. EX 25-107, Judith Langen. Sorry. All right, okay, yeah, Judith Langen, Nammering Housing Corporation. Can I have a motion to receive and file these communications? Councillor Sickley. All right, I will call the question. Anyone opposed? No, it is carried. All right, so now we are going to consider item EX 25-103, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair. Municipalities across Canada are navigating shifting priorities as we define long-term strategies for community safety and well-being, while concurrently responding to urgent issues such as homelessness and the increased prevalence of people living in encampments. Regina, like most cities in Canada, is seeing a noticeable increase in people experiencing homelessness. The report you have before you today outlines the city's proposed role in the plan to end homelessness, the community and safety well-being plan, and a newly proposed encampment response plan. We see people sheltering outdoors in tents, vehicles, boarded up houses, on private property, and in city facilities and parks. Our point-in-time count confirms this as numbers continue to rise. Research looking at other municipalities across Canada confirms that these issues need strong governance, targeted funding, and ongoing collaboration with Indigenous partners, community organizations, and other levels of government. The key recommendations in this report include actioning the plan to end homelessness by formalizing the city's relationship with a community entity for reaching home and committing $30,000 annually over 5 years to support its work, which includes information sharing and robust data collection. establishing a community safety and well-being system leadership group by Q1 of 2026, reallocating CSIR's annual $1.655 million budget to the city's community well-being branch to properly resource the work ahead and as described in the report, introducing annual funding of $800,000 in targeted street and encampment outreach, and approving an outreach-based encampment response model that sets up a new community action response to encampments or CARE team. Administration is recommending that Council approve the proposed plan and resources to collaboratively rebuild systems and lead efforts towards a better community for all of our residents. Before closing, we want to acknowledge that this report does not solve the issue of housing supply in Regina. While the current report emphasizes creating more emergency warming spaces for encampment residents, housing and supportive housing will be needed to truly undertake a housing-first philosophy. As mentioned in the presentation, it's important for Council to know that administration is also actively working on an updated comprehensive housing strategy, which will identify roles and responsibilities at each level of the housing spectrum. This will be presented to Council in spring of 2026, and we suggest this will address items that were not ready to be in the report before you today. I'm also taking this opportunity to thank the stakeholders, service providers, activists, and folks with lived experience, as well as our service partners for engaging with City administration on all this work. Having said that, our teams, Community and Safety Wellbeing Branch and our Housing Branch are here today, and we're happy to discuss and answer questions that Council may have regarding this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, do you wish to speak to the report?
Through the chair, I think I just want to start off by saying that 3 working days to review this report and 5 minutes to speak to it is wholly inadequate. Like, it really is. We need a new way to work through important issues, and I'm personally increasingly frustrated by being asked to respond and vote with limited involvement in strategy formation and really limited time to prepare. But I do want to thank the acting clerk for committing to find a new governance model for us. I frankly can't do my job with 3 working days notice. Saying that, I want to thank admin and community. I know how much you care. Admin and community know it works. I think we're moving in the right direction. It's clear that we lack resources, in my view, also performance measures and a clearly outlined role. I think I read in the report, and I'm pretty sure I've read all these reports, that we've been discussing this issue since 2013. It must be incredibly exhausting for community and staff, and in my view, we've been throwing good money at really bad solutions. Shelters and warming centers do nothing to solve houselessness. The solution to houselessness is housing. I think we all know that. But I do have some questions here, and I want to thank Deb for her introduction. I suspect we're going to get to some of these. I understand that every province, through the chair, has different rules, legislative rules, regarding a municipality's role related to housing along the housing continuum. So we can only do what our province lets us do, and then, of course, what we choose to do. What does our province let us do? What are the legislative limitations or allowances related to this specific issue?
Through the chair, I would refer this question to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll speak to the planning legislation piece of it, and there's really no restrictions in terms of what we're allowed to incorporate into our official plans and zoning bylaws. And I'm not exactly sure, Councillor, which legislation you're speaking to, if you're speaking to what we can incorporate and allow under zoning or official plans or neighborhood plans, or what legislation you're speaking to.
Yeah, so I guess for context, I don't know if this counts to my time. As I understand it, perhaps I'm wrong, that municipalities can, we can acquire land, we can expedite approvals for housing and nonprofit housing, we can, defer or eliminate, tax or development charges. For instance, I know that Edmonton has and owns 7,000 housing first models. I know that Toronto has 165,000 people living in city-owned units. Now, they don't get any provincial funding there, so that's probably not necessarily a good model. Montreal has 55,000 people, but I understand that in some provinces, they delegate authority along with resources, and I understand, although I'm new to this file, that sometimes there's legislative inhibitors or allowances to support cities in that specific space. So I guess I'm looking for some context from you, as I suspect you know more about it than I do.
Through you, the chair, we don't receive other than the half or other than any of the other pieces that have been brought forward to you, any resources or support for that. Are you speaking more so, and I'm maybe looking then to Ms. Bryden or Ms. Williams to answer in terms of the breakdown between what government officials have the authority to do versus municipal authority to do under legislation?
Yeah, and I hear you say that, in fact, there are no restrictions, and that really was my question. You know, are there any restrictions, legislative restrictions at the provincial level that sort of prevent us from participating where we choose it's appropriate to participate along the housing spectrum or continuum?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So I would say at a very high level and without determine their own role and funding levels to support housing along the continuum as they see fit. And we certainly haven't done that type of legislative comparison provincially wide yet, although that may be some of the work that is coming forward with our comprehensive housing strategy that you'll see in the spring.
Thank you. I think in retrospect, had I had the experience that I did today, I would have authored my motion differently on the houselessness crisis to specifically ask that we outline and delineate our role related to housing. But with that in mind, understanding that something's coming in Q2 today, in the current context, what does administration see as our role in terms of preventing those from becoming unhoused and supporting those in unhoused, from land use planning to land acquisition to zoning bylaws, owning, operating, partnering? I'd like to hear from Min as to what we see today. Effective.
Thank you, through the chair. So again, we are bringing that comprehensive housing strategy forward in the spring, which will help clearly delineate how we see our role in terms of housing. I would refer to Mr. Slater to speak to our role with the other items that you mentioned.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I mean, I think it's important for us as administration to continue to work alongside our nonprofit organizations and understand where the needs are and where, I mean, ultimately we're looking to those groups to staff our shelters, our supportive housing units. So we need to involve them in conversations around what is needed. I think, and Councillor, you were, I think, part of those conversations as well. I think we understand the gap at a supportive level, a supportive housing level, to be with staffing dollars. We know that if capital is there and a building is there, you know, not necessarily is there funding to support operations of those spaces, right? I think as far as our role, I mean, we certainly look to, you know, as we outline in the report, we look to the strategies that council has approved in the past to guide our work moving forward. And I think, you know, with respect to our community investment grant program, it's important that we continue to understand growing needs and priority areas. So when we do, you know, if council makes decisions to bring more funding into those buckets, I mean, I think we can fund programs that are, you know, actively meeting those prominent needs in community.
Yeah, Dave, well, thanks for that. I mean, I think we heard lots of great feedback through you, to you and your team. I think my colleagues and I have also illustrated there's immense risk in allowing for the downloading of responsibilities. In April 2021, I see we passed in the report, it references $1.21 million to fund permanent supportive housing. Can you remind me, just because I wasn't around, where did that money go again?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. I believe that is the funding that is allocated to Horse Dance Lodge annually.
We also said, and I'm just quoting, we would support solutions to end homelessness through integrating housing first programming within policy frameworks, modernizing relevant policies and legislation, and facilitating partnerships to ensure the future success of the project. Just wondering if you could speak to what that kind of means from administration's perspective, and maybe what, if any, progress we've made in that respect.
Thank you, through the chair. So I would say, the city's role has been related to coordination, and certainly the development of CSER, which has recently been dissolved, and so now we're looking to advance that work and provide that more coordinated role and effort. I would ask Mr. Slater if he has anything further to add. Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, I would just confirm what Ms. Bryden stated about the funding, the $1 million it was to Horse Dance Lodge. This was as part of the RHI project. And we contributed staffing dollars to support that space. As far as the language that you read, Councillor Froh, specifically in the plan to end homelessness, it does speak about, our role as a funder, also our role is in development of policy and aligning future and current strategies to actions in the plan. So we know the plan itself does speak to the importance of the comprehensive housing strategy, our housing incentive program as well, and our community investment grant programs. I mean, those are our levers internally that I think we can have, we have the ability to, maneuver and shape to meet the needs of other plans and community.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just building on Ms. Bryden's introduction of the comprehensive housing strategy, so perhaps this is for Bill. Walk me through the outcomes we're hoping to achieve in terms of that plan, and specifically our role on the housing continuum right up until market housing. And specifically, I'm wondering if that plan intends to outline goals, strategic priorities, tactics, measures of success, and resources required to execute on whatever it is we deem to be appropriate along that continuum.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, Mr. Nair, would you like to speak to that, please?
Yes, thank you for the question, and through the chair. Part of the work that we are doing is to identify all of the areas in which we are involved along the housing continuum. And that being said, we also identify those partners, whether they be nonprofits or they be funding partners either provincially or federally. The intent is to outline really the different avenues of work that we need to do, what we've heard back in terms of engagement from various stakeholders, and to sort of bring that together into something comprehensively that looks at all stops along the housing continuum.
Thank you very much, Bill. Through the chair, again, will that comprehensive housing plan outline specifically what we choose as a city to be our jurisdictional areas of responsibility and role? And then specifically, will it include goals, strategic priorities, measures of success, and then most critically, the resources that we feel are required to outline those aforementioned things?
Yes, and through the chair, most definitely. We are working on right now what we really see as the goals that we can outline as a city to achieve various KPIs. We are looking at developing a report that really allows us an opportunity to see success in the work going forward with our partners. So we plan to identify goals and objectives that align with what we've heard from our various partners, and identifying opportunities for which the city can be involved either as funders or advocates or various other roles.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I'm continually impressed by the work your branch does. I've learned a lot through reading your material. How do you plan to engage community, including those with lived experience, and how will council be engaged in that report, or will we receive that report and vote on it much like we did today?
Yes, and through the chair, we've actually just finished a number of months of substantial engagement with the community and really people at all levels on the continuum, from people who are part of industry to people who have lived experience. And so the idea was to try to hear as many voices in terms of their lived experience and the realities of doing work within the various levels of the continuum. So we are just in the process of bringing that all together and bringing that as part of the report. We've also had a Be Heard page that gave an opportunity for some other community input as well. So generally, those two activities will be part of our report.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that. Not surprised. Through the chair, how, if anything, will council be engaged, or is this perhaps through the chair to administration? Does administration see this as the appropriate forum for us to ask questions and debate an issue like that? I ask that being reasonably new on council still.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Typically, Councillor, policy development at this level is left to administration. You've already signaled to the acting clerk that you've asked her to look into some procedural matters that might provide you with some more opportunities. That might be just having extended meetings. You've already indicated that 5 minutes of one round of questioning is not sufficient in your mind, which is fair. These are heavy policy matters, but typically this is left to the purview of administration and members of council as the elected board of directors. The understanding is that you stay up at the 10,000 foot level, but that doesn't mean you have to. That will be your call. But you know, from my perspective, you have to be very careful about individual members wading in far too much on detail, because we are here to provide you with the best professional advice that we can. It's obviously we need to hear your perspective, and you can get a lot of that from your questions. And at any time, if you, you know, not to throw spanners in anything, but at any time, if you're not feeling that you're getting the information or the perspective that you need, you have tabling options available to you procedurally.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I'll just close with this. I have confidence in administration. I feel, you know, well supported by administration. I want to avoid council getting to the weeds and the minutia, but I do feel there is a role for council at a 3,000 foot level in terms of outlining where we see a strategy going at the strategy level, right? Which is the outcomes we're trying to achieve, how we measure success. It's a conversation about resources and strategic priorities, but your point is well made, Jim. I appreciate that. I think just in the interest of time, I'll stop there, other than I just want to close by thanking administration, by thanking community. We're on the right track. I can't imagine how frustrating it is to talk about the same things over and over and over again, but you know, perfect's the enemy of good, and I'm pleased we're making some good progress. So I appreciate the opportunity to introduce the report today.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Next, I have Councillor Burton.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to just echo Councillor Fro's comments about the hard work that the administration has done, and it's a difficult subject. It really is, as you come forward with various ideas and recommendations. I truly understand the efforts gone into it, and if we all had the silver bullet, we'd come up with it and fix all in a hurry, but that doesn't work that way. I'm going to just go to the theme 7K about the direct payments to landlords, and that it was described that income assistance, this came up repeatedly in discussions, and I was looking for a bit more a description about that, because in the report I didn't see this screaming loud about us advocating for it. There's no sirens or red lights or bullhorns for it. I didn't see a recommendation there. I noted that the December 8th, 2021 report described, you know, working on income support delivery models, but it also had a number of things tagged along with it, with fund in full, increase funding, add this, and so there's a lot of the baggage that came with it, and I believe this one could be possibly addressed standalone. So I just want to get some more perspective on that theme.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I would start by saying I think advocacy lies at the level of council, less than administration. And the program that you're referring to is a provincial funding program. I don't have any direct input or comments related to the program specifically, other than probably echoing, I would say administration would probably echo what you heard from Miss Coomer Benson. I was going to say Miss Melissa. It's been a long day. So I would, where we just would advocate for more, would suggest that council advocate for more funding to support folks in their levels of need.
So through the chair, I'd like to just get expanded a bit on some of the discussions, just to understand from the people that maybe talked to the groups why it came up repeatedly.
Through the chair, I believe it came up repeatedly as a part of the situation that we're in, where folks are seeing themselves homeless or houseless. Just, making choices with the funding that is available to them, and that the funding is not sufficient to keep a roof over their heads and food in their mouths for them and their families.
Thank you. On page 118 of the councillor packages, bit of the new proposed, it says October 25, kind of the decision matrix or flow chart with that. And in there, it says some of the decision criteria is encampment determined to be high risk, unsafe, or in an inappropriate location. But I didn't really see anything that described any of the additional evaluation criteria that might come, and that's, it's rather high level. And again, I appreciate the work the administration did there. That myself, as I look through possible criteria for high risk, unsafe, or inappropriate, is size, duration, the location, and the environmental conditions. So I was wondering if there was anything further than that, because right now that some people might complain it's too vague and that could be used to be shut things down or however they take it. So I was looking for a bit of more information on that front.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think you're referring to the risk and vulnerability matrix, and I will refer that question to Mr. Slater. Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So yes, Ms. Bryden's correct. We are recommending, if council approves the recommendation today and sort of gives administration the green light to go ahead with this type of model or approach, following that we would begin work on an operational policy, which would include a risk and vulnerability matrix. We've, and I'll let Ms. Martins here speak to it as well, but in our discussions with municipalities across Canada, folks who were leading very coordinated encampment response policy and risk and vulnerability matrix were very important to the response. So those items assessed, safety within the sites and vulnerabilities and safety of the residents and surrounding community as well. So that's not drafted today, but that's a next step if we get the go-ahead on this this type of a model. Certainly development of a public policy will very much be engaging with folks in community on developing that as well. And I'll see if Ms. Martin has anything to add.
Through the chair, it would be a tool utilized by a skilled team and clinicians, recognizing that each situation is going to be so unique, but it provides that guide for decisions so that there's that predictability, transparency to build trust within the community, so community members know how we come to the decisions that we come to. And it'll be informed by all the stakeholders, including lived experience and all the folks that we've identified as working together on that team.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, Theme 5K described that businesses cannot express their concerns to City Council without being villainized by the public. Here at Council, we have to straddle that we have people in sometimes awful circumstances, but we also have business owners that are, have worked hard, built a business, established a clientele. and they're trying to protect their world and provide employment in the city and take things forward. I was wondering if you could expand a bit upon those concerns about the being vilified when you're trying to deal with the situations.
Through the chair, I'll
Ms.
ask
Bryden.
Mr. Slater to speak to that.
Through the chair, I mean, I can speak to our direct experience leading the New Beginnings emergency shelter project. No surprise, communities across Canada, in any city, want to be involved when decisions are made on shelters or permanent supportive housing or affordable housing. It's a contentious issue wherever you go and whoever you speak to. And I think certainly as the team that led consultation and led the project on supporting getting increased shelter spaces in community, we heard from community members, we heard from business. Those open community discussions, were challenging and heated at moments. There's different perspectives in the room. Folks advocating on one end and folks worried about, their business and their lifestyle as well. So, I mean, it's a scenario that we have to work with, and we have to hear all sides. And I mean, our way to address that was establishing the Good Neighbor Agreement for the New Beginnings shelter, and really hearing business and hearing folks to try and address concerns. So, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. It's a tough one here. So through the chair. There's a lot of reading to get through this here. And I do recall that Saskatoon recently got some funding, I believe, from the provincial government. And have we received similar, or is this they happen to get some first, or was there some other things going on? I could not do all my research to determine where we are comparing to the neighbors down the street.
Ms. Bryden? Yes, thank you through the chair. So we have been having conversations with the province to support, first of all, warming shelters and also, warming spaces for the winter, to stand up more spaces as we've talked about, and then also potentially more shelter space. But nothing has been determined yet, but we are hopeful and having continued conversations.
Thank you. Amber, is this right? You bet. Okay. So I would like to introduce an amendment, and my amendment would be it resolved that the City Council advocates to the province on behalf of all citizens to change the default for social assistance payments back to paying the landlord and utilities first.
Thank you for that, Councillor Burton. This time you have 3 minutes to speak to your amendment.
Okay. We've had people talk about that the actual amounts that people get matters, and I get it. It does. Everybody is struggling with budgets everywhere. I do not believe there's a significant difference in cost to paying this a little bit differently, but I believe there is a significantly improved outcome. As I mentioned in some of the discussions with delegates, that I know some landlords, and it matters. They don't want to have somebody in and out, revolving door of citizens that constantly somebody doesn't pay, now we got to kick them out and all the pain that goes with that. They're looking for some confidence that they can continue to rent, and also makes it, I believe, a bit better for the actual renter, that they have some confidence that they don't mess up and that they can continue to have a residence, a roof over their head, and that they could do that. So I believe that us as City Council, this could be a quick win, and this is something I'd like to propose, that we could then take this forward, that we advocate on this. And there's other things that we could do as well. Please, I'm not limiting it here this is one that I would like to take forward to then take to the province.
Thank you for that, Councillor Burton. Next in the queue, we had.
Point of order for this amendment.
Sure, point of order from Mayor Baczynski.
I'm just wondering if this is in order, just because have a report that's related to encampment response, and I don't know if this fits within the purview of encampment response for this report. So I don't think that this is in order for the report that we're considering. I think it'd be better served as something separate, to be honest.
Councillor Burton, would you be open to
Yeah,
bringing this as a separate motion?
I would bring this, I could give notice of motion and do this separately if you feel that's a better way that we do that.
That'd be my preference, but that's your call.
I think it would actually be stronger, be brought as a separate notice of motion, so we could strengthen the ask, including the feedback that we've gotten from delegations related to not only the payment directly to landlords, but also the amounts, and just to see if perhaps there's other ways that we can explore that.
I felt it was important to have this out now while we're having this discussion. It's on everybody's minds, and I said this is an important time to do that, but I could then bring this as a notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. So do you wish to withdraw at this point?
Do I withdraw? Do I give it as a notice of motion, or what do I do? Formal. Okay, I will withdraw and bring forward a formal notice of motion.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Burton. All right, so now one second. Councillor Burton, you have about 1 minute and 26 seconds on the main motion. Do you wish to ask any other questions or make any other statements?
Just a quick statement here that I do really appreciate all the effort the administration has gone to. This is difficult, it's tough. I said there's no silver bullet that's going to solve all, and we're going to continue to work our way through it one step at a time, and we'll get there eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Next, we have Councillor Biza.
Thank you very much to the chair. A couple of questions I have for administration regarding the encampments policy, and I'd like to get some clarification from members of RPS and the fire department.
We'll just wait until RPS members come to the delegation. And Fire Protective Services. Thank you. Chief Davis and Mr. Ewan, correct? McCollum, Councillor McCollum. All right. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Biza.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Now, we heard today sometimes it's more dangerous going to Craven for the weekend than it is going to an encampment. I want you to explain your roles as protective services with respect to what you've experienced with encampments, and what have you seen for positive outcomes, negative outcomes, experiences, opportunity costs, and benefits to encampments. Chief Davies, can I start with yourself?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, so in terms of, I would say, large-scale encampments, I've been involved in 2, Pepsi Park and obviously in front of City Hall. And so in terms of police role, it's quite resource intensive. So our frontline members typically are through the encampment a number of times a day. 3-4 times a day, supporting other services. So ministry officials, for instance, if they're going by to try and connect people to services, they would raise concerns about their personal safety in terms of walking through. So we supported that role as well. We had a role in terms of engagement, again, trying to connect folks to services, support them in terms of connections with other agencies. And then for the most part, I would say daily meetings in terms of response, what is going on in the encampments. In terms of enforcement, I would say by and large we did not have a large increase in criminal charges. We did have increased calls for service. What we typically would find was, for instance, we would get a call about a weapons offense. When we got to the scene, there'd be nobody there who would cooperate with police in terms of providing a statement or giving us information about suspects. I would say, by and large, the majority of the time, we did not have cooperation from anybody in the encampments. So, frustrating from that end of it. If we do have people with weapons or weapons offenses, obviously we like to hold those folks accountable, but that was something that was certainly problematic. I would say policing, we do not want to be involved in homeless encampments. That is not our primary responsibility, but we certainly, in every instance that we can, support other service providers to be able to ensure that they are safe and being able to do their jobs. So, for instance, in relation to supporting fire, with the removal of the encampment at City Hall under the Fire Safety Act, our role obviously was supporting them in terms of ensuring that we could assist them. Unfortunately, that led to a number of arrests. It was very high profile across the country, I would say. We don't like to find ourselves in that position. And unfortunately, the large majority of folks who were arrested were not folks who were houseless living in the encampment. So it's a complicated role for police. We understand that we have a role to play and certainly are happy currently to have the seat at the table in terms of responses with different agencies, including the city, obviously. So yeah, I would categorize it that way, and I'll turn it over to my good friend here for his response.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. So a couple of things I'll clarify right off the bat. Our role has certainly changed over the past few years with encampment response. Early on, we were using our prevention branch to identify and monitor the encampments throughout the city. We had a core area that we were doing weekly checks on. We would engage with individuals, offer services. That role has changed and moved over. A lot of that work has moved under by law enforcement. So right now, when it comes to the large-scale encampments such as City Hall or Pepsi Park, our role really was around the fire and life safety aspect. We were doing, at City Hall specifically, we were doing daily tours through the site looking for that accumulation of combustible materials or pressurized gas vessels or cylinders, unsafe heating methods or cooking methods, and trying to address those situations as they came up. In this small scale encampment, something that we're seeing today, really it revolves around, again, the collection of combustibles and the use of warming fires, especially at this time of year as we get into the colder seasons. So we start to see a lot more fires. And our role is to go out and determine compliance. And there are differences between public property, private property, and how we enforce those. And we're trying to find that balance as well of not coming in with the hammer and creating more challenges and impacting the ability for people to live safely where they can. But our role has certainly evolved, and I think that some of the challenges that we also see with that is, and I think we heard today, is that there are residents that are neighboring these encampments that bring concerns to us, and that's some of the things that we field as well with service requests around inability to enjoy your own property when there's an encampment next to it. And so we get in the middle of those, and we do try to keep it strictly on fire and life safety. We leave the remainder by law enforcement.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Pisa. I am told that we have to move to our 15-minute mandatory break. So we will do that now. We are past our time. So we will continue with your questions after our break at 4:45. Yep. right, I will call this meeting back to order. Thank you. And Councillor Bizo, please go ahead with your questions.
Thank you very much. About 15 minutes ago, we talked about some weapons and some fires. Have you experienced anything with, drugs or fatalities?
Through the chair. Yes, we have experienced that there have been a number of overdoses during those previously referenced encampments. I know for sure there is one fatality for sure in terms of an overdose, sadly. But I don't think there was any sort of fatalities in terms of like criminality.
Okay. Thank you very much. Through the chair, when you're talking about drugs and any kind of overdoses with respect to drugs, do you notice if it's in a higher elevated rate in an encampment versus if it's just regular kind of day-to-day business?
Through the chair, tough to answer because really I would say on sort of any given day or time, the number of overdoses that we would respond to or EMS would respond to really fluctuate. For instance, the number of overdose calls this year compared to last year are down significantly. So, certainly it is a concern of ours in previously and dealing with encampments that there would be overdoses. Certainly, numbers of needles that are found, and maybe even Dustin can speak to that as well through their work.
We have obviously responding to several encampments for overdoses, and the needles, as identified by Chief Davies there, is also a concern. Wouldn't be able to produce numbers on, like you were asking there, if there's an increased number on those encampments. We have seen that decrease as well at fire this year on a number of overdose calls. We do see an increase in fire calls on certain properties, vacant boarded properties or around encampments. We have had several encampment fires in the past few years. I won't speak to this year specifically, the numbers that we've had, but that is a risk that we do see and we do respond to.
Okay, and so through the chair, so in your opinion, from a fire perspective, you have an elevated risk of fires around encampments and in the encampments themselves?
We have seen there's that accumulation of hazards in those sites, and I spoke to him earlier with whether it's the combustibles or even just the materials that are in the encampments. A lot of wooden pallets, tarps, plastics, and a lot of times those warming fires are not kept at a safe distance, and a spark can create that risk or that hazard in the space, resulting in a fire. And I think there are certainly things that do occur that we may not know about. There may be fires that do occur that don't necessarily get into a full conflagration, but when we do get called, we have seen those hazards create that need for response.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Chief, you belong to an association or a committee called the CACP. Can you explain what that is? And does that committee have a consensus around encampments?
Chair. So the CACP is the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. I'm the Saskatchewan representative on that board. The CACP, its role is lobbying efforts for government, for changes in laws, advocacy for frontline members and policing. And so the CACP doesn't specifically say homelessness, here is the answer. What they do say, though, however, is that collaborations and partnership are key, and that houselessness is not a policing issue, but it is an issue that concerns public health and social issues. And so really, from our perspective, we would ask all of our partners to focus on root causes, sort of the upstream, and police should not be sort of used as the housing police in terms of going in and taking down encampments, but really it needs to be a collaborative, jurisdictional approach to be able to, find housing for people.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, can you describe a jurisdiction that has success and what you've seen in this?
I wish that I could. I wish I had that magic answer. Just last week, actually, I spoke to the chief from Halifax Police Service. They've had experience with designated encampment sites, and so I wanted to get his thoughts on that and how that has worked for their jurisdiction. And I think, as with anything, there are some good things and some bad things. So a number, I think they initially had 6 sites. So far, 3 of them have been decommissioned. Police have been used sort of in that decommissioning. Some of those went well, some of them went awful. And so, they're not in favor of being involved in that decommissioning and having people removed from those sites. He said it has been problematic in terms of when a site is decommissioned, it really has to be fenced off for probably about a year in order for people not to go back in and use that site. But, from a positive policing perspective, he said that they don't do any sort of encampment work except respond to criminal complaints in those designated sites. So he said that it's been multi-sector in terms of the I don't know, it's the city, it's more of the municipality there. I think they're larger than just the city, but, and the province working together to be able to figure out what that looks like, along with third-party companies and non-governmental agencies. But he didn't say that that was the answer and said that there are certainly lots of work to be done. So I'm not aware through any other chiefs in my role in that committee that anybody has said, here's the solution. I think it's very complex for sure.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, what has Vancouver done? They have a fairly large encampment area as well too. So what's your experience dealing with the City of Vancouver and having those discussions?
Well, I think, again, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of that response. I know that, they've gone through, cleared out encampments. I know that police essentially, in some instances, have stepped back and said, we will not assist in any of this anymore. This is not our role. You're putting us at conflict with people. And so, I think that based on their geography and climate, their situation there is, I would say, more acute than ours, but certainly I'm not an expert in terms of their response, but I know from a policing perspective that at some point they've stepped back and said, this is not our role.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm going to rely on your experience, both your experiences with encampment and encampment strategies. You're here to advise us. Should we go ahead with an encampment strategy, or we should say no to encampment strategies?
Well, it's a big question.
Take as long as you want. We just had a break.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure that'll be appreciated. So I sit on a number of committees locally. So I sit on Coordinated Access Regina on the governance committee. I sit on the hub table steering committee. Clearly lots of intersectionality there with homelessness. If you were to ask me my wish list, I would say number 1, there definitely needs to be more supportive housing spaces. And I don't know whose jurisdiction that is or who pays for it, but I just know that our people who are in the most acute need cannot find housing that they can reasonably live in. And those are the folks that typically come in contact with police, with fire, with EMS more times than anyone else. And so those spaces, to be able to support those with highest acuity, are in short supply for sure. I think that it needs to be a community led approach. So not just the city, not just fire, not police, not bylaw, but we need to have all the people at the table to be able to figure out what that looks like. I think that wellness approach is important, and really treating people with compassion and trauma-informed is certainly essential. I think the work that the Regina Street team has done in terms of being able to connect people with services is a good model. I think that if you don't have people in uniforms trying to connect people with services, you're going to have more uptake and support, and it's going to be better received. So those would be a couple things, you know. Do we need investment? For sure. I've connected city administration with our folks at Hub Table. I think that there's some desire to have a little bit more intersectionality in that regard, and sort of dealing with the folks who are in most elevated need in the community, and is there a way that we can work together? So I'm really looking forward to that. So I think that there is a role to play. I've skimmed the administration's report. I think there are some good things in there in terms of the way forward, but I'm also not making funding decisions sitting in my chair. So it's complex. Sum it up like that.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank both of you for your service to the community. I don't have any more questions for you, but I do have a few questions for administration at this point.
Councillor Beazle, you have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we have a report. We have the police just state that housing is a complex issue. It didn't sound like they're really in favor of encampments. But I know that we have some work that we've done with Regina Housing and Regina Housing Authority. How many empty houses are in Regina right now that could use some repair to put people in versus spending money on different administration type programs?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you. I'd refer that question to Mr. Nair.
Mr. Nair. Mr. Nair?
I'm sorry, through the chair, can the question be repeated again, please?
Yes, thank you very much. How many houses are in kind of the Regina Housing Authority that are in a state of disrepair that are not being utilized right now? And what would it take to get those back into service?
Yes, thank you for repeating the question and through the chair. We have been talking to Sask Housing about that. The exact numbers we would have to confirm. There are looking at programs such as our agreement with them, the MOU that we signed between ourselves, Silver Sage, and Sask Housing to address some of it, but we are still looking at the numbers and what potentially would be available.
How many? Sorry, what was that number?
Sorry, we're just 2 minutes away from 5 o'clock, so before we get ahead, I just need to get a motion on the floor to continue past 5 o'clock. Councillor Fro. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Seeing no one opposed, please continue.
Thank you. Can you, what was it, do you have a number or not a number, or thinking we have a number?
Yes, and through the chair. Actually, often what is mentioned in the press and in the public domain is a number that is actually units. So it's not necessarily just single-family dwellings. It's comprised of duplexes, fourplexes, and a number of different types of buildings. We don't specifically have that number available to us, but it is a number certainly we could get from them.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a question for you then, through the chair. Based upon the number of units, would it be possible to get that information back to us and say, you know, if we put in, say, $30,000, we can get this fourplex back in operation. That can take 10 people that are in need of housing and put them back into housing in some form or another. Could we get that information in perhaps a report or work with Sask Housing on this?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. It's part of an ongoing discussion, although it is because we are just we have discussions on sort of specific units, but in terms of that, it deals with larger operations and specific information in terms of the status of the units, what would be needed to be invested in it, and would probably be embedded somewhere within the reporting, but we could probably ask our counterparts at Sask Housing to provide that information in some format for us.
Perfect, that'd be fantastic. And the last question directed towards administration through the chair. I've looked at some numbers. We have about $623.8 million that the provincial government is putting towards our discussions today. For administration, that seems a little bit higher than our actual city budget. Is that correct?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor, could you repeat that number?
Yeah, $623.8 million is what the province is putting at.
Through the chair, I can't confirm that number.
Councillor Bizo, is your question referring to the
Yeah, it's
provincial
referring
budget?
to, you know, how much the province has in their coffers compared to what we're doing in the city, and how could we address what we're doing when the provincial budget is significantly higher than our city budget?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Anderson, would you be able to speak to that question? Oh, Mr. Nicol.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you. I think if I'm through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd venture to say that what Councillor Bizo is trying to illustrate is that the province is putting upwards of $600 million into this, and our expenditure budget in totality is in that neighborhood, plus or minus a few million. I think it speaks to my understanding from what Councillor Bizo is trying to emphasize, and I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but I'll try, is that this is a provincial responsibility. Now, as we've heard earlier today, we do have a role to play. And I think administration has said it on many times here in the chambers, that although we don't have the primary responsibility nor the specific funding tools for that, it nonetheless falls to the city of Regina to really deal with a lot of the houseless people on a day-to-day basis. And so we have some strategies to mitigate, but we certainly don't have the coffers that could ring a bell and make this all go away. So we've also heard that, as Chief Davies said, there's many conflicting or competing things for funds. And this is one of those, because it isn't going to go away with $2 million and a handshake. The houselessness crisis, as it's out there, is widespread. The numbers are growing every day. Here, Regina, PA, Moose Jaw, and I'm sure other centers. So unless I'm mistaken, I just thank you for bringing that perspective forward, Councillor Bizo.
Well, that is, through the chair, that is 100% an excellent perspective and very well summarized for the chief and fire department, saying, you know what, it's very complex. Through administration, it's very complex. It's a huge budget. Now, is this an area that the city can afford to pick up the tab for?
Sir Nicol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think the short answer is, I'll go out on a limb and say, no, not at this time, not with the present funding tools we have. Certainly, we would need direction from council in terms of what we need to do or what you want us to do. You'll be seeing some of this as in terms of funding trade-offs or decision trade-offs in the budget that's presented and released to the public next Thursday. But this is a large file, complex file that, again, is not the primary responsibility of the city of Regina. Having said that, again, I have to emphasize that it's our frontline people, it's our fire, it's our police, it's our bylaw, it's our programming people that are dealing with this each and every day. So although we take a disproportionate role in, I think, addressing the immediacy of it, we are not the keepers of the big purse that will hopefully find a way to address this.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Next, Councillor Rasevich.
The chair, I like how you described that we were creating strategies, you know, so I think maybe we could be I would say we could be the quarterback, and the province could be, you know, all the players or the money funding the quarterback. You know, we could, that's the way I think personally, I think it's been brought up here around council that we all, I think most of us realize it's the province that has to step up, or the federal government to an extent as well. And we could be the quarterback and create the strategies and manage the money. So I just kind of wanted, since you brought that topic up, I thought I'd bring in the quarterback aspect since Grey Cup's coming up Sunday. I guess one of the questions I also had was, so the street team, where's the funding coming from now with street team? So we got $2.4 million that we're gonna, I guess, get into social services. So how much is 2.4 million? How much of the 2.4 million is going to the street team?
Ms. Bryden.
Certainly, thank you. Through the chair. So in 2025, funding for the street team came from various places. So RPC contributed toward the street team, CSIR funded a portion of the street team, as well as some provincial and federal funding. For 2026, I believe the federal funding runs out in March. And for 2026, the proposal is that the city would use a portion of the funding from CSIR, from that budget, to fund the street team, as well as additional provincial funding.
So we don't have a number really.
Oh, sorry, I'll get Mr. Slater to break down the details on that.
Thanks for the question through the chair. So the 2026, in the report, we're suggesting that 800,000 be reallocated from the CSIR funding to the street team or street outreach initiatives. Provincial funding is currently in the range of 330,000. That our understanding is that agreement is also up at the end of 2026. So those discussions would have to happen as well.
So in 2025, did we contribute 800,000?
The City of Regina, thanks for the question. The City of Regina didn't contribute funding from our budget. We came to council with a report that spoke to the Unsheltered Homelessness and Encampment Initiative. That was a federal government program. So 2 payments to the street team, one for 600,000 and then one for 800,000. So the 600,000 was from 2025, and the 2026 fiscal is 800,000. That federal program ends at the end of 2026 March as well. So some of the funding we've been able to send to them is through we've been able to send through federal and provincial programs.
Okay. Okay. I guess like Councillor Fro, like you mentioned, like 3 days. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Ms. Bryden, did you want to add something?
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to clarify that $500,000 was funded through the CSIR to the street team.
Okay.
In 2025.
In 2025. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I guess a good chunk of the funding will come from the city for the street team, or it has and will be, I guess, upcoming as well.
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct.
A good chunk. Okay. Okay. I was just kind of wondering on that. I guess just I know I brought it up several times, you know, and I know I asked Melissa from the YWCA, I asked her about Saskatchewan Saskatchewan, what's it called? Income support. So I know just after I got elected, through Rally Around Homelessness, Alyssa, she sent me an email kind of sending me some information explaining how, you know, again, I'm going to, you know, talk about this again, but how the Saskatchewan Landlord Association in 2020, I guess 93% of rental housing providers indicated they expected the CIS to increase rent owners' evictions and homelessness. They did a survey shortly thereafter in September. They surveyed 2,539 people who had rental units, or not surveyed, but actually, so after that was implemented, 31% of people who were getting CIS went into arrears, didn't pay their rent, and in that same month, another 18% only paid a portion of their rent. I mean, we're talking like almost 50%. You know, so we're talking some low-hanging fruit. And I know we're going to talk about this down the road again and put something together, like Councillor Burton mentioned. And I know I keep bringing it up all the time. I bring a lot of things up over and over again. You guys will notice that. But I think you have. So again, we're talking almost 50%, like, it's huge. This is huge low-hanging fruit that as a council and as municipalities in the province, we need to get together, because we talked about this a year ago. And we need to hammer, you know, the provincial government to reverse this. You know, I mean, sometimes you have to admit when you made a mistake. Maybe you don't say you're wrong, because maybe that sounds kind of harsh, but maybe you admit you made a mistake and you go back the other way. So I just kind of want to bring that up. That was kind of, you know, just because with my conversation with Melissa from the YW, she felt that, you know, in her perspective and her where she's working, she's not seeing that that's creating homelessness or houselessness. But from dealing with the rally around homelessness, they're giving me another perspective. So I guess the other thing too I want to ask, I guess, Laura Lee, so Halifax, did they talk about where they placed it, where they placed these encampments?
Councillor Rasevich, you have 45 seconds, just heads up.
Sure.
Yep.
Where do they place these encampments?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I believe for the most part, they were city parks. Those were the spaces that they utilized, and I think in various areas of the city. So, you know, sort of everywhere within the city, but I think it was typically city park green spaces.
Okay. And again, I'm going to just reiterate, like some of the other councillors have said, you know, like, this is a provincial federal issue, bigger picture. We could be the quarterback, and you know, there's lots of seniors in our community, so we got to keep this in mind. Raising their taxes, we're going to make them homeless as well, and I think Melissa reiterated that, and I've spoken with Ann Keat from the Nest, and he's iterated that. The fact that us raising taxes is forcing people on the street too, so we got to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Turnbull.
Hello. Thank you for your work on this, and to the chair. I guess I'll ask some questions first. My first question is where the SHA, Saskatchewan Health Authority, and Mental Health and Addictions fit into this report and their roles and their overlapping work with the street team.
Ms. Bryden? Thank you, through the chair. So thank you for that question. I'll start, and then Mr. Slater can speak more in depth. But the street team is really that first, the first people to create communication with folks on the street or our vulnerable population, and then they would call in Sask Health or some of those other authorities when or if needed to work with those folks. Dave, do you have any, Mr. Slater, do you have anything further to add?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. And I'll add, within our proposed recommendations in the report, we speak about the system leadership group, which is essentially our leadership group that would oversee community safety and well-being planning moving forward. So a committee like that did exist in Regina at one point. It was called the Regina Human Services Partnership. That it's not active currently, but that was your sort of high-level leadership committee, chief of police, mayors, city managers, leads from ministries, which including mental health, SHA. So it was very a broad sector leadership group. 100% we see connection to that committee. We would need someone from a ministry level, from health, mental health and addictions. Beyond that, we have SHA sits with us at our encampment response committee as well. That committee is more at an administration level, but acts similarly in that there's many different sectors that sit around that table. Health being one of them, social services, police, fire, our street team representation as well. So, you know, I agree with that. That's a crucial part to collaboration, and we see them as being a fit as well.
Okay, and then when we're looking at jurisdiction stands, is there a street team in Saskatoon? How are they handling this?
Through the chair, Mr. Slater could speak to that.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. There's a street team. I believe they're referred to as a community support program. They're in-house at the city within their fire department and work alongside their fire and bylaw.
Okay. I believe there is a outreach team with the health authority, but I'll ask you to check in on that with mental health and addictions, which serves similarly. But I'll ask you to look into that. Also, with the social worker and the navigations through the SHA, I'm just wondering if that is happening through them as well.
Through the chair, yes, we're aware there's a street outreach team. It's very focused on medical support, harm reduction support. We know that the current street team does work alongside that program as well. So they supplement the work and provide specific medical support, like whether it's nursing or connection to, you know, harm reduction supplies, first aid, CPR, etc.
And that team works with like a social worker to connect to all the different services, I believe. Okay.
Through the chair, I can't confirm that at the moment, but we can look into it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're working with them. And again, so it sounds like, do you envision this as the command center, as one of our delegates said, of sort of navigating the services?
Through the chair, Mr. Slater. Yep.
Through the chair, while we haven't coined the term command center, we do like the term as well. We certainly know that this work is highly collaborative, and you know what I can say. What I can say is from conversations with other municipalities who have been, you know, undertaking encampment response for many years before the city of Regina became more active in this, is that working together, well-coordinated systems, having sort of a hub-style table, and you need that coordination point person to bring people together. You need that data sharing. As Chief Davies spoke to, we are going to be in discussions with the provincial hub table, which is it's a data sharing space intervention table. We envision a world where there's a sort of an intervention hub space where we can discuss folks living in encampments who need support, services, housing. We haven't ironed out details whether it's at that table or if it's something new, but when we speak about the care team, that's essentially what we're saying is a hub style table with representatives from different sectors. But so we certainly see, as per our recommendation, we see ourselves coordinating that work alongside partners, and we think that's a good fit for our team.
Do our partners and other layers of government also agree that the city should be the command center? Do we have a RACE chart, which is the responsible, accountable, consulted, informed chart of who's doing what ownership? Is everyone on the same page with that?
Ms. Bryden, or?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Slater. Mrs. Slater.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I mean, those partners that we've mentioned are actively sitting with us at our encampment response committee that meets weekly. So I'll say there's commitment from those sectors to continue sitting alongside our team.
I guess I'm interested in the roles and responsibilities chart and make sure that everyone's on the same page. We did have delegates from different things, including Never Mind today, and there were some duplications, and I wanted to make sure that we actually know.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So thanks for that question. Just want to provide some clarification that there isn't a duplication with what administration is presenting to you folks and what the work that NAMRIND is doing or the work that we will be doing to support NAMRIND. So the NAMRIND housing funding and the positions being suggested for city administration, NAMRIND housing as the community entity is responsible for to the federal government and uses the HIFAS system to collect data. They also run coordinated Access Regina, which oversees the by names list, which is the number of people who are currently unhoused or accessing housing or shelter. Their role is specifically to oversee that duty. Our funding to them is meant to be coupled with other levels of government and to fund coordination of the Plan to End Homelessness implementation. So that's the city's role in the Plan to End Homelessness. And then the position we're proposing would support program evaluation and data collection related to our community safety and well-being plan, the city's encampment strategy, and the community investment grants program to ensure that we're collecting and analyzing the data that can tell us about the impact that these programs and investments are having in community. Additionally, program evaluation support and centralizing support with data collection is a recommendation in our community and safety well-being plan.
Okay. I think that does lead into my question about the data evaluation and research advisor for $140,000. Because there is the numbers of Canadian Institute of Health Information, SHA, Population Health, NAMRIN, and there are studies for homelessness available. So I was wondering, when that delegate came about the $30,000, that seemed like that was looking at the same data. So
through the chair, I'll maybe ask Mr. Slater to see if he can provide more clarification.
Yeah, through the chair, I just reaffirm what Ms. Bryden said. They're definitely, looking at separate data pieces. Again, the responsibility of NAMRIN Housing is looking at homelessness. They oversee the by names list and coordinated access Regina, which is under their purview as a community entity through the federal government. So their responsibility is really focused on that piece of work. I think our work is more broad in the sense that we're looking at the full community safety and well-being plan, which is, as you know, has many priorities in the plan, very complex. And as a municipality, we're a funder and we're handing out community investments to organizations. I think we have a role to play as an evaluator and to look at investments that we're making in community and seeing what impact they're making. I think as a team, we want to understand, when we're making investments in upstream approaches like early childhood education or after school programs, what is that turning into long term? How can we follow that investment and see the social impact it's making? So, I think our position that we're suggesting is much more broad and has a greater impact to the work that we do in our branch.
Okay. I guess my concerns match a lot of the delegates, that it seems very top heavy and administrative. I guess my concern would be that we're going to spend $1.5 million to give out $1 million of resources. And when we look at the amenities and things, when we had these meetings, they were all about infrastructure. And then this is mostly about staffing. So there's the $500,000 in grants and $5,000 in warming. And I've asked numerous delegates today what they would spend $2.5 million on if they had it for houselessness. And yeah, I think it's just the allocation. We need the funds, we need the prioritization. I just want to make sure we're spending it wisely, because there's 824 in the count. We know that's that. And that 2.5 would equal $3,000 per, which would be $250 per month. And the disability payment is $1,000 per month. So if we were just straight out hand out $2.5 million, we could improve someone's life by $250,000 a month. So that is meaningful, and I really want to be careful that when we're giving out funds that we're doing something with it. So I'm hesitant on the allocation of it, but I very much support this. So I'm kind of mixed right now.
Oh. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to provide some clarification of that funding. That funding is including 3 positions. 2 of those positions were within the prior or former CSIR project team, plus a coordinator that we would add. Those 3 positions would be in city administration. The additional potential positions that we're talking about in this report reflect the team that is needed for the Regina Street team. So the Regina Street team is a key component of our encampment strategy. And so it seems like a lot of administration, but it includes the Regina Street team funding. Whether that becomes an entity whether that becomes part of the city, whether we bring that in-house or whether we end up partnering with another nonprofit entity or not. That's why that's in that report that way. But I just wanted to be clear that that is part of Regina Street team funding.
Okay, yeah, there's the $800,000 for the street, but the 3 jobs are all over $100,000 each, all 3 of them. I am a little bit concerned from what we heard today that there's not that many support for services out there, and we're acting as the navigation hub. So to me, it's a little bit about having like a reception desk to like a hotel where there's no rooms. So how are we pointing, like there's just a lack of support out there. We've heard it over and over again, and we're not creating more spaces for people. We've just created more people to say there's no spaces, I guess. So I very much support the intent and the work on this. I'm just a little bit worried about the allocation. And I would like to see it more towards doing something. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Mayor Baczynski.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. First, could you just clarify, just go through what dollars are reallocated from CSIR, what is provincially funded and what would be a new budget ask? Just those kind of 3.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the funds that are being reallocated from CSIR were $1.6 million. And then we are requesting an additional $800,000 increase to support community and safety well-being.
Perfect, thank you. So, this is a complex issue, as everybody's talked about, and we're trying to find a balance between what the city is or should be or could be responsible for and what the province has for us today in terms of funding and support. I know admin has done a ton of work to engage with stakeholders, to listen to our community, to work with our service providers, to find a balanced option for us to move forward. And I think that's what I see in here. And I want to thank administration for all the work that they've done to get us to this place. I think this is a step towards a more compassionate way of handling encampment response. And I think it is a good step forward, and I am very much in favor of progressing. With that, I think we all acknowledge that the work isn't done. So another question is, what ongoing meetings, dialogue is planned after today I'm assuming this will be an iterative process. So what's planned ongoing to continue to bring new ideas or perspectives or adjustments to this as we go forward?
Thank you for that question. I would refer that question to Mr. Slater, please.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So our team actively meets weekly at in different forums with our community well-being table, our heritage well-being table, shelter administration groups. I mean, we're sort of learning the frontline issues weekly and learn about how we can support. Our proposed recommendation suggests a new governance model for the city. So the community action table, or the CAT definition that you see within the report are different forms of committees that would address the priorities in the community safety and well-being plan. So those are essentially going to be the community-based committees that will stand up if this is approved. One of those committees is currently active, and that was as a result of work that CSIR did. Many of the other ones had been started back before CSIR was created, and I think are anxious to get back to having conversations with us. We see, those conversations as extremely meaningful in learning what is happening, in community. And our role as sort of that governing body is taking that message up to the system leadership group, if approved, that, these are the policy changes, these are the funding needs. So certainly, we're continuously committed to engagement with the community.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So I agree that we do need to work with other levels of government, as we heard today, and I personally am having a lot of those conversations already. I know we're working towards funding for warming spaces, and that's not the solution. That is, that's part of our command center for crisis response, as we've heard today. But it's important because we need to make sure that we have a place for people to survive our winters as we work towards a safe place for people to live and have a home. So there is a prioritization to get to where we need to be, and there is work to be done with other levels of government. Those conversations will keep going, and I expect them to progress as fast as we can, knowing that we don't have control over them. I think we need to acknowledge that we can put motions and things on the floor, but the reality is it's those relationships and that demonstration of what the reality is what I think will be most effective, which is why I'm very supportive of collecting data, getting as much information as we can to have a more concerted effort when we go and have those conversations with the province and with the federal government to truly demonstrate the need in our community for supportive housing and for our housing needs. So I want to just thank administration for the work that's been done, thank all the community partners, thanks to Regina Police and Regina Fire Protective Services for being here and giving your input as well. And I can see that everybody's invested in moving forward with this initiative, and I know we're going to keep moving forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Sickles.
I won't say anything right now. Thanks.
All right. All right. Okay, I do have some questions and then an amendment as well, but I'm going to start with my questions. First, thank you for the report. It was there was a lot in there, and I think we've made some real great progress, especially in the policy change related to how we manage encampments, and I was really happy to see that. So with that, in the report emphasizes the preventative measures that we have. So beyond the Safer Communities Fund, could you please elaborate on any other specific upstream or preventative measures that administration is proposing to lead or fund as part of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan?
Thank you. Yeah. Through the chair. Mr. Slater, would you take this one?
Mrs. Slater?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, the Building Safer Communities program that you cite is a great example of a federal program that allows us to do some upstream work. It's inherently a gang prevention program, but through our work alongside community and consultation within the community safety and well-being plan, we know that efforts around low barrier employment, mentorship opportunities for youth, after school programs, those are pro-social activities that make long-term impacts. I would say our, sort of as discussed earlier, our current community investment grant program funds I'd say a range of programs that exist within that community safety and well-being framework, a lot of which that do sit at that preventative upstream sort of spot on the spectrum. Our Big Brothers Big Sisters programs, our after school programs, Regina Early Childhood Network. These are all fantastic programs that we support. I would say in addition to that, the $500,000 that we've asked for to reallocate to our community investment grant program, we do want to sort of purposely send that funding out into community. We want initiatives to align with the safety and well-being plan. We feel like having staff in place to support evaluation of that, it will be important. But certainly we have goals in increasing the number of upstream programs that we can fund in community.
Fantastic, thank you for that. And earlier on you spoke about the community action tables. I had the opportunity to be part of the food security community action table a while ago when those were active, and my understanding is that currently the spectrum of substance use table is the only one that is active. So given that I feel like there was a lot of really good work put through some of those tables, and I think that the level of what was accomplished just varied table to table. In terms of reviving those tables, what does that work look like? And will any of that work be utilized, or are we starting from scratch through those tables?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The Spectrum of Substance Use Committee is active and has certainly gone through its ups and downs, I'll say, as transition from CSIR to the city. We have met with folks who sit around that table to sort of express our commitment to leading these tables moving forward. So we know that folks sitting around that specific table are interested in continuing. The other tables prior to the development or establishment of CSIR, there were some tables that you noted were started. I think in hindsight probably prematurely started before the governance, the CSIR was set up. Certainly fantastic folks sitting around those committees. Obviously we would re-engage folks who had committed to those tables to see if they're still interested in being part of that work moving forward.
All right, thank you so much for that. Now, in relation to the reports portion on the encampment response and the care team, I noticed that the care team, as it's listed through the report, it relies on a number of partner and agencies such as SHA, social services, and all of that, which I think is fantastic. I think we can all agree that that collaboration is what brings success to this type of initiatives. Now, at this point, do we know what is, like, if these external agencies, what is their awareness of this work? Do they have dedicated staff? Where are we at with that to make sure that that is successful and it's not just something of someone's desk?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. I would say the groups that you're referring to are, one, they're actively sitting with us at the encampment response committee. So these are our SHAs, police, fire, social services. So there are staff that are dedicated to be at that committee with us. So there's continuous collaboration. I think our hope is to see that more formally in place to be able to share data and information. So as I mentioned already to the previous question, we are going to be having a discussion with the provincial hub table, which is really a formal forum for data sharing amongst sector organizations. So I think we will explore with that group of what like formal commitments could look like.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for that. And now, in terms of the definition of support, so for the non-high-risk encampment response, and we can see that in Appendix B, it mentions support on site and ongoing case management. Could you please provide more details into what this means and what will it practically entail, and what would be the frequency of contact that we are looking at?
Through the chair, I'll refer this question to Ms. Martin.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there's certainly more work that has to be done in terms of development of policies and how that will look exactly. The support piece, we're looking at the relationship building and trust building. It would be the first part of that. And then sort of assessing what other supports are needed and can be offered. So we are hoping to add, connection to elders, ceremony, all of those things that we can hopefully offer to folks, and just sort of have more tools for the team to provide. And again, frequency, we will need to sort of flesh all of that out, but I would, ideally if we could meet with people daily to work on those relationships, and that's what we would do. We just don't have all of that determined at this point.
All right, thank you for that. In terms of the warming centers, I think, as it's been said before, we can all agree that is not the solution, but it's unfortunately a risk management we have to undertake when we have the type of winters that we have in the city. So the report recommends $500,000 for the new navigation center model. Can you please clarify if this funding will support the existing warming centers like Carmichael or Owasse, or by extending hours or services, or is it exclusively for a new facility?
Through the chair, Ms. Burton can address this.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, the goal of the expanded funding for warming centers would be for both of that. So we would look at both expanding existing warming centers as well as the potential of standing up new warming centers.
Right. Okay. All right. Now, I am not sure if you might have this offhand, because we all talked about we're investing all this money and what it would look like to maybe just house people. So do we know what the estimated cost per person would be for a housing first model for a person?
Through the chair, Ms. Burton can speak to this.
Thank you, and through the chair, we estimate about $40,000 to $60,000 per person annually to house someone with full supportive housing. And this is based on discussions with service providers within the city of Regina.
All right, thank you so much for that. I think this would be a good time to bring forward an amendment I have to the report. Just wait till it's put up on the screen. No, 10 is, no, sorry, that's incorrect. And that is gone. Number 10, please delete that. There we go. All right. So the amendment is to approve a, sorry, give me 1 second. I just need to change it on my end. Okay. So my amendment is that recommendation number 1, number 9 be amended by adding the following to the end of the sentence. So it's just adjusting something that is already existing in the report under recommendation number 1, which would be The recommendation starts with approve a support or outreach-based model to encampment response that prioritizes a person-first approach as described in this report and delegate authority to the Deputy City Manager of City Planning and Community Services or designate to develop an operational policy for implementation, which includes terms of reference for community action response to encampments team. And to this, my amendment is to add, provided that the risk assessment matrix and displacement protocols are co-designed with Indigenous leadership, frontline service providers, and individuals with lived experience, and further, that the operational policy defines risk and vulnerability in a way that is guided by a person-centered response to threats to human and physical safety that cannot be mitigated through on-site support. So the reason behind putting this amendment forward is just to make sure that as we develop this risk assessment matrix, we do it in collaboration with community, with people with lived experience, with frontline workers, as has been spoken throughout this meeting about the importance of making sure that that collaboration informs all of our engagement. So this is work that is already being undertaken, so it's just adding a little bit more clarity to that language, but as well as making sure that since we've changed the policy, at a policy level, the way in which we deal with encampments is to make sure that we can confidently say that we're not displacing people unless, you know, this risk matrix really dictates it, and that we cannot provide on-site support through that risk matrix. So the intent with this is basically to make sure that the work that we're doing is strengthened by information from our community and experts in the field, and that we can confidently continue to build those partnerships and work together. And okay, I think that is mainly it. I did talk to administration to work on the wording, and I believe Ms. Bryden has a question.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think we're just missing where it talks about encampments team provided that their risk, it should be risk and vulnerability assessment matrix. We're just missing.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like this might not be the updated one. If you wanna just give 1 second so that we can.
I think it was.
It wasn't everything that we
Through the chair, I think it was the updated version that you sent us. We were just missing the vulnerability in that assessment matrix title.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna wait until that is put up there again.
Go down.
Yeah. All right, thank you for that. Okay, so that is it. Okay. So I think the last thing that I would want to add before, if there are any other questions, is to make sure that this is some great work that has been done, and in talking with community members, a lot of the work that we do is informed by them, and if you put that in writing and in policy, it continues the goodwill and in good faith of all of those relationships, and we can continue moving forward in the work that we're doing related to this, as we've all said, very complex issue. So my intent is, again, to make sure that whatever risk matrix we put forward is thoroughly informed, so when that does get deployed, it doesn't come back to us and says like, oh, we didn't know or nobody asked us, because it will be impacting people who are most vulnerable in our community. Is there anybody that wishes to speak? And it looks like there is. Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much, through the chair. To me, I'm trying to read this and digest what this states. To me, this is almost to the point that we're going to take on the work of administration to do this for them. Like, to me, it's getting to not even that 3,000 foot level, but we're getting into the, doing the work in the 1,000 foot level. It doesn't seem like we're making a policy position on this, but we're just telling them how to do their jobs. I'd like administration, Mr. Nickel, or someone to comment on their thoughts on this one.
Sure. Can I want to start by commenting, and just want to note that the change is just adding to the recommendation that administration has already made, and the amendment is basically to add who can inform the matrix that they are building. So it's not dictating what they're building. They said through their report what they're already building. My ask is just that certain community groups are included in the consultations to build that risk matrix, and also when we're if people are being displaced, that we do it as a informed through this risk matrix as a last resort, making sure that it's done if no other supports can be mitigated. So the main details of that are in the report. It's just adding to that recommendation number 1 those 2 key details.
Yeah, I'm still sitting with a level of absolute confusion on this, because I thought they had a complete group that does this engagement to begin with. They've got departments that do this engagement. So I'm just kind of wondering, what is this to do? It's a duplication of effort that's already been done. And then, as we're going into the details of this, so we're saying we're going to have a encampment, but once we remove the encampment, we're going to have a big matrix to look at and to massage through.
No, Councillor Bezo, if you look at the report, it shows that the flow of how things go, it's dictated by this risk assessment matrix, which is currently not built. I'm not sure if administration wants to talk about that. So in the process of building that risk matrix, the amendment is to just add something in writing in terms of making sure that certain groups are consulted when that is built. That is work that administration was, to my knowledge, based on the report, was going to happen as part of this report and recommendation.
I'm going to say still deer in the headlights, because the last thing I heard from administration, it's $48 million to do kind of some work, and then we're looking at something that completely evolves into something else that's in a risk matrix now. So can I get a clarification from admin if you have any inputs on this?
Ms. Bryden? Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, so throughout the report, when we talk about the encampment strategy, we are assessing encampments using a matrix, a risk and vulnerability, I can't even say the word, vulnerability assessment matrix. We haven't developed that matrix as of yet. Should council approve the recommendations in this report, then we will move forward and through a consultative process with the groups, and we've identified this in the report, that we would engage with those groups and folks to develop our matrix.
So through the chair, was that not part of the original plan, or does this have to be that described to you?
Thank you. Through the chair, it is part of our original plan.
So this is a duplication of the efforts that you're going to be looking at doing to begin with?
Through the chair, this is an amendment that supports the work that we're doing or have committed to do through the report, but also provides more direction in terms of how the matrix would be applied.
Mr. Nickel.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I think I'll just try to explain it perhaps just a slightly different way, Councillor Bezo. As Ms. Bryden said, this is work already being done. It's Councillor Flores' position and her perspective that to make sure that this is done correctly and to the best of everyone's ability, let's put a little more meat on this bone and explain exactly what we believe that this risk and vulnerability assessment matrix really means, as opposed to leaving it out there for the groups to all come to the table with their own perspective. That's how I read this, is that it's trying to bring clarity, albeit it's a very long amendment or piece of the report anyway. And that might be actually what's causing some of the confusion, because it just adds to the complexity. But it is meant to provide a better definition of what we're looking for in the design of this matrix.
Sorry, through the chair, are we looking at the application or the design of the matrix? Like, what is the end result, like, of this, what's going on? Like, if we say this is more clarity on the matrix, so we're gonna put a matrix together and we're gonna put a few more points to it, or how we apply this matrix, because that's two different aspects now. Right now, we've heard from an administration that we could have as much as we're going to have encampment strategies, we're going to have encampments, we're not having encampments, we're going to put money towards encampments, and then the last thing we heard is, you know what, we'd be looking at $60,000 per person times 800 people, we could be looking at $480 million. So where are we going with this?
Right. Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll defer this to Ms. Bryden, but I think, Councillor, my understanding of this would be that once you've got the clarity on the matrix and what it then will kick out, then we have the guideposts by which administration and its partners can work in those situations when they're faced with this. So first you determine what the vulnerability matrix says, and then from there you determine what is your best course of action. But I'll leave that to Ms. Bryden perhaps to better augment.
Mr. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, I really have nothing further to add. I think the city manager described that adequately.
Sure. And to me, if I could add to that, again, as Mr. Nichol said, the intent is not to get in the weeds of this, but just seeing that the report as is written was not specific, given all of the feedback that we've received from community, and I think all of the really good work that has been done. Oftentimes putting things in writing can make a difference, and as Ms. Bryden said, it just strengthens the work that it's already going to be done, which is why the amendment just adds to recommendation number 1. So it's existing work and it's just adding some wording that makes sure that folks like frontline workers and individuals with lived experience and Indigenous leadership are included when we're developing that matrix. Again, as it's in the report, the matrix is already part of the work that is being recommended through this report.
Okay, I still want some clarifications. Like, you know what, I'm going to say this is very confusing right now, because as I read this, risk and vulnerability in a way that is guided by person-centered response to threats to human life and physical safety that cannot be mitigated through on-site support. So does that mean we're going to call an ambulance? Like, we're getting into some minutia that I think just let administration do their business, let it come up with what we need to do. They already have the engagement pieces. We don't have to say, you know, if you got threats to human life and physical safety that cannot be mitigated through on-site support. What on-site support? We never said we're going to have on-site support for an encampment, and all of a sudden we're throwing details in here, and we're going down a path that the city administration said we cannot afford to go down this path, and then we're laying out framework for a potential, you know what, $400 or $48 million, or you know what, all the way to provincial funding of $623 million, something that we cannot afford. So I can't support this. It goes down to a path that, you know, you're trying to drill to minutia, that we're going to start opening up more and more of that floodgate in order to, you know, put more money into administration versus more money and funds into actually helping the program. Right now we're putting money into more jobs, more job creation for administration, more policy creation for administration. Since 2013, we've seen every single report that hasn't reduced the numbers. We've seen reports that increase the numbers, and we've seen headlines on newspapers that increase the numbers, but we haven't gotten to an effective solution yet. Having more verbiage on a document at 6 o'clock on November 12th is not going to help that program.
Thank you, Councillor Biza. You are out of time, and you're done anyway. Councillor Burton.
So first, through the chair, question is to Councillor Flores around the word co-designed versus consulted. And then I'd be asking the administration about, when you say co-designed, who's driving the bus when it comes to the actual results? So I'll first go to Councillor Flores to actually ask why co-designed rather than consulted.
Sure. The reasoning behind it is it's a lot of the feedback that, again, in reading the report that was sent to us, the feedback that we've gotten from community members, there is some really great work that comes when we work together with them beyond just asking people questions, but allowing them to be part of that design process. In this case, to me, because this risk matrix is going to determine whether or not we displace people from a space, it feels important to me that we are very intentional how we design that. But it also allows us to, as this is deployed and is used in the future, should any hiccups come up, as with anything, we can confidently say that we have worked with community, we have done this in a model that is not just, in a paternalistic way where like, this is what we think is best, but it's saying we are hearing your experience from frontline workers because they are the ones that see the day-to-day things, given that the high number of Indigenous folks who are unhoused, making sure that those groups are consulted appropriately, but also talking to people with lived experience, right? And I don't mean to dictate how administration is going to do the work in that sense, but it's just saying, please make sure that when we do this work, so we can confidently use this tool in the way that is being proposed, it's successful. Because I do think administration has done a great job at putting this report together that has made great progress from what we were used to do in relation to encampments to how we're moving forward. And again, to me, oftentimes when it comes to building relationships with people that have historically felt unheard, making sure that we put things in writing and we're very intentional with that makes a big difference, especially to them. So that is the intent in terms of the co-design, is just saying we're partners in this work because it impacts them day to day in such a important way.
Thank you. Through the chair then to the administration, what will be the result of co-design, and as I described it, kind of who's driving the bus, and are we doing this by committee, and how does that impact the outcome?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Slater. Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We don't have any concerns with the language. I mean, I think the intent is that, folks with lived experience, community members, community organizations need to be part of informing the work. And I mean, we're committed to that.
The way you described it's perfect that it's there, but when I read co-designed, that to me is different than consulted. What you described to me is consulted through the chair, not co-designed.
Through the chair, at the end of the day, administration needs to be confident with the work that we're putting forward and the public policy that we'll be putting forward as well. So I think, at the after design of the policy, we need to be able to stand behind that as well. But, having community involvement in that is important.
Mr. Nichols, sorry, Councillor Burton, I think Mr. Nichols wants to add
sorry?
to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, not admin's role to get involved in the debate here, but Councillor Burton, I might suggest, would you be more comfortable if it said protocols are, the work on the protocol, we consult with these groups, get rid of the co-design? If that's leading to concerns, notwithstanding what Mr. Slater said that he was good with it, if it says consult with this leadership, frontline services, or work with them, if that would allay your concerns, I mean, we're all working on this together.
Yeah.
So if that co-design term is troubling, then that's up to Councillor Flores to determine if she's comfortable with some suggested wording change.
I guess I'd like to ask if I could put a friendly amendment forward to change the word
Yeah,
co-design
I
to
think so.
consulted.
I think, I mean, I think the administration absolutely understands the intent with this, and I know they will do the work that needs to do to make sure that those folks are included. So I have no problem with changing co-design to consulted.
Okay. Thank you. That works for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Burton. Mayor Baczynski.
Thank you, through the chair. Just for administration, is there anything on this amendment that is above and beyond what the original intent was, or is it just putting on paper what the original intent was?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So the collaborative part, working with groups to help develop the matrix, certainly was our original intention. I would say maybe what we might consider something that would be maybe a slight and possibly a friendly amendment would be something like for the last line where it says that cannot be reasonably mitigated through on-site support, if the councillor would be favorable to that. But I would say other than that, this really is the work that we will be doing.
Okay, so thank you for that. With that, Councillor Flores, would you be open to putting reasonably mitigated on the last line?
You mean reasonably mitigated?
Did I say, yeah, reasonably mitigated. Sorry, tongue-tied late in the day.
Yes, I just want to speak. So the reason why I put cannot be mitigated, and I think reasonably or cannot be mitigated, it's close enough. And I will say I hope I have trust that the intent with this is understood, because what I'm trying to get at with this is we can have this new policy, but if in practice we are just saying like, actually, I think this is riskful, but we're just kicking people out. I think this is risky, we're kicking people out, right? Without having that portion that says, we can't mitigate this, so therefore people must move. That makes sense, right? So it's just to get away from that. I feel that this is an important thing, and if that is the kind of the barrier between supporting or not supporting, I would be amenable to adding reasonably mitigated there.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and I guess I can support if it's work that administration was intending to do, and then the intent is to just reinforce that work, just to put it on paper, so nothing's left to interpretation of what was originally planned. Then I'm fine with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Fro.
Yeah, through the chair, I think I just want to start off by saying that no one in this horseshoe, or whatever we call it, has spent more time, in my mind, consulting with people in the lived experience than the deputy mayor. So I think Councillor Flores time and time again makes an effort to show up and listen. I was with you on Sunday listening, and so I think this amendment came from those conversations. It's largely what was in the report with some adjustments, and so I think this can be uncomfortable, but I just first want to acknowledge the effort and the time that you put in and the way in which you do that. And while these are uncomfortable conversations, I think I'd encourage all of us to go have those conversations and to show up as well, because when we do, I think we would understand why Councillor Flores and administration has reinforced why it's important to connect with people with lived experience. So I hear administration say that this doesn't deviate from the original spirit and intent, and there's some adjusted wording here, so I'll support it. But I just want to reinforce the fact that you're always there, Victoria, and it matters, right? So I appreciate that work that you've done, and I can support this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. Councillor Turnbull.
I also support this amendment, and thank you for putting it forward. I echo what Councillor Fro said about your passion. I think with some of these things, specifying with clarity and giving guidance actually helps efficiency and creates better outcomes, because you're actually outlining what you're seeing to see. And there's been some perception that the more words, the more work it's going to take, when actually when you're more specific, it can make things a lot easier. And I just want to fix that perspective. If you're clear and with your guidelines and outcomes, I think that's actually sometimes a really great thing. So thank you for doing that. We've heard from administration and you for working together on this, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Sickleys.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I echo what my last two colleagues have said. I'm willing to give this to you. Not because it's late, but because I trust that your heart's in the right place and you want to do the right thing. And I also want to award you the longest run-on sentence in the history of City Council. So there'll be an award for that. Look, we're talking about something very serious here, and I don't know whether it's appropriate to talk about what I think the real issue is, and it's not this. This is a whole lot of blah blah for, what, another 100 dead in 3 years by the time we're gone from here? So if we don't get our butts in gear and work with the other levels of government and find $60 to $100 million, we're not housing anybody, right? So, you know, that example that Councillor Turnbull said, it's like we're running a hotel and we don't have any rooms. Like we're just, you know, go over there, the elevator, but you got nowhere to go. That really hurts, just hearing that. And, you know, some of us have a reputation here of being penny pinchers, and I think it's important that there are human lives at stake here. And it's not about giving things away, it's about helping people up. And I don't see us succeeding right now. I'm sorry to say that, because I look at a unanimous carried motion back in April of 2020, plan to end homelessness. And all I see is we've gone to 800 plus people and probably more. Not good. Not good at all. So doing what we've always done gets us what we've always got. If you're asking me to trust you, administration, then show me more. Show me more than just bringing motions to council that we unanimously support and get behind, and please let it not look like virtue signaling anymore. Let's actually do something. We've got a relationship with our provincial government that's stronger than ever before. If I were to ask administration how many of you have met with Lori Carr, Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, what would your answer be? If I asked you the same of Terry Jensen, Minister of Social Services, what would your answer be? If I asked you about Eric Schmaltz, Minister responsible for First Nations, what would your answer be? If I asked you about Jerry Cockrell, Minister of Health, what would your answer be? If I asked you about Tim McLeod, Minister of Policing and Public Safety, what would your answer be? I think I know what it would be. Pick up the phone. I'll set up the meeting for you.
10 seconds, Councillor.
Sorry, bit of a rant there. Let's help our fellow human beings.
You have more time on the main report.
I'm good.
Also.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so I guess sorry? Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's never easy publicly disagreeing or calling caution to a member of council. But what you articulate, Councillor Siklis, is not the job of administration, respectfully. You speak to ministers. We will speak to the deputy ministers. If you can get the ministers to connect with the deputy ministers and they reach out to us and vice versa, we can do that. But we would never speak to a minister directly. That is specifically reserved to you as elected members. So I just don't want anybody to think that we're not doing our job. That is nowhere near in the job description. It's elected official to elected official and senior admin to senior admin. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol. I get some time to close on that amendment. I mean, I think I've spoken a lot to it, but I do want to say I am grateful to my colleagues because I think everyone around this table really cares and understands that this is a growing, complex issue that we as a city don't have the budget to fix, but I think we have the ability to make changes where it will make some progress, and we're seeing this by the change in policy that this report suggests, and making sure that this policy and these changes are informed by our community is making it stronger. And I'm grateful for the support, and I'm grateful that we are all committed to that, and I look forward to seeing progress here. And I also look forward to, as my colleague Councillor Siklis is, connecting with other levels of government, because that is where the budgets that can actually make a big difference are, and that is where we can provide housing, because this report is great. I really appreciate the work that was put into it, but we all can see that, as Councillor Turnbull mentioned, is when we direct people and we're asked to direct them to housing, what housing, right? So with this amendment, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 9-1. Councillor Zakidniak has left the meeting. The following voting in favor as follows: Councillor Rasevich, Flores, Sickles, Mayor Bashinsky, Councillor Fro, Turnbull, Mancinelli, Burton, and Radins. The member voting against is Councillor Bezo.
Thank you. We are now back on the main motion. I don't see anyone on the speaking queue. Going once, going twice. All right. So I will now go to our mover. Would you like to, Councillor Fro, would you like to close the debate?
Yeah, just really quickly, it's getting late. I think anytime we talk about this, we have to remind ourselves, and I heard it from Dan and George and everybody, Clark, that, you know, the solution to this issue is housing. Anywhere in the world that has made progress on houselessness, they focused on housing. Clearly in Q2, we're going to outline our role as it relates to housing, and I look forward to that. Warming shelters and warming centers rather than shelters don't solve houselessness, right? They provide photo ops. So as we speak with our friends at the province, and it sounds like there's a lot of federal and provincial money coming, let's all commit to avoid those photo ops, right? They might make us feel good, but we're throwing good money at a bad solution. Maybe just in closing, I also want to again thank administration and community. My frustration had nothing to do with the good work that you're doing. It has to do with the time or lack thereof to prepare. And I also want to thank the clerk's office for agreeing to work with us on that. So appreciate it. I think we're making some important progress here. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. So now I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried in a vote of 9-1. The following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Sickles, Fro, Turnbull, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radins, Mayor Bashinsky, and Deputy Mayor Flores. And the member voting against is Councillor Rasevich.
All right. Now we're going to move on to a dinner. We will be taking a recess for 30 minutes. call the meeting back to order. 1, 2, 3. 6, okay. All right. Okay, Councillor Burton. Okay, I would now like to call upon delegations. Sorry, 1 second, please. He's not. He's. All right, I would like now to call delegation Jamie Bolt.
She's not.
Nope, not attending. All right, 1 second. Okay, so please, I would like to call delegations Jordan Slington, Christine Short, and Mike McNaughton from the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Thank you. And as with all delegations, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have an opportunity to respond to any questions committee members may have for you.
Chair of the Audit and Finance Committee with Real, and I live in Regina.
Michael McNaughton, I'm Vice Chair of the Board for Real, and I live in Regina.
Jordan Slateholm, I'm the CFO of Real, and I live in Regina.
Okay. Well, good evening, Council. Thank you very much, through the Chair, thank you very much for having us out here tonight, and we're pleased to provide you with our budget for 2026 and 2027. Just give you a little bit of background. The Board of Directors, there's seven of us on the board. We're also thrilled to have Mayor Baczynski, Councillor Siklis, and Councillor Turnbull sit on our board, as well as City Manager or Designate. In this case, it's Darren Anderson from the city, and we're thrilled to have them sit with us as we debate these issues and try and figure things out. So the board is committed to rebuilding trust in the organization with clarity and transparency. We're also very focused on financial sustainability. We want to grow revenue. We want to manage our expenses very well. We've been spending the last year basically uncovering rocks and finding all sorts of interesting things, but that's what our job is. We also want to strengthen the direction of the organization. We're working closely with city administration right now on motion MN 25-2, and we're looking for resolve around that and see where this organization goes in the future. Are we moving? Not moving?
No.
There we go. So just some major milestones for you, just to give you a bit of a background on what's happened over the last year with the organization. In October, this new board of directors was constituted and signed in, and we took these roles on. In March, we had Canada's Farm Progress Show. First time in March, moved from the fall and into the spring, and a very, very successful event. We had a Jelly Roll concert, which completely sold out, largest concert ever in the history of the Brant Centre. So we're thrilled about that. Beach Boys sold out. In May, the National Skills Canada competition. In June, We unfortunately had to do some restructuring, and it was a tough thing to do, but it was important for the organization. That comes down to fiscal management and trying to get our house in order. So some tough decisions were made, but we think we're in better shape for it. We brought on our new Chief Financial Officer, Jordan here. Again, John Party was a concert that sold out that we're thrilled about. July 1st QCX with our new Midway provider, West Coast Amusements. We're looking forward to continuing the relationship with them. They've really stepped up, and they want this opportunity to show the world what they can do in a major market. And so we're pretty excited about where that's going to go. In September, we were fortunate to renew our partnership with Bungie. And of course, Keith Urban and Brian Adams both sold out concerts. Very thrilled about that. Just last month, we made our first stadium announcement since 1919 with Foo Fighters, which I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm pretty confident we're going to do very well with that. Obviously, working closely with our partners, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, we announced Grey Cup 2027. And as many of you may have seen, the future vision for the Queen City Distilleries project was also unveiled in October. November, obviously, Canadian Western Exhibition is just around the corner. We're very thrilled to be working with that organization to bring that show to Regina. And the Vanier Cup is coming as well. So. Yeah, we're in forward thinking, right? No. Oh, sorry. One back. Major upcoming events. We just went through that. One back. Sorry, upcoming events. My mistake. In December, Queensbury has 30 some odd events happening just in December with approximately 10,000 visitors that will go through that facility. And the Bungie International Trade Center has 20 major events happening in December with close to 30,000 visitors going to go through that facility as well. January, Harlem Globetrotters are coming. February, Frost is going to be here. March, Rock the Orchestra by Candlelight. And again, Canada's Farm Show will happen in March. April, this says concert to be announced, and we can confirm it's 3 Days Grace. That was made public just a few days ago. So I think that's going to be another big hit and probably a sold-out show. So we're pretty excited about that. July again is the Queen City X, again working with West Coast. So we're excited about that. And obviously in September it's Foo Fighters. So a lot of good things coming forward. So forward-thinking, strategic growth and innovation. We want to actively pursue new revenue streams through expanded events, hosting, and partnerships. We want to explore these new business models with city administration. We want to become self-sufficient and reduce our reliance on public funding. Those are our goals. Workforce leadership and development. We want to continue investing in employee engagement and culture to support long-term retention and performance. Operational excellence. We want to continue to build a stronger forecasting tools and promote performance measuring tools to guide our decision making. So thanks to Jordan, we're moving along that path quite nicely. Community and partner engagement, deepening our relationships with our partners, funders, stakeholders to support the growth of the organization. And we really want this organization to be a trusted, stable partner of choice for the community. And future readiness. I mean, we want to lay the foundation for long-term capital renewal and reinvestment in the properties around Real. We want to strengthen our organizational ability to respond to changing market conditions. And we want to become an award-winning employer. We want to be a good place to work and a good place to partner with. So, based on that, I'm going to turn this over to our Audit Finance Chair, Chris.
Yeah, just
for a second, and we'll continue on.
Yeah, so the 2026 budget submission reflects an organization that continues to stabilize and build forward momentum following a period of recovery. It reflects a disciplined and transparent approach that balances fiscal responsibility with the need to maintain critical services and infrastructure. It ensures that funding for strategic opportunities is preserved and and avoids any additional in-year funding requests that have occurred historically. And I'll pass it to Jordan to go through the details.
Thanks, Chris. So I've outlined the city subsidy summary on this slide. So if you take a look, the 2025 forecast has the 11.2 million that was approved at the beginning of the year, which includes a 7.5 million total operating subsidy. The 2026 budget has an operating subsidy of 6.5 million and a total subsidy of 10.8 million. And so you'll notice that there is a turf replacement in the Affinity Plex that is contractual. So without that, we would have been at 9.6 million. If you look at 2027, the projections, we have conservative and optimistic estimate. The conservative estimate shows a $10.8 million total City of Regina subsidy with an 8.2 million operating subsidy. The reason for that is the casino income maintenance of $2.7 million a year to close the Silver Sage Casino. The funding we receive from the provincial government will run out, and on a prorated basis, that's $2 million in 2027. So with improvements to the business and not requiring another turf replacement, we're looking at the same subsidy request for that year in the conservative case. In the optimistic case, we have begun discussions on the subsidy from other levels of government. So in the optimistic case, we're assuming we move forward and replace that, and with also a $1 million improvement to the bottom line via various revenue generation opportunities that we're looking at right now. So in the conservative case, the subsidy stays the same. In the optimistic case, it declines. This slide just quickly shows the operating portion as well, and just shows the revenues and expenses that were assumed in the budget, just showing that we're targeting a break-even EBITDA in terms of our budget. This slide outlines that the City of Regina operating subsidy in terms of our revenue is $6.5 million in 2026, and so that represents 12% of our revenue. And the rest of these items on the slide just shows down the breakdown of our revenue sources in other areas. And that's in our budget brochure along with the package, so I won't belabor that. In 2027, under the conservative scenario, the city subsidy would be 15.8% of our revenue. And in the optimistic case, it would be 10% of Real's revenue. Capital requirements, so we're working with the $1 million that we typically are approved for every year, and this is where the breakdown between buildings, again, this is in the package as well, but the key piece here is that we have $1 million. It's emergency reactive spending. The City Commission Gordian report has numbers that are much larger than this, and there's a considerable infrastructure deficit on property, but with the $1 million that we have, this is where we will spend it, as well as the contractual turf replacement. This debt financing slide is just to show that our balance is declining, and we are going to pay off one of our loans in 2026. Now, this is via city funding. The city helps as part of that subsidy request that I had outlined. The city provides funding for us to pay for our principal payments and our interest payments, and this outlines that path. And you'll notice it's lower in 2025. The reason for that is we received city funding earlier than expected and incurred less interest expense than we were expecting. And so this last slide is just a repeat of the earlier one, just to outline again and leave this on the screen while we discuss what the subsidy request is in the various years. Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry. Okay. The subsidy request represents a steady state budget grounded in reality that allows Real to sustain essential operations, advance key partnerships, and prepare for the longer term. Real is not restarting, we are accelerating, building on the momentum of the past year to ensure continued operational stability and meaningful community impact. In closing, Real would extend sincere thanks to the City of Regina, Mayor, Council, and Administration for your ongoing guidance and partnership. With your continued support, we are confident that 2026 will mark another year of steady progress and shared success.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Councillor Burton.
Thank you for the presentation through the chair. As you know, there's a motion outstanding, just or still in place about seeing Real right the ship, and I'm happy to see some progress being made. That really heartens myself to see that there's some progress going there. A couple of questions that I do have through the chair here is first is, as you're doing your budget forecasts, is the CFL changes been factored into those when the changes in the field are implemented?
I believe, so we've factored in the Foo Fighters concert and the Grey Cup into our revenues in terms of changing the turf. That is the city that is taking care of that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just with concerts, it's good to see through the chair a few more concerts coming. And have we turned the corner there with working with the promoters around the country to get on the concert tour instead of it hopping over Regina or just hitting Saskatoon? Has there been some demonstrable changes that you feel is now means promoters are coming to town, that we've been able to sign a few where there's been I'm going to call it a drought for a few years?
I mean, I can probably speak to that. I think we had 5 sold-out concerts in a row. Nothing says to promoters, you can make money if you come here, than 5 sold-out concerts in a row. So, you know, there's never any guarantees, but, you know, certainly I think we proved that the organization can do these concerts, do them well, and make money at it, and have the promoter make money at it, and the band walks away going, this was a good experience. So I think that just, you know, it's a small industry and people talk, and so once that word is getting out, then it's like, it just makes it that much easier. It's never totally easy, but it's that much easier. So hopefully that answers that.
You bet. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for being here and all of your hard work and doing the work. I do have a couple questions. I know that Frost is coming up and it's going to be on real grounds this year. Is that correct? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
You speak to that?
Yeah. So Frost will be on real grounds, and is that the only question, or did you want to know more just about the total event, or what's
the event?
Yeah.
From what you can talk about it if you know about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, from the finance chair, you know, there's yeah, you know, there's a few details that I would probably lean on our events team to sort of share. But yeah, no, it's you know, we're you know, bringing back you know, the Pilsner, the slide over Pill Country. There's you know, a lot of you know, a lot of things happening on that front, but yeah, no, you know, we have it in Regina, and that's on the real property, and that's all I can really share at this point. But I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really great. It's coming back. I want to ask a little bit about the 2.6 subsidy from the provincial government, and any details of whether, if you know, we're going to be getting it back or how that's going.
And I can speak to that to a certain degree. So we've had very, very preliminary discussions with the province. So I think we're hopeful, but we don't have a contract or anything like that as of yet. Again, I think we're hopeful. We'll see where it goes, obviously.
So if we were not to receive the $2.6 million subsidy, would we be able to open a casino on real grounds?
Well, through the chair, the province holds both those cards, right? They determine whether we're eligible or able to open a casino, as well as whether or not they're prepared to continue with the subsidy. Again, I think, you know, we've had some preliminary discussions. I think we're hopeful.
Okay. Thank you again for your time. I'll let other people ask questions.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much, Chair. A few questions. Great report, good restructuring, how everything is going. Tell me about your business units with your best margins.
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Tell me about the business units with the best margins.
So it's less about business units and more so about the events. And so, you know, there are, you know, I would say farm show, our participation in Canadian Western Agribition, stadium concerts, and some of our rentals, you know, our tenant rentals are the areas across the property that are the best margins.
Perfect.
And events like Queen City Exhibition also contributes.
Event-driven, complex.
That's right.
Tell me about your horizon forecast. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In terms of the subsidy from the city or the financial performance, we haven't forecast out 5 years. Right now, we have a, you know, the stabilization budget, you know, for 2 to 3 years out is where we're forecasting right now. And there's a lot of things that are up in the balance right now in terms of the, so at this moment, we're looking at a 2-year horizon and stabilizing the business. However, there are lots of opportunities in terms of revenue generation at the property. Will we ever get to zero subsidy in the next 5 years? I don't know if that's, you know, I think there's always going to be a public component to running the cooperators, to putting on agribition, to you know, putting concerts in the Brandt Center 5 times a year with a very large building with high utility costs. So there's always going to be that public element to Real, but we haven't, you know, done a 5-year forecast that says we're going to only need $3 million in 5 years. We're looking at it from the next 2 to 3 years and figure out what the strategic direction of the organization is going to be.
Now let's talk about, through the chair, let's talk about capital, that 2 to 5 year capital investment.
Yeah, so in terms of the Gordian report so Gordian is an organization the city contracted, they produced the VFA report that outlines the capital required at Real over the next, you know, 70 years. And so over the next 2 years, and with some infrastructure deficit that has occurred, $32 million is required on some of our critical assets, and over the 5-year period, it's more closer to $60 million. And right now we are.
Sorry, 60?
60.
Okay.
Yes. And so that's sort of the infrastructure debt that we're looking at and that we're referring to. But as we work through the motion and as we work through the future direction of Real, and you know, that's a conversation we need to happen, that needs to happen, that we've outlined in the report. That how are we going to, you know, fund this going forward? How are we going to work with the city to ensure these assets are kept up and that this entertainment complex continues to serve the residents?
Thank you very much. Sounds like you have a good plan in place for that stabilization component. And then we just have to work through some capital investment to keep this place operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, excuse my ignorance, I'm just like operating, so your forecast, like 2025, you know, 3.5, and then 2026, 6.5, and say 2027 is 8.2. Is that, I guess that's requesting money from us, right?
Right.
So why is it going up every year?
No, that's a good question. And when you look at this, when you look at the table and you're just looking at that one line, it appears that way. But when you look at the total operating subsidy, it was actually $7.5 million. So Real had so in the previous budget in 2025, before our time, when the previous administration came forward, they requested $3.5 million in operating, but also $4.4 million in working capital.
Okay.
So the total request was 7.5, and it was similar to the year before, where it was, you know, 3 and a bit, and then 3/4 of the way through the year came back for another 4.
Okay. And then obviously it goes up in 2027 potentially because.
Yes, because of the casino income maintenance funding goes away.
Okay.
But again, that's in the conservative case. So we're saying if we do not find alternative funding with the provincial government, then that will be our financial reality. So that's $2 million falling off of our revenue. That, and then in the optimistic case, we're saying we're going to replace that revenue and also find another $1 million in bottom line improvements.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
And we're breaking it into the different components so you can see, you know, what the capital requests have been, what the debt requests have been, and what the operating requests have been.
Is there, you know, I read in the report just about the interest on the CRA. I guess we took that money from the CRA during COVID.
And the recovery of that.
The recovery pot, put any word on that? Was it $1.5 million or something? Or?
Yeah, so they, the CRA has actually just come back with, so there was a process where at first you know, challenged the ruling itself that, you know, Real wasn't eligible, so they had submitted that, previous administration had submitted that. You had to wait for that to be completed before you can request the interest recovery. Okay. So that, you know, has gone through that process and been formally, you know, the appeal has been formally declined, and now we're waiting to hear back on the interest portion.
Okay.
And that will be, so the city did help fund that. So if we were to receive the interest portion back, that would just be a flow through for Real back to the city.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that's it.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. First, thanks again for your work, and to our volunteer board. Appreciate the service to community. I guess my question would be, understand that you put forward where you're allocating capital dollars this year. What would be the current sort of deferred maintenance bill associated with the campus? And walk me through your plans to address that and what costs you perceive that to be. Understand we've had some previous conversations about that as well.
Yeah, so, you know, again, the different items are, you know, we've got replacing boilers. So in terms of the $1 million that we have in there right now, replacing boilers, you know, the chiller system in the rinks at the cooperators, and various, you know, investments, smaller investments in IT infrastructure, hardware, those sorts of things that are required to just continuing operating the business. But the $1 million that we have right now is very, you know, it's emergency capital, it's reactive capital, it's things that we have to do or it will impact revenue generating lines of business. Again, the infrastructure deficit over the next, you know, this year of 26 and 27 is $32 million.
32 million.
32, and then 60 million over the 5-year period. And then, you know, I think there's over, you know, to 2097, you know, the report goes quite long. The Gordian report I referenced earlier, you know, that would be in the 392 million range.
And understanding.
And in terms of, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please, I interrupted you.
No, I was just going to say, then your next part of your question was, you know, how we're addressing that, right? And so that's the infrastructure debt that we're facing. That's something that we need to work through with the city to see if there's alternate methods for financing those arrangements. There are private sector options. There are, you know, options to get financing in order to complete these buildings and these upgrades through certain options that will allow you to replace items that are really energy inefficient and allow you to, you know, finance those projects, potentially pay for that and others. And there might be a mix of those sorts of options with, you know, support from the city and looking at how maybe we fit into the overall capital plan of the city.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we have to remember that these are city assets and, you know, to work with the city to, again, consolidate the city asset pool and prioritize based on need holistically as opposed to individually.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, recently we had an odd decision on one of the assets at Real for the lease for Waikiki Distillery. Right now we're talking about asset management deficiencies within assets owned by Real. Of course, this lease has been discussed publicly, but I'm just wondering, in my eyes, I think that might have taken a piece of deficiency and reassigned it to a private ownership through that lease and might actually help out your bottom line for more than just the lease payments. Am I viewing this through a proper, is that actually an actual thing, or am I misinterpreting anything there?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I mean, I think the solutions the solutions for this organization, we need to look at all options. public and private investment, I think is important to consider. I think, at the end of the day, there's always likely going to be some level of community service that this organization provides to the community. How much that is, how much that costs, that's certainly going to be up to council to try and grapple with. But in opportunities where we can work with a private sector organization to really turn things around, like that YQR distillery thing, I think we're certainly open to looking at those opportunities.
And just to add to that as well, I think that's a great point. And that deal in particular, we're looking at a capped amount that Real had to invest. So it was capped at $1 million, repaid via rent credits. And that there's now going to be upwards of $20 million investment and a showpiece property on the Real campus that's going to attract other traffic and events.
Appreciate that. In this position, I find myself having to explain complex happenings in as honest and simple form as I can. And I just want to ask you, it directly pertains to this budget and for the ask from the city for the extra funding. And just looking at the previous budgets leading back pre-pandemic, I remember the opening of the stadium and the pressures that put on with the food and beverage loans, and we were still having events, and events were the lifeblood of Real. They generated the revenues necessary to keep on a balanced sheet. And having the pandemic hit and events and revenue shut down caused a debt situation. That debt situation caused you to eat up all your working capital debt. And then the interest behind that debt put everything so far behind. With events starting to happen and the success you've seen, if I had to compare this pre and post pandemic, I think that we'd have to actually be better, more efficient and aggressive at getting events at Real to make up for the debt taken on and the position of debt that's been encountered since the pandemic. If we had the same amount of action you're having right now, pre-pandemic conditions, we'd be laughing. Is that a pretty good summary for like a 13-sentence explanation?
I think so. I mean, as you said, this is an events business. This is what we do. We put on events, we put on concerts, we put on trade shows, we put on meetings, we put on events. And so it's pretty hard to make any money if you're not putting on events, and that's what happened in COVID. I mean, that just shut down and your revenue goes to zero. So the more events that we can put on, that certainly helps. I mean, the Grey Cup coming in 2027, things like that, those are major events that really affect the bottom line of this organization. We need to work very closely with Tourism Regina, with Hotels Association, with Tourism Saskatchewan, because between them and us, we're out hustling, looking for trade shows, looking for events on a daily basis. So the more we can work with those organizations, they're our partners in this city. The more we can work with them, the more the more successful hopefully they will be at bringing these type of events to the city, and everybody wins. Hotels are filled, tourism dollars are spent, and Real does well as well. So it's critical.
Yeah, I guess the less rambling way of asking that question would have been like the event count you're having is pretty much recovered for the pandemic. We'd be flush now if it wasn't for the extra debt taken on during the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly, through the chair, that would make things a lot more comfortable, undoubtedly. There's still challenges. We're not trying to kid anybody here. There's still challenges that we're working through, but I think we've got an excellent board. I think we've got some really good people on staff here now. It's great, as I said at the opening, to have the mayor and 2 city councilors and the CFO of the city on our board. They bring their insight into this, and we're hopefully very connected with council, and we're all sort of on the same page and going in the same direction. So yeah, we're pretty positive about where we're going.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor. Next, Councillor Rasevich.
I just thought of a few more. Just back in terms of the debt, because obviously I think what in 2027 we've paid off, one loan will be paid off. So when will that, the next loan, I guess, we'll have 2.6 left in 2027. So when will that? Okay.
Yeah, so we got December 33 and May 34 as the next maturity dates for those two loans.
Oh. Okay, I'm just kind of looking. Oh, I see. May.
The second column there that due. So May 26 is when one's getting paid down, and then we have the December 33 and May 34.
Oh, December, like, okay, 2033.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So we'll get the
little
one
ways
at
to go, yeah.
26, then we got 33 and 34. Okay. Okay. Wow. It's out there a little bit.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And
But
then
I was just going to say, I mean, through the chair, I mean, our goal is to increase revenue.
Right.
So if we can increase revenue, then we can potentially use that revenue to pay down these debts and get that going quicker.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. No, I hear you there. And then I was just kind of wondering, like, is there any talk about just like in terms of leases and stuff? So we're replacing the artificial turf and Infinity Plex, you know, and I'm assuming, you know, football, soccer, you know, their leases. I know they had a pretty sweet deal in terms of some 25-year lease or something like that, I heard. So, but I heard there's also space to negotiate in terms of maybe increasing leases or, I don't know, just on that front, in terms of leases and space and stuff to organizations that are using it. Is there anything going on there?
Yeah, there are some opportunities there. I would say conservatively, we'd be looking at, you know, 500,000 to 600,000 in increased revenue in terms of certain spaces that we could take to market.
You could.
Versus where they are now in terms of a lease rate. Okay. The lease rates that we've, you know, have inherited, but that we can work towards market rates. There's about 500 to 600 conservatively there.
You know, and I guess then I was just thinking too, I know we've talked about it, just about some sort of a user fee. You know, like 3 to 4 million people come through there a year. You know, to see another, even if it was 2 million thrown on top of there, if it was $1 a person or whatever, $1 a person, that'd be like three, you know, whatever, depending how it is, how it works out, it could be $3 million. That would look pretty nice up there. And I know we talked about it last year, but it's been a full year. We haven't done anything yet. I'm wondering, are we going to do something? Are we looking at it? And when could we expect maybe doing something like that?
well, through the chair, I can speak to that. So I think initially we've got to stabilize. We've got to figure out, you know, where we are. And I kind of mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, I mean, we're turning stones over and we're finding some stuff.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
So, you know, we've got to make sure that we've got the organization stable, that we're very, very confident in the numbers that we're showing here. And then once we've got to stabilize, which I think we're getting there now, then it comes down to those long-term strategic kind of things, like should there be a facility fee on every ticket sold or whatever. I mean, those are big items that we need to discuss with our partners as well. Like, what about CWA? What would the implication of $1 fee on every CWA ticket? What are the implications of that? The Regina Pats, what are the implications of that? You know, if we were going to do something like that. So those are, we haven't done any discussions like that yet.
Yeah.
But and then just further to that, I think we need to, as a group, and I think Real and Council as well, we need to figure out MN 25-2, and we need to, because that affects everything, right? So once we get that figured out, and I think we're moving along with that. Once we get that figured out, then we know where the organization's going to be, one way or the other. Once we know where it's going to be, then it's a question of, okay, now we know, where do we go?
I just No, I hear you. I'm just thinking combinations of leases, user fee, the debt being paid down, it kind of compounds on itself. And those numbers could look a lot better pretty quick.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like pretty quick. It's because it starts compounding on itself, right? I mean, that's why I kind of see it. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Radens.
Thanks for being here. And so, you know that in the past year, you know, I've done a lot of challenging you as well as this council, and I'm told, and from what I'm hearing, it is hopeful in how we're moving forward with REAL. So I will support this. So that's all I'm telling you right now. Thank you.
Do you have a question for the delegation, Councillor Radens?
I'm sorry, I do not. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Any other questions from members of council? Okay, I do have one question. First, this is a great presentation. I think things are looking really positive, and happy to see what is being put forward here. However, just some recent news about the departure of our CEO. Given that we are once again working with an interim CEO, and how would that impact our strategic plans and the work that is being done? Some great work that's being done, but we're back into a space where we'll be looking to fill that role. How does that impact that?
Thank you, Councillor, for that. So through the chair, I think, you know, it's unfortunate these things happen from time to time, and, you know, we're sorry to see this happen. But I think, and I don't want to speak for the entire board yet because we really haven't discussed this very much yet, but my sense is that we want to wait and try and figure out what's going on with MN 25-2 before we now go back to market and look for an alternative permanent CEO. The current interim CEO was in the job previously, is well known in the city of Regina, is well connected in the city of Regina. I think we're very confident that he's going to move forward and keep the organization chugging along quite nicely. Thank you very much. And I think you know, so you know, I think we'll wait and see what happens with this motion and whatever the implications are of that. And you know, we're happy to work with the city in any way to make that happen. So.
Thank you. And just one more thing related to that. So is it fair to assume, because you mentioned this motion, do you mean today's motion, or do you mean like the approval of REAL's budget before we move on?
No, I mean motion MN 25-2. So it's the motion that is to determine what the structure of REAL might be, whether that's incorporated into the city or whether that's some sort of a hybrid model or whatever. That does put us in a somewhat of an awkward position. We don't want to go out to the market and, you know, have to explain this to a potential candidate who then says, well, I don't even know who I'm working for yet. So, so we'll wait and figure that out and continue to work with the city and whatever that ultimately ends up being, we're fine with that. So.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your presentation. I see no more questions from members of council, so you can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right. We will now consider item EX 25-104, the 2026-2027 budget submission, Regina Exhibition Association Limited. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. I will retract that. First, we need to receive and file communications. EX 25-104. 1 second, please. Correct. My apologies. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication EX 25-108, Jamie Bolt, Regina Exhibition Association Limited? Councillor Sickleys? Anyone opposed? Carried. All right. Now we will consider item EX 25-104, 2026-2027 budget submission, Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Can I have a member of administration please introduce the report? Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina works with service partners including Regina Exhibition Association Limited, or REAL. You have heard from REAL today detailing their 2026-2027 grant request. REAL's mandate to deliver consistent and reliable experiences anchored by partnerships and to maximize the utilization of its facilities for the benefit of the community in a commercially viable model that is self-sustaining in operations, aligns with the city's and city council strategic priorities. REAL is requesting funding of $10.8 million for 2026 and $10.8 million for 2027. For reference, during its 2025 budget deliberations, City Council approved funding to REAL of $11.2 million. The deliberation and approval of the grant request is undertaken as part of Council's consideration and approval of the overall 2026-2027 general operating budget. As a result, once discussed at Executive Committee, REAL's grant request is referred to the 2026-27 budget process for future budget deliberation by City Council at its December 15th, 2025 budget meeting. I submit the report for your review and are open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Can I have someone move the report? Mayor Baczynski? Do you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, just briefly. Thank you, REAL team, for all your work on this. I know it's been a wild year being in the meetings and watching the decisions and deliberations has been a lot for you guys, and I appreciate all the work on that. I hope everybody can see that REAL is turning a corner. This is a positive news story. You know, just looking at the financials, there's been a lot of work put into that. Jordan has been instrumental in that, so huge shout out to you. And I think we're seeing the positive outlook from the community. We're seeing the events starting to happen again. So I think there's a lot of positivity around this. I think it's important to remember that this doesn't happen overnight. And I think this is what we heard today, is that we're not going to see a fundamental 180 in a $0 grant or subsidy from the city in a year. That to me is unreasonable. But what I do see is a shift and turning of the corner. So very happy to move this, to support it, and thank you again to the REAL team and city administration and Darren, everybody working together to move us in a positive direction here.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Certainly want to reiterate some of the mayor's comments. It's great to see people packing in for concerts. I'm certainly amongst them. Just a couple of questions through the chair to administration. I guess the first would be, I think it's important that we understand in the medium and long term, you know, our obligations to community associated with REAL, sort of a wholesome picture, because I certainly believe it's probably the most important civic asset we have in terms of its usage and importance to community. Can you paint a picture for me, Darren, our REAL's total obligations to us and our total obligations to them? And what I mean by that, sort of paint a picture outside of this budget request. You know, I see in this package money that REAL owes to the city, maybe that we haven't called, you know, implications as it relates to our overall sort of debt as a community. And I think just wanted to make sure I understand, I believe I do, sort of the wholesome financial picture associated, not with just the next couple of years, REAL's request, but our total financial obligations and exposure from a risk perspective to the organization, and what, if anything, they may owe us if we decide to call on them to make us whole.
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. As you'll see referenced in the report in tables 2 and 3. So tables 2 and 3 are the total amount of debt. Table 2 being the loans outstanding to REAL, which the city backs and pays for. So you'll see at the end of 2025 forecasted to be around $12 million, just north of $12 million owing. And that counts against our debt limit as a city. And then further down in table 3, you'll see loans here that the city has made to Real on an interest-free basis. And at the end of 2025, another just north of $10 million. So total at the end of the year is approximately going to be just north of $22 million to $23 million of debt outstanding.
Thank you very much. Earlier in Real's presentation, and I'm in complete agreement, I think there's an important reminder that, the Real's assets are the city's assets, right? They belong to all of our neighbors, they belong to the community, and thereby, we have an obligation to maintain those assets for public good. But it got me thinking a little bit about, given that you're on the board now, through the chair, Mr. Anderson, about how we as a municipal corporation and through us to our partner, through the city to a municipal corporation, how we work together in the best interests of the broader sort of community. And I think we've seen and rightly celebrated some good momentum here. I wonder if you can walk me through, particularly this budget time, anything that you've seen by way of efficiencies or inefficiencies in terms of how we're working together, be that capital assets, be that bidding and working on events, or anything else that you've seen in your tenure on the board, but also as our CFO as we entertain this budget request.
Thanks, and through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. I would say inherently, any municipal corp that we set up is inherently inefficient. And what I mean by that is that we're now duplicating efforts with overhead. And we've had questions with similar municipal corps around joint sharing of costs. So for me, I'm comparing all of these different ones, and maybe I'll use them as an example because they were here this morning around Buffalo Pound. So, Buffalo Pound is a municipal corp that we share with the city of Moose Jaw. They use our services for accounting. So he, gets charged, I think, 1.5 FTEs. And talking to him, he really likes the relationship because that 1.5 FTE isn't just 1.5 people. He actually has access to all of our staff, right? And so if he has a cash requirement need, he talks to our treasury department. If it's accounting, he talks to somebody in Kim's department. That's fundamentally different at Real, I would say, is that they have their own overhead, so they have their own full accounting department, HR, pension plan, etc. Now, when the mandate is to be commercially viable, then that's what offsets that, right? So I think that's the ultimate goal, is that why would a city add the overhead? Well, you would add the overhead if it means that you're commercially viable, so you're taking these assets and turning enough profit that you're paying for that overhead, and then ultimately returning something to the city, as well as, maintaining those assets for us. So yes, those are City of Regina assets that, at the beginning of this relationship, the idea was that they'd make enough money to replenish the capital as well. And so I think that's the ultimate goal, is to get back to that spot where this organization is turning those assets into a commercially viable operation.
Yeah.
Outside of that, we can start to look for efficiencies as well.
Thank you. I think through the chair, just in closing, I think that everyone in Regina in some way touches upon the Real campus, right? Many of us, many times a week. And certainly my expectations, I think, of Real are no different than my neighbors, right? That we have a great user experience, that we take care of our public assets properly, fund them properly, and that we advance sort of the public good. So I appreciate that conversation today. I'll certainly be supporting Real's budget request. And I think we also heard today a request wherever possible to expedite our work. And I think good work is happening as it respects to MN 25-2. That's all I got. It's almost home time.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Radins.
Thank you. So through the chair, question for CFO. Just to follow up from what David Fro was asking, in your opinion, I think you sort of already answered it for me, but just as yes or no, I guess. Are we in a good position to support this?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I would say, yeah, we're open and transparent through the report and through what Real has given you. They're being open with the realities of operating that facility at the current moment. And so I would leave that up to council as your decision.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And do you feel hopeful from what you have seen going forward?
Through the chair, I'm very hopeful. I know I'll echo the mayor's comments. Jordan's been making great strides. He's only been there a short while. We're really limited through the financial systems out there around understanding truly the profitability. To Councillor Bezo's question around what is strong and what's weaker. And I think Jordan's on the right path to get those systems in the right spot so we can make better decisions going forward.
Great, thank you. Just for next time you folks come, we want mini donuts with the really good cinnamon and not that cheap sugary stuff, okay? So hey, I gotta be funny. Thank you.
I support that request, Councillor Raddatz. Thank you for that. I see no more questions from members of council. So, Mayor Baczynski, do you wish to close debate?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, have you been able to log into eBoardroom?
I'm not in the e-boardroom, no.
All right. I will require your vote verbally, please.
Yeah, about referring it to the budget, just to be clear. Is that accurate? What, that's the vote?
Correct, yep.
Okay, in favor, thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right, now I would like to ask a resolution to move to private session. Councillor Sickley. Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute recess to get ready for private session.